Chapter 1 Invincible, Endless Extraction. Note mindless entertainment, a repository for thoughts. In the Wasteland slave station within the confines of Farkage. Summing, wake up, a girl's voice pierced through he gloom. Quick, chwant this piece of cactus it will help replenish sure fluids amanquaped mockingly, foolish subhuman, don't wasti the cactus. Hasendred 100 lashes thviveries experiencing is duetto an infected wind, has going to die, Thegirl insisted stubbornly. Shut up, perhaps awakening is powers. Have I crossed over? Ming was roused from a slumber. Hearing the commissioner by, Heslo opened eyes. As soon as shedded, a system notification appeared before him. Ding crossover successful. But that I may read his message, you reveal red eye transitioned into a wasteland servable world. Succumb into Shappenington. Assuming absorb at highs information, Heffel into deep contemplation. Just moments ago, Harby Noriri office worker, returning home after long day. Use a bar to perna envelope twandle gain some and less escapism when suddenly a blinding flash of light erupted outside his window. It whisked him away to this bizarre yam. Survivors, please pay 8 and time top following friend Liamander. Each survivor will receive errandom identitate the beginning. Different starting guide entities may lead to significant disparities in your experiences. Rest assured, the system will not interfere. You must adapt on your own survive or perish. Each month, various dips or fleet boards will be activated the higher your rank, the more abundant your words. If I can execute some impressive maneuver that the system see, you may obtain an epic achievement treasure chest reward. By completing certain random trigger tasks, you can also earn random treasure chest rewards. Newbie task the beginning. Task diff equal to random. Task description within 24 hours, monsters, natives, and diseases may launch attacks on you for various reasons. Task objective way her para can awake new powers quickly, find weapons, or seek shelter and preserve your lives. Task reward random treasure chest reward. Task failure you may sustain severe injuries, with a high likelihood of death. Good luck to all. Can't down to blood moon beast tide 30 days. At this moment, a system panel appear before Ming. It featured options like chat channel, personal information, Wasteland black market, Wasteland forum, monthly rankings, and more. Ming casually clicked in chat channel. Public channel each person can send a maximum of 10 messages per day. Nearby. Zhuangji Xiong'o, help, in being roasted by bunch of lunatics with sticks over a fire. Zhao Ben I ways intimidately off taking Adam before I crossed over, and ended up dropping Jatan the plateau fab and died leader. Now humans to cope me head of Watchadido, waiting online, urgent. Lilian in current lie in a wasteland tunnel tauteries known to Tedinger, how do I awaken my abilities? I'm so scared. Minglan see dart that chat channel. It seemed many others were starting governor situations. Of course, Ming was faring much better. Having just arrived, he felt an overwhelming discomfort from various negative estates. He was burked and famished and a sharp pain throbbed in his back. Why do me back hurt so much? Amru from far his crossings urged into his mind. Anharago, while following a group of refugees, Ming are being captured by mercenaries working for a slave trader. Because Ming had resisted fiercely, he became the mercenary's primary target for a brutal beating. Starting Gus a block slave, and Eichter 100 lashes right off the bat. Most likely due to the infection in his wounds, his forehead full tashotus Azir and Giant. In this wasteland world, a wound infection typically means certain death. Just then, some bewaced full survivors appeared in their chat channel. Feng Jiuqin no way, so many people have such tragic beginnings. Feng Jiuqin he crossed over the son versatile lord, Ilsun bed drinking magic potions to awaken me powers. Li Haotian, are you kidding me? Feng Jiuqin he, reincarnation Izaskal, you should reflect on whether you putine in a for during your own rebirth. Many survivors ho hardle sosterted in die circumstances even with envy Feng Jiuqin's arrogance, yet he felt powerless to retaliate. Ming paid little mind to it. After all, this was nothing new. Starting Gov in a bleak situation ways akin to being dealt a terrible hand in our game of cards. As an experienced player, Ming understood Tate Heaven with a poor hand one a most playin'. For Aknos, he might just twine in some bizarre way. Struggling top prof himself up. Summing, you're awake. The beastirger looked at him in astonishment. Elier, a member of the Ice Wolf tribe, had become a life and death partner to Ming. A fragment of memory surfaced in Ming's mind. According to his recollection, he had met a high leveling with a group of refugees. At the time, the refugee group was a chaotic mix of people. Some a brutish thugs deprived by extorting food from Thuiak and vulnerable. Elia had likely joined at the group to escape enemies. Upon entering the refugee camp, Shboldli attempted to rob the thugs off their supplies. Predictably, she was surrounded and beaten mercilessly. Though she was formidable, she was still outnumbered. At that moment, Ming happen ed to paus be. Seeing Elia heavily during Thethogs, Harris had her help. Med with a crowbar, had dealt finishing blow star Thethogs. Though Ming could diffuse a reputation, he was not inherently malicious. He did know Zis Ethio Porcini Tito Hordal there's up a lice while Elia was injured. Recognizing Ming's good nature, Elia and he became allies. They both understood that having trustworthy companions was crucial for survival. Thus, Ming had endured 100 lashes to protect Elias Haffold. Now, she was caged in the cell beside him. Elia looked at the weakened Ming, here he's filled with concern. Summing, can you ham? Ekan Ming replied with great difficulty. Heast, I heard you say they take for might indicate the awakening of powers. Do you think I have thachens no? Elia shook her head regretfully power show cold unaway can simply fro maven gave for. Those white powers are either born with Timor ave consume at expensive epotions. Awakening power sis no sumi thing for us commoners. Summing, don't weigh in impossible things, here, chwana pisho of cactus to replenish your fluids. Elia refused to view consuming. Chauffeur dimp the and lie piece of cactus had. Sumingland seed at the cactus piece presented. Harry member ed thought Elia hard thisnan toxi cactus bickers ethi slave a trader intender tozel herto anoble. The trader did no want her to come emaciated, saw how generous like of here extra supplies. Eli urged, catch it quickly. Didn't we promise an otto seeks her same birthman than die, butrethurto dire to jether? Elio exclaimed passionately, are you going to abandon me? Hearing her words, Ming sighed inwardly. It seems having gas one brother at best artisan to bait of tre. Thou have felt that his chances of survival were slim. Regardless, Elia did not wish for Ming to perish too soon. Heto did not want to meet an untimely end. Only preserve even Kautarebe her peto free Elia from the facho of being sold into slavery. At the moment Ming touched a cactus piece, of Wasika coed and hind. Ding endless extraction system alert. Detect head extractable do I wish to extract hability tributus from the cactus? Endless extraction system? This should in appearance so fast stem illuminated Ming's thoughts. Could it be? Ipersessor system that others dornat? Chapter 2 Through my own efforts, step by step I shall become its strongest, system grant me extraction. Ast hist code crossed Ming's mind, Harry's over to activated the system's abilities. Extractability attributes. You have extracted the ability attribute vibrancy from the cactus. Attribute vibrancy. Applicable to self, items, creatures. Effect 1 if the attribute is applied to your own body, you can slowly recover from endurance and replenish mental energies implied by basking in the sun. Effect 2 if the attribute is applied to an atom, the effect remains unknown. Effect 3 if the attribute is applied to a creature, the effects await your exploration. Extracting attributes, replicating abilities, enchanting items, and transforming creatures. Ming felt a surge of excitement within him. These ability offers limitless possibilities. At that moment, the other slaves in the adjacent cage observed with enthusiasm for the piece of cactus of eating Ming. They exclaimed, what a foolish girl, why waste food on someone who hoes about Odie? Win a trade it with use instead of wasting it on this corpse. Elia paid no heed to their disparaging remarks. Though she was aware that Ming might not survive ethnic duties, she still wished to do of everything in her power to end his life. Elia would not easily abandon any of her companions. And just artful in contemplation, Ming had already applied head tribute vibrancy to himself. In an instant, a faint, verdant glow shimmered in his body. You have viewed self-healing ability vibrancy. Current attribute vibrancy. Level LV1. LV1 ability slowly recover from endurance and replenish mental energy while basking in the sun. Your current lysokinjan sunlight the infection in the Warndonia or backers gradually healing. Ming felt taste light a chavisichi of his wand. This was a signal feeling. It worked. Ming marveled at that phenomenon. Now, I need not fear dying from an infected wound. Initially, Ming believed it possessing a formidable system would already make him exceptionally fortunate. Yet, in the next moment, an even greater stroke of luck befell him. Global announcement. New survivor Ming has become first individual, starting as a Parley's black slave, to awaken an ability within just 1.5 minutes. Starting as a black slave and awakening an ability in 2.5 minutes as a Kinto first grader shouldn't lie participating in the college in Transeeks and Singwa University truly extraordinary. The system finds Ming's awakening speed particularly remarkable. Congratulations, Ming, on achieving epic achievement treasure chest reward. Ming was taken aback. Is this why the system referred to as an achievement treasure chest reward? He hard utilised another system to manifest our ability, and no he was reaping through wood office system. No need to hesitate. Would ya like to open the treasure chest, yes no? Why waste words, just open it. Epic treasure chest unlocked. Acquired control ability to tame creatures. Description: with the ability to tame a creatures in Wasteland, you shall undoubtedly become the strongest Pokémon master in this world. You can expend a certain amount of mental energy to tame various creatures, excluding humans and traversers. Requirements: the creature must have a set of submission or affection towards you before you can tame it. As soon as this news broke, the chat channel erupted with excitement. Song hi holocow, this black slave is incredible. Feng Juqin no way. A black slave awakening ability is fast to attain Aniels. Feng Jiutin I had to digest magic potions 4 hours to awaken new abilities. You're telling me this black slave did it in just 1.5 minutes? Why? Liao Jin har, the above ilos into teeth out a cold secure first place, didn't. Liao Jin Feng Jiutin, before complaining about other speed, perhaps reflect on whether he have butine in a effort. Upon reading this message, Feng Jiutin was infuriated. Damn it, I was born into a family, and am losing to a black slave. Seeing Feng Jiutin's fury, Su Ming couldn't help but a saying. Just because Yao family has been in business for 3 generations, why's hold you win against me, how has a system that brings main advantage in 2.5 minutes? Do ya think you can defy the heavens? Su Ming refrained from posting these ethites in their chat channel due to his good nature, otherwise he might have inadvertently caused Feng Jiutin a houter tatak. Note 1 Siki tries to Madasape, they will 100% lol taya. After taming a creature, you can expend crystal cores to arlo you tamer pits to evolve. With this newfound ability, not unlike old Su Ming collect pets, but the could also facilitate the evolution. This power, combined with this endless extraction, promised to be quite entertaining. Su Ming had begun with 2 extraordinary abilities and an unpoorly led system. It was no longer a question of whether his future held promise. He began to contemplate to the Hesh would become the Emperor of Ice Wasteland. With this system, even starting as a black slave poses no hindrance. I can rely on my efforts to your life come the strongest. System, grant me extraction. Reminder: I just advise it to refrain from extracting again for that my being, as it may deplete mental energy, leading to physical weakness. Indeed, while I can extract endlessly, it still requires mental energy. Restoring his mental energy would not take long. With vibrancy ability, the Marie Basket Inthason, the Marie Invigorate default. U Basket Inthason mental energy 0.1. The Sun has intensified mental energy 0.3. His mental energy was recovering quite rapidly. Elias suddenly noticed the flicker of vitality in Su Ming's eyes. She immediately sensed that this complexion seemed to have improved. Curiously, she asked, Su Ming, your complexion looks better. Su Ming nodded and smiled, of course, guess why? Seeing Su Ming's playful banter, Elia grew even more curious. Could it be waken her darn ability? Let's show Pites not just her fleeting moment before death. Before Elia could finish her sentence, Su Ming playfully flicked her forehead. Rest assured, I'm fine now. Elia winced, covering her forehead while pouting. Is the show your pain, you scoundrel? Though slight Leonard, she was relieved to see Su Ming in good spirits, indicating that he was indeed recovering. Su Ming seemed provid condition undoubtedly eased Elias' worries. The other slaves in the cage also began to take notice of Su Ming's lively voice. Boss, didn't Su Ming just look like he's on the brink of death? How has she suddenly improved? A row-looking man inquired anxiously of Eberly Boldman. Could he have a truly awakened her darn ability? The Boldman cast a dismissive egglin seat Su Ming, crossing his arms, HMPH, it's merely a momentary arrival befodeth. He continued, this kid killed my brother alongside that wolf girl, regardless of whether he possessed an ability, it must danger my brother. In truth, the Boldman didn't carry about his brother's death her simplies at these authoritative eliminating Su Ming and Delia, consolidating his newly acquired gang of ruffians. The Boldman understood that after being captured by the sea slave traders, escape was impossible. It was better to organize a team first when sold to Black Mountain Fort Manning, he could at least become as Malbush himself. With this thought, the Boldman smirked coldly. I've heard Tatima Senaria Shave captured another batch of refugees and are bringing them thighs way. Soon, there won't be no shackles and cages. Well likely bickermed into our larger car jolved outdoors. Went Hatton Combs, it will be reportunate to strike. After no engine agreement, the ruffians looked at Elias' figure, licking high lips. Summing, what's hold we do next, Aururiel going to the Black Mountain into Minical. Elia poked Su Ming Sam. Come closer. Su Ming leaning closely to Elias' wolf-fear sound whispered, I've awakened an ability, and it seems I have a rethinone. What? Elias is wide in astonishment. Su Ming methods earnestly, primer light one still confidence in his teammate. The more abilities Su Ming extracted, the more formidable would become in this place. He envisioned leaving this place with confidence and ease. Su Ming had known tentai enough elaborating further he simply stated, IV plan that will turn Thai's entire slave trade station upside down. Really, Elias sparkled with excitement. Absolutely, Su Ming replied with a smile. Then, Hikasula scooped a handful of sand from the ground. As she scattered her sand back into the earth, he activated endless extraction. Chapter 3, Debut Extraction Ability. You have extracted the extraordinary ability entry, Mastery of Sand, from the act of playing with sand. Note, this entry can only be affixed to your own being. Mastery of Sand, : Upon affixing this entry to yourself, you shall gain the power to manipulate nearby mounds of sand at will, enabling rapid movement, dispersion, and all manner of control. Current level. LV1. Su Ming directly bestowed the control of sand upon himself. In an instant, a faint golden glow enveloped him. The next moment, he began to sense that he could manipulate all the sand within a radius of 10 meters at will. Su Ming gazed intently at the small mound of sand outside the prison gate, conjuring an image in his mind. With a mere thought directed at the sand pile, it began to shift, instantly forming the shape of Koan Iron Mountain. This is intriguing, Su Ming mused, focusing his mind once more. The mound of sand transformed into a blade of sand. With a swift whoosh, the sand blade shot forth, striking a nearby stone. Upon impact, a shallow crack marred the stone's surface. He nodded in satisfaction. This is quite a remarkable ability. In the desolate world, it could be said that barren land was omnipresent. The earth itself might well be outnumbered by sand. Although the lethality of the sand blade is not particularly great, he reflected. When a dozen sand blades sweep toward an enemy simultaneously, it is akin to being subjected to 1,000 cuts. Moreover, it can directly allow the sand to invade the enemy's body, tearing apart their internal organs. Contemplating this, the notion of annihilating an entire mercenary squad arose spontaneously in Su Ming's mind. However, he quickly recognized that with only the level 1 control of sand, he could not yet emulate Gara and achieve absolute defense using sand. At present, I remain high in offense but low in defense. Seeking to eradicate an entire mercenary squad poses a significant risk to my life. Su Ming resolved to enhance his self-preservation capabilities first. Let me see how upgrading works, he thought. With that, he opened the system panel and accessed personal information. In the next moment, a virtual panel materialized before his retina. Survivor of Su Ming level, LV1. Every 10 levels constitutes a tier. Leveling up does not confer any attribute bonuses but unlocks additional rewards, greater system permissions, and more quests. The level corresponds with the world difficulty and quest difficulty. Strength 5, related to attack power and carrying capacity. Intelligence 7, related to spell damage and spellcasting range. Stamina 5, related to health points, defense, and resistance to abnormalities. Agility : 6, related to movement and attack speed. Charm 8, related to social interactions and summoning. Luck 10, influences the probability of obtaining gold from treasure chests. Mental power 10, related to accuracy, sensitivity, and mana. The average human level is generally around 5. Personal information is provided for the convenience of survivors to assess their own strength and is unrelated to actual combat prowess. The level of attributes only affects the physical condition of the survivor. However, victory in combat is not solely determined by physical condition. In practical scenarios, it entirely depends on individual capability. In the early stages, reliably absorbing crystal cores can lead to rapid leveling. Crystal cores are the currency of this world and are one of the key elements for survivor advancement. After absorbing crystal cores, it is essential to continually enhance your status within this world and employ various abilities to engage in combat, hunting, trade, and competition to fully absorb the crystal cores. Status: slightly injured and currently in the process of self-healing. Abilities: Sat Smiley Vibrant Life, Control of Sand, Beast Taming, Mechanical Prosthetics, None, Mutation, None, Pets, None, Temporary Entries. Sat Smiley None. Hint: the effects of endless extraction will undergo a qualitative transformation as your level increases. For instance, at a lower level, extracting stone may yield only the mundane ability of hardening. Yet, upon attaining a higher level, what do you suppose you could extract from stone? This foundational attribute is quite comparable to Su Ming's actual situation. Stamina, strength, and agility all reflect merely an ordinary human level. However, Su Ming's intelligence, charm, luck, and mental power surpass that of an average person, which comes as a surprise to him. Enhancing one's status to better absorb crystal cores and facilitate leveling up is understood. Should Su Ming attempt to employ endless extraction on the sun at this moment, it would likely prove challenging to extract the ability to detonate enemies instantaneously. After all, Su Ming's current level is far too low. Acquiring such an extraordinary ability directly would still be premature. Crystal cores serve as currency and are also crucial for advancement. Thus, finding ways to amass wealth would enable significant leveling. Once upgraded, the entries he extracts could become even more formidable. To summarize succinctly, life is simply about one thing, making money. While Su Ming contemplated his financial strategy, suddenly, the cage imprisoning Elia was violently kicked by a rogue mercenary. Boom, the wooden cage confining Elia shook violently, causing the one containing Su Ming to tremble as well. Su Ming turned his gaze towards the rogue mercenary. Get over here, you filthy beast. A burly mercenary, his face marred by excess flesh, maliciously extended his grimy hand, attempting to seize Elia for nefarious purposes. Frustrated by his inability to capture Elia, the rogue mercenary kicked the cage once more. Boom, Elia huddled in the corner of her cage, striving to conceal herself further. Quest, protect your companion. Quest difficulty. Simple. Quest summary, the rogue mercenary intends to violate your companion while unmonitored. Quest objective, protect your companion without revealing your presence. Quest rewards, random treasure chest rewards, and an increase in companion affinity. Quest failure, there is a certain probability of sustaining severe injury, with a higher likelihood of death. Damn it. Get over here, let me have a feel. The rogue mercenary, growing increasingly agitated by his inability to reach Elia, had evidently not touched a woman in quite some time. Seizing the opportunity with his supervising mercenary captain absent, he dared to indulge in his desires with the attractive wolf girl. Elia, with her silky blue bobbed hair, bore dust and grime on her face, yet her round visage revealed exquisite features, particularly her large azure eyes reminiscent of tranquil lakes, lively and enchanting. Her ears were furry wolf ears, and behind her, a sleek blue wolf tail hung gracefully, its tip soft and fluffy. No wonder the boss is confident he can sell you to a nobleman. You wolf beast, you are indeed quite a sight. The rogue mercenary licked his lips, revealing a lecherous grin. The other slaves, noticing the unfolding spectacle, eagerly anticipated the scene. Looks like there's a grand show to behold. The other slaves glanced at Su Ming, only to find him with his eyes closed, feigning sleep. With a swift motion, the rogue mercenary drew his sword and thrust it into the cage, attempting to prod Elia towards his outstretched grasp. No. Elia's eyes widened in fear as she beheld the sword poised to slice her throat. Come here. The rogue mercenary believed he was about to succeed. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the air filled with swirling sand, the slaves who had been eager to watch were instantly blinded by the sandstorm. Simultaneously, a blade of sand struck the rogue mercenary's face. Oh. My eyes, woo-woo. As he screamed, the sand rushed into his mouth and nose, choking him and leaving him breathless. Oh, sand in my throat. He panicked, clawing at his throat in a futile attempt to escape the sudden suffocation. Why did a strong wind suddenly kick up? Can sand even enter this mercenary's throat? The other recovering slaves were astonished by this bizarre scene. Elia too was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Could it be? Elia slowly turned her head towards Su Ming, who was still feigning sleep. He slightly opened his eyes and smiled at her. Impressive. Elia discreetly gave Su Ming a thumbs up. Su Ming cast a cold glance at the now purple-faced mercenary, choking to death. Killing him now would raise alarms among the other mercenaries, complicating Su Ming's future plans to plunder their stronghold. However, Su Ming could allow the sand to permeate his internal organs, inflicting damage that would likely lead to his demise from internal agony in a matter of days. Dissipate. With a mere thought, the sand lodged in the rogue mercenary's throat slid down his esophagus, then spread. The rogue mercenary finally freed himself from choking, but the pain in his insides was excruciating. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his face a deep shade of purple. A wind could actually drive sand into my throat. I'm done for, the sand has gone down, my stomach hurts so much. What terrible luck. I'm done playing. I want to go back. The rogue mercenary clumsily rose from the ground, glaring viciously at Elia before turning to flee without a backward glance. This brief interlude came to an end. The other slaves, initially eager for entertainment, found themselves with sand in their eyes and cursed their misfortune. Only Elia covered her mouth, giggling softly to herself. Quest completed. You have received a treasure chest, white. Open. Yes, no. A white treasure chest. Let us see what it contains. Su Ming mused inwardly. You have received the following reward. Happy Smiley. Secret Tome, The Chronicles of the Great Thief, white. Summary. After rapid reading, unexpected mysterious enhancements will occur. To his astonishment, he had acquired a tome on thievery. He would examine it later, as besides this treasure chest, Su Ming had another unexpected gain. Elia, come here, I have a treasure to show you. Su Ming whispered to Elia. Eagerly, she leaned closer to him. After smiling at her, Su Ming extended his hand, placing a crystal-clear crystal core into her palm. Upon touching the crystal core, Elia's eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? A crystal core from a ferocious beast. Su Ming, how did you obtain this? Chapter 4. Feng Juqian remains unconvinced. If one were to inquire about the origin of the ferocious beast crystal core in Su Ming's possession, the answer is undoubtedly that it was pilfered. The rogue mercenaries had come, after all, they surely intended to leave behind some token. While tormenting him moments ago, Ming had deftly manipulated the sand to infiltrate the hidden pocket of his captive, surreptitiously extracting the crystal core nestled within. Upon hearing Ming's explanation, Elia's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Ming, this first-tier crystal core is remarkably intact. It must represent a significant portion of that mercenary's earnings over the past 6 months. Could it not elevate my level substantially upon absorption? Ming pondered inwardly. You possess natural-type abilities? Elia inquired with curiosity. Even someone like Elia, a subhuman ranger devoid of any powers herself, understood that natural abilities were nothing short of miraculous. Her enthusiasm swelled further as she exclaimed, and you can manipulate sand. If you were to utilize this ability and join a military force in one of the major cities, she continued, with your rarity, they would undoubtedly provide you with housing and even a spouse. After listening to Elia's words, Ming merely shook his head in silence. He held no interest in enlisting or being assigned resources. Before his transmigration, he had been toiling for others. Now that he had finally crossed over, equipped with an invincible endless extraction system, it would be futile to return to servitude. Becoming an emperor was the true path. If given the opportunity, Ming aspired to construct a mobile fortress. This way, he could traverse the world, gathering various entries and rapidly evolving into the strongest being. Why are you shaking your head? Elia questioned. If that were the case, you wouldn't have to endure this life of fleeing. Before she could finish her thought, a twinge of reluctance surged within her. Elia mused, if Ming could escape the slave station, he would likely not have to wander alongside me any longer. It seems I must continue my search for my sister alone. With a touch of melancholy, Elia lowered her gaze. Ming replied, working, that is simply out of the question. I intend to become the lord of my own city. Elia, with the sluggishness of an otter, lifted her head, her eyes wide and bewildered. Is that truly feasible? Absolutely, Ming affirmed earnestly. However, it requires some strategic thinking, such as determining how to achieve the initial accumulation of capital. What on earth is this capital you speak of? I don't understand. Elia scratched her head, momentarily forgetting her status as an indigenous person unfamiliar with such concepts. The fastest way to establish a formidable faction and acquire vast resources is through black market dealings, Ming remarked, casting a glance at the mercenaries outside the cage. Black market dealings. Elia's spirit soared at the notion. Though she was clueless as to how Ming intended to consume all the resources of the slave traders, she was content to follow him blindly. Ming, from now on, we shall have our own titles. You shall call me your little brother, and I shall refer to you as my big boss. Is that acceptable? Elia asked with eager anticipation. Your companion, Elia, has sworn allegiance to you. You will unlock the companion growth system. Of course, Ming agreed. Elia beamed with delight, exclaiming, hooray. Companion panel, Elia, level, LV1. Strength 7, Intelligence 5, Stamina 8, Agility 10, Charisma 8, Luck 5, Mental Strength 5, Skills Assassination LV2, Lockpicking LV2, Stealth LV3, Theft LV4, Danger Perception LV4. Development Potential, : Awaiting awakening. Is it possible for Elia to possess awakening potential? That remains to be seen in the future. For now, it is prudent to contemplate an escape. As Ming instructed, you may amuse yourself for the time being. I have matters to attend to. Elia nodded and replied, understood, leader. After Ming spoke, he turned and retrieved the crystal core he had just pilfered. Would you like to absorb the crystal core? Yes. Level up successful. Survivor, Ming level, LV2. The endless extraction has been enhanced, your ability to extract stronger attributes has increased. The manipulation of sand has evolved. You may now choose a direction for its evolution. To discover that leveling up could also enhance one's abilities was a source of considerable satisfaction for Ming. However, he could distinctly sense that the next upgrade would demand a significantly greater quantity of crystals. Ding! Congratulations on completing your first upgrade. You have unlocked a new task, Newcomer Upgrade Competition. Objective. Reach LV5. The first newcomer to achieve LV5 will receive generous rewards. With the announcement of this competitive system, the ambitious newcomers erupted with excitement. Among them, Feng Juqian was the most exhilarated, as he believed he finally had the opportunity to regain the face he had lost moments earlier in front of Ming. Feng Juqian. Ming, you lowly slave, aren't you quite formidable? Let's see if you can outpace me this time. Feng Juqian, in 3 hours, once I digest the potion, I shall voraciously consume the crystals. Feng Juqian. I am the son of the city lord from the outset, how could I possibly lose to you? Let us see how you, a mere slave, gather enough crystals to ascend to LV5. Sneer Li Haojian. Does anyone care about you? What are you even barking about? Feng Jiuqian Li Haoqian, what are you barking for, mutt? Following this, they engaged in a flurry of banter within the chat channel, hurling insults at each other. Xu Zixing. Damn, a single crystal is equivalent to over half a year's salary for an ordinary person. Where am I supposed to procure a dozen crystals in just a few hours? Chen Ming Xian. Exactly, what kind of absurd competition is this? I swear, even robbing a bank wouldn't yield any banks to rob. An upgrade competition. Su Ming mused, does Feng Jiuqian need to fully absorb the potion before he can proceed with his upgrade? While he was uncertain if others could surpass him, he was confident that Feng Jiuqian had no chance. Acquiring crystals shouldn't be too difficult for me, Su Ming contemplated as he surveyed the mercenaries around him. Are they not walking crystals? Suddenly, Su Ming heard the distant sound of footsteps echoing across the desolate land. It seems the mercenaries employed by the slave traders are returning. Soon, they will likely take us to relocate our position. With this thought, a subtle smile graced Su Ming's lips. As long as mercenaries remained within a 10-meter radius of him, he could manipulate sand to stealthily pilfer the crystals from their pockets. Su Ming abruptly realized that he had not come to be a lowly slave. Rather, he was here to reap the harvest. While awaiting their return, he picked up a stone and, using a fraction of his mental energy, extracted a defensive ability. He had acquired the defensive ability, Skin of the Stony Hide. The only materials Su Ming could extract were stones, shadows, sand, wooden cages, rusted shackles, and the shadows beneath his feet. Extracting rusty iron shackles. Acquired, metal attribute, rust corrosion. When attached to an object, it accelerates the rusting process of that item. When attached to you, it allows you to cause ordinary iron items within a 10-meter radius to corrode, thereby diminishing their offensive capabilities against you. So it's not something like metal control. It seems my level is still insufficient. Extracting shadow. Acquired, shadow attribute, shadow doppelganger can only be attached to yourself. Harnessing the power of shadows enables a doubling of training speed. It can enhance training. But I don't even know how to train yet. I guess it will be useful later. Extracting wooden cage. Acquired, wood attribute, wood manipulation can only be attached to yourself. You can manipulate wooden items or ordinary trees to bend, stretch, and perform various offensive maneuvers. To be honest, the capabilities of this attribute are not particularly formidable, as it cannot summon and control plants from thin air. Aside from the cage, there's hardly any wood nearby, save for firewood. After merely 10 minutes, many slaves were ushered out of their cages, forming lines and preparing to advance towards the base located several kilometers away. The base? Su Ming felt a surge of anticipation. The treasures from the slave trader's storm should suffice to become my first fortune, right? With this thought, he pulled out the Chronicles of the Notorious Thief and quickly flipped through it. A new attribute appeared. Would you like to extract attributes from the thieving book, allowing thieving attributes to become one of the evolutionary directions of sand manipulation? Certainly, after evolution, wouldn't that mean I could steal wherever I go? Sand manipulation, integrate thieving attributes and evolve towards automatic theft. Chapter 5. The art of theft. Must we depart for the headquarters so soon? Arya glanced apprehensively at the mercenaries bustling outside the cage, and with a hint of worry, she addressed Su Ming, boss, we are surely going to be separated soon. This was Arya's greatest fear. The thought that once they parted ways, they might never find each other again was disheartening. Su Ming was acutely aware of this concern. I nearly forgot, I have a means to locate you, Arya exclaimed, her spirits lifting. I have memorized your scent. I am confident I can track you down using my sense of smell. However, the issue lies in the fact that you may not be able to find me. Arya's enthusiasm waned slightly. I can also use my sense of smell to find you, Su Ming suddenly interjected. Is that true? Can humans possess a sense of smell as potent as that of us wolfkin? Arya stared at Su Ming in astonishment. Su Ming, of course, did not possess such a keen sense of smell. Yet, he could activate his ability to tame beasts, allowing him to train a small creature to locate Arya by scent. Taking a deep breath, Arya spoke earnestly, regardless, I believe in your capabilities. With that, she grasped her fluffy wolf tail and, after swallowing hard, she finally steeled herself and plucked a tuft of fur from it. Ouch. That hurts. Arya pouted, handing the tuft of her tail fur to Su Ming. You must find me, boss. Su Ming tentatively sniffed the tail fur and immediately wrinkled his brow. Your tail's odor is quite memorable. Arya exclaimed, I do not smell. In a bid to prove her point, she pressed her tail to her face and took a deep breath. Ew. Arya was overwhelmed by the scent of her own tail. Why has my tail become so foul-smelling? Arya lamented, tears brimming in her eyes. She had been overly confident about her hygiene, having not bathed for several weeks. Once I escape, I shall definitely wash myself. Arya hoped earnestly. Su Ming found her foolishness amusing. You come out. A mercenary swung open the door to Arya's cage, yanking the chains from her shackles and leading her away. Arya turned back repeatedly to gaze at Su Ming, her eyes filled with reluctance. Su Ming watched her retreating figure, resolve hardening within him. Tonight, I shall assist Arya in stealing everything from the slave trader's stronghold, and then we shall make our escape. At that moment, a dozen mercenaries swung open the doors to their cages, ushering Su Ming and the others out. All of you, step out. Anyone who dares to act out of line will be executed on the spot. 5 minutes later, the entire group of slaves marched onward toward the headquarters without pause. They formed several long lines, resembling a filthy worm writhing across the ground. Mercenaries flanked them on either side, ensuring compliance. Should any slave falter or stumble, they were met with merciless lashes from the whips of the guards. The procession appeared remarkably orderly and swift. Arya and the other female slaves were positioned at the rear of the line, while Su Ming was not far ahead of her, within her line of sight, offering her some reassurance. It's so hot, the slaves trudged forward, their backs bent with fatigue. Be quiet. Speaking only makes you thirstier, the others retorted, suffering under the harsh sun, their skin scorched and stinging. They struggled to traverse the dusty terrain, their bare feet pained by the sharp stones beneath them. Each step was a torment. Only Su Ming seemed unaffected, even feigning exhaustion to blend in with the others. The competition for upgrades continues. Current highest level, LV3, Li Meng Meng Li Meng Meng. You might as well give up, the reward is undoubtedly mine. Starting off in a brothel has allowed me to earn money far more swiftly than you all. Li Haoqian, I can't be bothered to argue. This is indeed hard-earned money, and you deserve it. Someone's making quite a fortune, Su Ming remarked, yet, when it came to earning money, nothing compared to the speed of thievery. Since his upgrade, he had discovered that his control over sand had intensified. Now, he could manipulate loose sand to form a sturdy whip, capable of choking an enemy without issue. Utilizing this ability to pilfer items from the mercenaries' backpacks would be even simpler. Now, I need to find a few unfortunate souls to divert the mercenaries' attention, Su Ming contemplated as he devised his plan for thievery. At that moment, 3 sinister gazes fixed upon him, those of the ruffians who had previously plotted to eliminate him. Boss, shall we strike now? The buck-toothed man inquired. This is the perfect opportunity. He has sustained grievous injuries. A few more lashes from the mercenaries, and he will surely perish, the bald man grinned maliciously. We should seize the moment and knock him down, the buck-toothed man suggested. Someone is watching me. Su Ming sensed the scrutiny of the bald man and his cohorts. Thanks to the enhancement of his attributes, he easily detected their gaze. Did they actually glance at me? Su Ming's vigilance heightened. Although he was unaware of their intentions, he understood one thing. Their gaze upon him indicated malice, a potential threat to his very life. Sure enough, he noticed the trio stealthily approaching him. It would be absurd if such lowly thugs posed any genuine threat to him. Charge! The ruffians grinned as they hastened toward Su Ming. But then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Their grins faded as strands of sand, woven into ropes, ensnared their ankles, causing them to stumble violently. Thud, they fell face first to the ground, breaking their noses and sending blood gushing forth. Oh! Their cries instantly attracted the attention of the nearby mercenaries. What are you fools doing? One mercenary barked angrily. Get up! Another mercenary yanked on his whip. Why yes. They glanced fearfully at the mercenary's whip, scrambling to their feet in a panic. Bewildered, they wondered how they had tripped when there was nothing in their path. As they rose and attempted to move forward, they were once again brought down by the sand, landing in unison on the ground once more. Their already broken noses fractured again. This is the end, they exclaimed in terror, looking up. The 3 mercenaries stepped in unison, under the scorching sun. Escorting the foul-smelling slaves was already infuriating enough. Now, these fools were repeatedly falling over, provoking the mercenaries' ire. Do you enjoy falling? Then, the mercenaries bared their teeth, unleashing their fury upon the hapless ruffians with their whips. Crack, crack, crack. Oh, stop hitting me, oh. They were mercilessly whipped, their bravado shattered. It was a miracle if they survived this ordeal. Su Ming couldn't be bothered to observe the plight of these petty thugs. He retreated behind the crowd and, seizing the opportunity while 5 mercenaries were distracted by the ruffians, he swiftly manipulated the sand to pilfer 5 crystal cores from the mercenaries' backpacks. Success. Following his upgrade, Su Ming had honed his sand manipulation ability specifically for theft. Now he could send sand into backpacks to steal autonomously, guiding the sand to encase the crystal cores. He allowed them to fall to the ground, where they were promptly concealed by the sand. With the core safely in his possession, Su Ming commanded, absorb. In an instant, the 5 crystal cores were absorbed. Upgrade successful. You have reached LV3. Please select the evolution direction for your abilities. Chapter 6. How did you level up so swiftly? Have you sold something as well? You can once again choose the evolutionary direction of your abilities. Let me see which ability can evolve. Current available evolutionary ability, Taming Creatures. Option 1. Evolve a pet search radar, accurately locating creatures within a 10-meter radius suitable for domestication. Option 2. Evolve the power of biological mutation. Creatures you tame will undergo a certain degree of mutation. Unselected options will be retained for the next evolution. So the unselected options can actually be saved for next time. It seems this system is quite considerate. Ming contemplated the two options before him. He had yet to find a single creature that could be tamed, let alone one that could mutate after taming. Ming scanned his surroundings. The desolation was palpable, the cracked earth devoid of life. With only scattered patches of gravel around, it seemed nearly impossible to find any tameable creatures on his own. Without hesitation, Ming chose to evolve the pet search radar. In an instant, a verdant light, imperceptible to others, flickered above Ming's head. A radar panel, invisible to all but him, materialized before him. Ding! The upgrade race leaderboard has been updated. Current fastest levelers. Ming LV3, Meng LV3. In just over 20 minutes, the leaderboard experienced a shift, prompting a flurry of discussions among many transmigrators. Meng, no way. Ming, did you sell your soul or something? How can you level up so quickly? Li Haojian, maybe you should try a bit harder. Meng, how infuriating. You old maid, arrange for me a few more clients. Once I claim my system rewards, I shall leave this place. Xu Zijing. What the hell, the person above is too fierce, right? Chen Mingxian, Ming, big shot, where did you rob a bank? Please share your tutorial. Ming paid them no mind and focused intently on searching for a pet. The radar swept around the vicinity. After filtering out the biological signals of humans, it successfully detected an unknown creature among the crowd. Ding! The host has located a tameable creature nearby. Found it. Ming followed the direction indicated by the radar. The target was perched atop a wooden cart used for storing odds and ends. Come on, are you still falling over? The three mercenaries were frantically whipping the rascals, seizing the moment of chaos. Ming crept closer to the cart filled with clutter. Where is it? Suddenly, Ming spotted a small lizard nestled amidst the debris. The little lizard stared blankly at Ming for a moment before it attempted to scurry deeper into the mess in terror, yet, before it could take 2 steps, Ming ensnared it with sand, binding it completely. Marlar. The little lizard, enveloped in sand, gazed at Ming with wide, frightened eyes. Ding. A tameable creature has been detected. Would you like to proceed with taming? Ming, tame. Taming in progress. Taming successful. You have tamed a chameleon lizard. You have automatically extracted the ability from the chameleon lizard. You have acquired the hidden ability, mimicry and color change. Description. Mimicry and color change will envelop the host's entire body, granting the ability to change color at will, including clothing. A cooling sensation coursed through Ming's skin. Suddenly, he noticed his arm flickering between shades. One moment it matched the color of the sandy ground, the next it reverted to his natural skin tone. It worked. The ability to change color like a chameleon was akin to invisibility from certain perspectives. With this ability to mimic colors, my thieving endeavors will be all the more seamless. Alas, Ming lamented that he could not yet test how long the mimicry could last, nor determine if movement would disrupt the color-changing ability. I'll find an opportunity to experiment later tonight, Ming mused inwardly. After being tamed, the little lizard grew fond of Ming, and he released its sandy bindings. Once free, the lizard swiftly climbed into the sleeve of Ming's shirt, following his outstretched finger. Such a good little creature. Ming smiled at the lizard's tiny head peeking from his sleeve. Before his transmigration, he had only raised a pet cat. Now, having a little lizard as a companion felt refreshingly novel. Later, I shall continue to explore the endless extraction ability. If I can extract from cactus and sand, could I possibly extract some unexpected abilities from others? Ming began to survey his surroundings, searching for a suitable target. As he heard the sounds of the 3 lackeys being whipped gradually cease, Ming realized it was time to return to his original spot. Upon returning, a mercenary approached, shouting, "Everyone, gather under the shade of the large rocks to rest. Prepare for a meal." They even provide meals. Ming had been hungry since morning, only with a full stomach could he muster the energy to execute his thieving plans. As soon as the slaves heard they could rest, they swarmed towards the shadows of the rocks. The cooler spots would surely be claimed on a first-come, first-served basis. Ming was fortunate, a shaded area was nearby, and he settled down there. Eat. Soon, the mercenaries began tossing blocks of dark, gooey paste from their baskets in front of the slaves. The sight of the sandy, black paste twisted the expressions of the other slaves. Isn't this the legendary cockroach paste made from ground-up cockroaches? No way, I remember these cockroaches were radioactive, right? The recently captured slaves protested verbally. However, as their hunger intensified and their stomachs ached, they ultimately pinched their noses and stuffed the cockroach paste into their mouths. Su Ming, how tragic. He glanced at the cockroach paste on the ground. Am I also expected to eat this? Su Ming quickly turned his gaze towards the direction where Ailir was. He could see that the food given to Ailir and the other female slaves was entirely different. Each was provided with a substantial piece of roasted meat. This meat seemed to come from some massive beetle, and it looked quite plentiful. Upon witnessing this, Su Ming immediately devised a plan. He commanded the little lizard to find Ailir and request a bite of soft food for him. Eat, don't let me see you lose weight. The mercenary distributing food rudely tossed the meat in front of Ailir and the others before continuing on his way. Ailir stared at the large piece of meat in her hands, then glanced at the male slaves nearby who could only consume cockroach paste. She couldn't help but worry about Su Ming. Oh no, the boss just recovered. If he only eats that cockroach paste, won't it cause him to have an upset stomach? Is there any way to sneak over? Suddenly, Ailir noticed a chameleon lizard appearing right in front of her, and in its mouth, it held a strand of hair. Ailir focused on the hair in the lizard's mouth. Isn't this my wolf tail fur? Ailir suddenly recalled that Su Ming had mentioned he could track her by scent. Could it be that Su Ming commanded a small animal to find me? As this realization dawned upon her, her eyes lit up. Did the boss send you? The little lizard nodded, then opened its mouth towards the meat in Ailir's hands. The boss is incredible. He can even make a little lizard understand me. Ailir was taken aback. I see. Understanding the lizard's intention, Ailir quickly tore the meat in her hand in half, sharing one portion with Su Ming. The little lizard bit onto the edge of the meat, dragging it away while activating its color-changing ability to vanish from sight. Wow, the meat is camouflaged and invisible too. Ailir was quite astonished by the little lizard's ability. Soon, the little lizard arrived before Su Ming, dragging the piece of meat. Well done. Su Ming took the portion of meat that the lizard had bitten into. Although the meat was covered in dirt, Su Ming merely exerted a bit of sand manipulation to clean it off. Together, Su Ming and the little lizard enjoyed the meal. Munch, Su Ming devoured the meat, which had a smoky flavor, surprisingly lacking in any gaminess. Compared to the others, Su Ming was certainly eating the best. Now was the resting period. Su Ming tentatively activated endless extraction on a nearby mercenary. In an instant, he acquired an abstract ability. You have obtained. Chapter 7, Let the Tide Turn. You have extracted the entry beast of burden from the mercenary. Beast of burden. What an oddity. Entry beast of burden. A description, as the name implies. Applicable objects, items, plants, animals. It appears that the entries one can extract are numerous and full of surprises. The fact that this beast of burden entry can be applied to living beings is not particularly unexpected. However, the revelation that it can also be applied to inanimate objects leaves Su Ming feeling somewhat bewildered. Tentatively, Su Ming affixed the beast of burden entry to a nearby rock. The entry transformed into a beam of light and merged into the stone, yet, in less than a second, the stone expelled the entry. Su Ming gazed at the entry now back in his hand, realizing, it seems not all objects can accommodate various entries. What about affixing this entry to a living creature? Su Ming applied the beast of burden entry to a small lizard. The entry flowed as a luminous stream into the lizard's body. Instantly, the lizard's information panel refreshed. Pet chameleon lizard. Special ability mimetic color change, resilient, new evolves with its master. Resilient, : The small lizard has adopted the form of a beast of burden, enhancing its stamina. However, the cost is an increased subservience to its master. Note, this entry cannot be stacked infinitely and can only be upgraded singularly. After reviewing the lizard's panel, Su Ming felt a sense of astonishment. It appears that the beast of burden entry, when applied to living beings, facilitates an increase in their stamina. I presume it would yield similar effects on plants. Yet, I wonder, on which items must the beast of burden entry be applied to truly unleash its potential? Su Ming set this question aside, deciding to conduct further experiments in the future. With time still on his side, he continued the endless extraction. Su Ming directed his palm towards the sun and initiated the extraction. Extracted entry light from the sun. Description enables clarity in perceiving what you wish to see. Applicable objects, items, plants, animals. Indeed, I had hoped that while extracting from the sun, I might acquire nuclear fusion. Su Ming gazed at the light entry in his palm, shaking his head in disappointment. Nevertheless, he believed that as his level increased, there would come a day when he could extract an entry from the sun that surpasses even nuclear fusion. Su Ming chose to directly affix the light entry to himself. In an instant, a brilliant light surged into his eyes. You have acquired the ability of the reconnaissance system, night vision. Description: upon activating the night vision ability, after consuming a certain amount of mental energy, you will be able to see clearly in the dark. As Ming observed the light entry merging with his vision, he initially envisioned transforming into a being of electric sight. Well then, one step at a time. With this newfound night vision ability, Ming was now better equipped for stealthy endeavors under the cover of night. He once again initiated endless extraction with several other mercenaries and even slaves, resulting in more instances of the Beast of Burden entry. It seems that all roads lead to the Beast of Burden. The entries from both mercenaries and slaves are quite monotonous. Stored entries: Smiley Beast of Burden 3. After extracting these entries, Ming found his mental energy nearly depleted. He needed to conserve half of it to manipulate sand for swiftly stealing crystal nuclei. One mercenary was lazily leaning against a rock, and a small pile of sand stealthily burrowed into his backpack. Crystal Nucleus 1. Another mercenary was engaged in a card game with a few others, their backpacks resting nearby. Several small piles of sand similarly infiltrated their bags. Crystal Nucleus 3. Crystal Nucleus 6. I can't go any further, the mercenaries beyond this point exceed the range of my abilities. Ming rubbed the corners of his eyes, feeling somewhat fatigued. While the other slaves were asleep, only Ming was tirelessly pilfering crystal nuclei, which left him utterly exhausted. Absorb. Absorbed crystal nuclei 10. Survivor Ming a level LV4. Endless extraction has been enhanced. Sand manipulation has awakened a new evolutionary direction. Choice 1. Rapid convergence: summon a multitude of sand particles swiftly to your side for your utilization. Choice 2. Violent dispersion: upon dispersal, the sand generates considerable repulsive force, capable of shredding nearby targets. Unselected options will remain for future consideration. Both evolutions are exceedingly beneficial. The first evolution allows Ming to amass a greater quantity of sand, enabling him to face multiple foes with ease. The second evolution essentially transforms the sand into shrapnel grenades, amplifying its lethality. Introducing sand into an enemy's body before expanding and tearing it apart proves to be a swifter method of assassination than suffocating them with sand. Ming feels this approach is particularly suited for stealthy eliminations. He opts for the second choice. Evolution successful. Ming gathered a small cluster of sand from a distance. With a resounding pop, the scattered sand burst forth like a miniature explosive, sending fragments of stone flying in all directions. Suddenly, as Ming reached LV4, a message in the chat channel caught his attention. Feng Jiuqian, Ming. Feng Jiuqian, I've successfully digested it, you're about to lose. Ming. What? Not even an hour has passed, and you've already digested the potion? Ming felt a sense of disbelief. Nevertheless, he refrained from responding to Feng Jiuqian. Feng Jiuqian, it only takes 35 crystal cores to ascend from LV2 to LV5. That's merely pocket change for me. Feng Jiuqian, I'm going to level up explosively now. Li Meng, no. How is that fair? I'm on the brink of reaching LV4, how can this happen? Li Haoqian. Sigh, why bother with the fuss, I've already made my move. Henqian, Feng Jiuqian, I too have consumed the potion, I am also the son of the city lord, why should you digest it faster than I do? Upon reading this, Ming remained undeterred. I still need 20 crystal cores. He glanced at the mercenaries surrounding him, contemplating blinding them all and seizing the necessary cores to forcefully elevate himself to LV5. Suddenly, a cacophony of angry voices reached his ears from a distance. Following the sound, Ming beheld a group of mercenaries frantically scouring the ground. What a disaster, where are my crystal cores? They are gone. Me too. Damn it. An enraged mercenary slammed his backpack onto the ground. They were on the verge of exploding with fury. This piece of fierce beast crystal core represented a significant portion of their earnings over the past 6 months, and this payment was issued just the other day. To lose it today was akin to having labored for half a year in vain. The mercenaries felt as though the sky had fallen upon them. Damn it, I suspect our crystal cores vanished while we were whipping those damn slaves, one mercenary growled. Exactly. Damn it, those slaves, come out here. Did you steal our crystal cores? The few rogues who had initially plotted against Ming were left utterly dumbfounded upon hearing this. They had each just received over 100 lashes and were barely alive as it was. Steal crystal cores, where would they find the audacity to do so? They exchanged bewildered glances, questioning one another. Not you, did you steal? Who the hell are you accusing? So no one admits it, huh? I'll beat you until you confess. The mercenaries brandished their whips once more, unleashing a torrent of blows upon them. In an instant, their cries of anguish reverberated throughout the scene. What the hell, guys? Ming observed the ongoing commotion, perplexed. How did you all inexplicably pin the blame on me? It appeared they were destined to be left in this predicament. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in Su Ming's mind. Enemies intending to cause you harm have been resolved through some means. Novice task, commencement, completed. The novice task is complete. Beginning settlement, time taken to complete the novice task, 30 minutes. Your speed is remarkably swift, surpassing 98.5 of novice survivors. Your damage incurred status, 0. Surpassing 99.5 of novice survivors. You have received the following rewards. Acquired, Beast Crystal Core 20. Earned leaderboard points, 3000. As Su Ming beheld these 20 crystal cores in his possession, the tide of the battle was instantaneously turned. Chapter 8, The Absurd Slave Trader. In an instant, 20 crystal nuclei materialized in Su Ming's hands. Absorb. Survivor Su Ming level LV5. As Su Ming successfully leveled up, the system simultaneously announced across the entire server. Congratulations to Su Ming. You have claimed the first place in this newcomer leveling competition. Time taken, 30 minutes and 7 seconds. Congratulations also to the following second place contenders, who were merely 7 seconds behind Su Ming. What a pity. Second place, LV5 Feng Jiuqian, Heng Qian, Simmons, Umasher, and 3,421 others omitted. Third place, LV4 Li Mengmeng, Di San, and 18,441 others omitted. Regrettably, the vast majority of those in second place were delayed in their leveling due to their abilities. Even more unfortunate is that those in second place received no rewards. First place reward. 5,000 mole trade coins. The mole trade coins will play a crucial role in subsequent developments. The newly initiated players in the game were left utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that once again, the infamous slave, Su Ming, would seize the top spot. Among them, the most discontented were undoubtedly the 3,421 individuals who shared the second place. Heng Qian, Su Ming, I surpass you by fortune. Umasher, is it open? Heng Qian, Feng Jiuqian, how did you swiftly digest the potion? This Su Ming has only recently acquired his powers, why can he absorb it faster than you? Feng Jiuqian, indeed, this Su Ming is also an ability user, on what grounds can he level up without fully digesting the potion? Feng Jiuqian, I had to consume an expensive potion that drained my lifespan to achieve rapid digestion. What does this slave have to justify his speed? Once the leveling competition concludes, I can devote myself to rescuing Alier, Su Ming pondered. Survivors who complete the novice tasks will unlock the monthly survivor points leaderboard. At the end of the month, the top 10 survivors on the leaderboard will receive rewards. Those in the top 3 will garner more substantial rewards. The first place survivor will receive an elite reward. Survivor points leaderboard top 100, first place. Yang Pamian, points 30,000. Second place, Zhou Yubing, points 29,990. Rank 90, Su Ming, score 3000. Rank 100, Shin Miao Miao, score. This wasteland world is perilously dangerous. There are all manner of lunatics and terror factions roaming about, especially near the newcomers. Many have opted to simply stay put, spamming the public screen in hopes of gathering vital information. They intend to ensure a safe path to survival before taking any action. Consequently, the figures on the newcomer leaderboard have naturally attracted considerable attention from many fresh entrants. Numerous newcomers, unable to guarantee their own safety, are hardly in a position to concern themselves with rankings. They are eager to discover how these prominent figures ascended so swiftly. Just then, when Su Ming, who achieved a rare accomplishment within 2.5 minutes of the game, appeared before the crowd of newcomers, he instantly captured their attention. Wang Heng. No way. Isn't he that the Su Ming who started as a black slave? Li Xian, my goodness, his score is skyrocketing. While I'm still scavenging for scraps, he's already climbing the leaderboard. Shen Miao Miao. Did he consume some kind of miracle drug? How can I, with such a favorable start, be outperformed by Su Ming? This is astonishing. Xiu Yi, Su Ming, add me as a friend. If you take care of my sister, I'll keep you company while you sleep. Li Xian, give it a rest, didn't he? You just confessed to me that we're buddies. Xiu Yi. What do you know? Am I not charming enough? The top player already has 30,000 points during the novice phase. Su Ming felt a bit taken aback. Meanwhile, Feng Jiuqian, who had previously boasted of being the son of a city lord, had yet to even make the leaderboard. Su Ming realized that there were indeed individuals far superior to him, indicating that some were born into circumstances that others could never aspire to reach. Perhaps they were the offspring of some sacred domain. Of course, this was not something Su Ming needed to concern himself with at the moment. Regardless, I have my advantages. As long as I level up quickly enough, making it into the top 10 of the leaderboard for a reward should be entirely feasible. In exactly 1 month, the Blood Moon Beast Tide would arrive. Perhaps those survivors who secured a spot in the top 10 would possess greater survival capabilities amidst this calamity. The rewards were certainly something Su Ming intended to claim. He would focus solely on climbing the leaderboard. In a month's time, the results would reveal themselves. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ming glanced at their chat channel. To his surprise, he stumbled upon an astonishing revelation. Zhuang Jixiong, do you remember me? I am the one who was impaled on a stick by a madman and roasted over a fire. Song Ming, what? Brother, you're still alive? Zhuang Jixiong, yes. The good news is that I'm still alive. The bad news is, I've joined a cult. Now I have to pray to a radiation-filled idol every day. Jiao Ben, goodness, brother, you won't believe what I'm about to say. Song Ming. Wait, you're still alive too. Jiao Ben, the bandit leader caught a whiff of my stench and thought I was exceptionally gifted. He sent me undercover to a rival bandit camp. Jiao Ben. He even made me defecate in their food. If I pull this off, the bandit leader promised to help me gain mutated abilities. Song Ming, seriously, man. It truly is the case. As long as one is not dead, there might still be a chance for an unexpected turnaround. Su Ming gleaned nothing of value from the chat channel. Just then, the mercenary bellowed, everyone. Get up, break time is over. Form an orderly line, it's time to set off. Su Ming rose and rejoined the ranks of the slave army. Several hours later, as they approached the main camp, dusk was settling in. We're almost there, everyone. Pick up the pace. The mercenary captain shouted back at the slaves. In the distance, a settlement made of various ochre stones gradually came into view. It seems we have finally arrived at the slave traders' main base. Su Ming's gaze deepened as he observed the distant sight. At present, Su Ming had numerous cards up his sleeve. For him, escaping was a simple matter. However, to strike it rich, Su Ming needed to wait for nightfall. He intended to ascertain where the treasures lay within this slave trader's stronghold. Soon, under the guidance of the mercenaries, the slave army marched into the heart of the trader's base. Under the mercenaries' direction, all the slaves lined up in rows on the barren, dusty square, awaiting the master of the camp to assess their worth. Finally, we are all gathered. A portly slave trader, clad in an ostentatious robe, sauntered lazily out from a tent. Squinting, the trader flashed a disingenuous smile at the mercenary leader, exclaiming, You've worked hard, let us enjoy a night of fine food and drink, my brothers, har har har. The mercenary leader forced a smile, nodding in agreement. Let us arrange these slaves first. Indeed. After the trader nodded, he bypassed the mercenary leader and began scrutinizing each slave with his shrewd eyes. The trader ambled past the line of slaves, his gaze darting around as if he intended to seize every potential opportunity for profit. After examining several groups of slaves without finding any to his liking, he finally laid eyes on Su Ming. At the moment their gazes met, the trader slightly raised an eyebrow. A hypocritical smile spread across his face, revealing a set of yellowed, smoke-stained teeth as he inquired, What is your name? Su Ming casually replied, Cai Cohen. What a striking name, the trader beamed with delight. After appraising Su Ming a few times, he suddenly remarked, Young man, do you believe that we slave traders merely sell you lot off to the Black Mountain for mining? Su Ming could not be bothered to respond, and the trader continued, Listen, from now on, I will be your benefactor. I have a client who is a young lady from a small village, seeking a handsome personal guard. I think you would be quite suitable. The trader's words left the surrounding slaves astounded. They erupted in a flurry of protests. No way, just because he is a bit handsome, he gets to be sold as a lady's guard. Why him? Seriously, I'm not bad looking either, pick me. The trader chuckled, addressing Su Ming, As long as you follow my arrangements, I assure you a bright future awaits. Su Ming remained indifferent to his words. Selecting members for a lady's guard from amongst slaves, that is akin to a dubious recruiter promising you a job in a factory with no qualifications required, boasting a salary of over 10,000, with accommodation and meals provided, while only working 8-hour shifts. Chapter 9, Not a buddy. If Su Ming believes this, he must be quite the fool. The slave trader, noticing Su Ming's lack of expression, merely chuckled and shook his head. He then proceeded to walk past Su Ming, moving on to inspect the next slave. After completing his rounds, he stood on the platform before all the slaves and announced loudly, I must clarify that not all of us slave traders are villains. I assure you, I am one of the good ones. As soon as these words left the slave trader's lips, the slaves below exchanged sarcastic smiles. Ignoring their skepticism, the trader continued, I've heard it said that before we captured you, you were all wandering refugees, correct? I dare say, you wretched wanderers are even worse off than being enslaved. In a couple of days, I will send you to Smith Mine, where at least you will have food and shelter. As refugees, could you count on having daily meals and a roof over your heads? Upon hearing this, many of the refugees were genuinely swayed. Indeed, our days of fleeing have left us with nothing but hunger. Perhaps being sold into mining is not so bad after all. It seems we've stumbled upon a stroke of luck with the slave trader. Well, let us consider it a transition to the mine. Many refugees began to convince themselves, as if they could faintly perceive some hope emanating from the slave trader. Observing this scene, the trader revealed a knowing smile. As long as you behave, we'll provide food and drink for the next couple of days before sending you off. With that, the slave trader turned and departed. Numerous captured refugees found themselves momentarily dazed by the trader's words, suddenly perceiving him as a benevolent figure. Subsequently, Ming and the others were confined in a large cage, their feet shackled with heavy irons. They were allotted specific times for using the restroom and eating. For the rest of the time, they were forced to remain in the cage. Meanwhile, Eliu was taken to an unknown cage, completely out of Ming's sight. Through the bars, Ming gazed at the sun, which was nearly set, quietly awaiting the arrival of nightfall. As darkness enveloped the land, the slaves, having nothing to occupy their time, succumbed to an early slumber. Initially feigning sleep, Ming slowly opened his eyes, for just moments ago, the system had dispatched a new task. Task: the first bucket of gold. Task difficulty. Task description: to realize your ambition of becoming a dominant force, you must first acquire your initial wealth. Task objective: escape from the cage and seize all treasures within the slave trader's stronghold. Task reward: mysterious system treasure chest 1. Task failure: possible death at the hands of the slave trader. It seemed that whatever Ming wished to undertake, the system would provide a corresponding task. He resolved to first escape the cage and utilize his ability of color-shifting invisibility to ascertain the layout and situation of this stronghold. Merely shifting his ankle resulted in the shackles clanking. How can I rid myself of these shackles? Ming was not skilled in lockpicking. The only ability he could rely on was his manipulation of sand. Aha! Ming suddenly had an idea. Survivor Ming level LV5. Having leveled up to LV5, Ming had saved his opportunity to evolve his powers until now. Choice 1. Initial sand body. Upon evolution, you will gain the ability to partially transform your body into sand, allowing you to traverse narrow obstacles or evade certain damages. Choice 2. Rapid convergence. Allow a large quantity of sand to swiftly gather at your command. Without hesitation, Ming opted for the first choice. Instantly, he could feel the power surging within him, enabling him to control a part of his body with mere force, transforming limbs into grains of sand and reverting them back at will. Ming focused on the shackles binding his feet. He grasped the iron, which had been tightly clamping his ankle, and with a forceful tug, he pulled it off as if shedding a tight sock. As he did so, the skin around his ankle began to transform into sand. With the sandified ankle, removing the shackles was a breeze. They slipped off in a matter of seconds. After freeing himself, Ming concealed the shackles within the sand and, taking advantage of the cover of night, effortlessly slipped through the gaps of the cage. And thus, I have escaped. Ming smiled faintly, his body adopting a mosaic-like confusion of colors. In the blink of an eye, he completed his camouflage, blending seamlessly into the darkness, nearly indistinguishable from invisibility. All right, time for a little exploration. Ming began to stealthily navigate through the encampment. He discerned that the stronghold comprised 2 layers, the outer layer housing mercenaries and the area for holding slaves, constructed primarily from earthy yellow mud bricks. Outside the dwellings, a group of mercenaries gathered around a fire, indulging in murky barley liquor while exchanging idle banter. An older mercenary boasted, "Kid, let me tell you, I used to be part of a Wasteland racing gang until I took an arrow to the knee." Ming, continuing onward, he ventured into the inner layer, which contained a modest wooden palace, undoubtedly the abode of the slave trader. Ming noticed 2 mercenaries stationed at the entrance. If I were to enter through the front door, my footsteps would surely be detected. After circling around and discovering that the side door was also guarded, Ming concluded that scaling the wall was his best option. Unfortunately, Ming was no seasoned soldier, and scaling a 4-meter-high wall required a bit of luck. He activated endless extraction on the small lizard tucked in his sleeve. Acquired trait, wall crawling. Description: by affixing this trait to your body, your limbs will gain the ability to climb walls like a lizard. The moment he swiftly attached the trait to his body, Ming pressed his palm against the wall. As expected, he scaled the wall with remarkable speed, landing silently on the other side. Moving cautiously, he made his way toward the illuminated area of the mansion. Peering through a paper-thin window, Ming caught sight of the slave trader, the mercenary leader, and an unfamiliar man engaged in discussion. Deciding to eavesdrop on their conversation, Ming settled in. The banquet spread across the wooden table was laden with various delicacies. The slave trader heartily devoured saltwater boiled pork, despite its overpowering stench, relishing every bite while grease coated his beard. After downing a swig of murky barley liquor, he patted his belly contentedly, exclaiming, "Har har har, what a bountiful harvest this time. In these chaotic times, the more disorder, the better, our profits will only swell." The mercenary leader and the other man maintained serious expressions as they inquired, the Black Mountain mine no longer requires laborers. Where are we sending all these captives? The mercenary leader asked curiously. Are you familiar with the human-animal laboratory? The slave trader squinted his eyes and smiled. Upon hearing this, the mercenary leader trembled violently, astonished as he asked, You can get in touch with those madmen who stitch together monsters. Hey, my methods are beyond your comprehension, the slave trader scoffed. Indeed, these male slaves. The slave trader chuckled as he took another sip of liquor. Soon, they will all be transformed into grotesque beings, neither man nor beast, by the king of beasts in the human-animal city. As for the female slaves, particularly that rare wolf hybrid, she will be gifted to the king of beasts as a plaything. And there's a rather handsome male refugee, what was his name? Oh. Cai Cohen. He shall be sent to Nantonling as a tribute to the Lord there, serving as a male pet to expand our market for male companions. Chapter 10. No, I'm going to explode. Are you really going to send me to South Tonling as a male pet? Upon hearing this, Ming raised an eyebrow. The slave trader reminisced about the refugees he had encountered today. The flicker of hope in their eyes struck him as utterly amusing. The mercenary leader let out a faint sigh and inquired, Why do you always have to waste words deceiving those slaves? After all, they cannot escape. You simply do not understand, the slave trader replied with a glint of mischief. What I relish most is witnessing the despair on the faces of others when their hopes are dashed. Just imagine, when those refugees believe they will be provided for at the mines, eagerly following us to Rinchu City, only to discover they have been sent to become experimental subjects. How beautifully despairing their expressions must be. The slave trader cackled gleefully, it's simply delightful to think about, har. The mercenary leader, Ming, and another man fell silent, rendered speechless by the slave trader's words. Is this truly the treacherous wasteland? Ming pondered. It appeared that in this lawless land, people were as outrageous as they come. The slave trader slowly reined in his laughter, stifling a yawn as he said, I had a fierce battle with 3 maidens this afternoon, and now I am quite fatigued. You should get some rest as well. Tomorrow morning, you must use the swiftest horses to deliver the wolf humans to Rinchu City. Here is the key to her shackles. He casually tossed the key to them. After exchanging glances, the mercenary leader and the man could only exit the room in silence. The slave trader squinted at them as they departed, muttering to himself, Hey, 2 dim-witted lackeys, still hoping to operate independently, can they truly leave my side? Oh, time to get some sleep. Once the mercenary leader and the man stepped outside, they began to converse gravely in the corridor. The man, who was actually the mercenary leader's cousin, expressed his discontent. That fat man is becoming increasingly deranged. Our tribe was once destroyed by the madmen of Rinchu City. Who would have thought we have now become accomplices to their tyranny? Cousin, didn't you find other avenues for selling slaves? Though the profits are lower, at least we are not bolstering the strength of those lunatics in Rinchu City. Our mercenary team consists of nearly 100 men, all former brothers from the tribe. And cousin, you are reinforcer, isn't it simple to overthrow that fat man? The mercenary leader chuckled self-deprecatingly, you are still too naive. How many brothers from the tribes do you think recognize us now? More than half have already become that fat man's followers. He is far more adept at making money, and many have long ceased to acknowledge us. If we were to brazenly kill that fat man, I estimate that more than half would simply declare independence. As the mercenary leader contemplated this, he inhaled sharply. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past them, accompanied by a swirl of yellow sand. Where did that wind come from? Sand is in my eyes. After rubbing their eyes, they barely regained their vision. The mercenary leader gazed at the moonlight above, letting out a resigned sigh. Let us return to sleep. Unless something unexpected occurs, we can only continue to work under the fat man. We are merely surviving. All right then, his cousin sighed in agreement. In the shadowy corner, Ming observed their departure. Moments later, a dozen keys meticulously crafted from quicksand appeared in Ming's hands. I have replicated all the keys to the cages within the stronghold using sand. At this moment, he fixed his gaze on the slave trader inside the room. Ming could hardly fathom the hell he would have been sent to if it were not for the endless extraction. If he hadn't crossed over with his golden finger, what kind of cruel future would Elia have faced? Ming recalled Elia's innocent visage, struggling to imagine the torment she would endure if sent to Rinchu City. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, his murderous intent intensified. You claim to revel in the despair of others. I shall let you experience despair now. In an instant, Ming vanished into invisibility. He was not one to harbor grudges for long. Meanwhile, the slave trader remained oblivious, continuing to boast, tomorrow I'll deliver that group of piglets to Rinchu City. It's just as amusing as when I operated as a black intermediary in reality. Reclining in his chair, the slave trader licked his lips and sighed, how dull. I am not even that tired. That beast-eared wolf girl is rather appealing. Regardless, that king of beasts is a madman. He likely won't he realize the wolf girl will become a second-hand commodity. Su Ming's figure silently emerged behind him. Just as the slave trader attempted to rise, a tendril-like appendage suddenly constricted around his neck. Cough cough cough. With great effort, he turned his eyes and saw Su Ming controlling two tendrils made of sand, tightening their grip around his throat. You are Cai Cohen. You are actually an ability user. The slave trader's eyes widened in terror as he gazed at Su Ming. His neck resembled a crumpled plastic bottle, the overwhelming sensation of suffocation causing his entire body to convulse grotesquely. No. The slave trader's eyes rolled back as his consciousness began to fade. How about I give you a chance? Su Ming smiled at him. Upon hearing this, the slave trader seemed to grasp a lifeline. His awareness sharpened instantly as he desperately conveyed his plea through his gaze. Su Ming slightly loosened his grip on the slave trader's neck. Then he directed another sand tendril to flow relentlessly into the slave trader's mouth. The slave trader. If you can swallow all this sand, I will spare your life, Su Ming teased with a smirk. The slave trader was momentarily dumbfounded, yet he had no choice but to comply. The quicksand surged into his mouth, down his throat, into his stomach. His belly began to swell, expanding and expanding. Almost done. Almost there. Just a bit more. The slave trader encouraged himself internally. In the end, he truly swallowed an entire tendril of sand. He felt as if he had glimpsed the dawn of hope. But suddenly, a second sand tendril surged into his mouth once more. His eyes widened in shock. Su Ming, seated in the chair, looked down at him, sneering. When I said these sands, I meant all of them. Of course, it's over. It is over. The slave trader fell into utter despair. He looked at his belly, now grotesquely inflated, and succumbed completely to hopelessness. No, I'm going to explode. Chapter 11, Is there anyone who turns back to seek death? Suddenly, before the slave trader's belly could swell to the point of bursting, he himself expired. Su Ming surmised that he had deliberately allowed sand to flood his trachea, effectively suffocating himself. It seems he would rather perish by his own hand than witness the grotesque sight of his belly exploding. Su Ming, too, preferred to avoid the gruesome imagery of excessive ketchup. He simply enjoyed repaying others in kind, ensuring that he would die in despair only after glimpsing hope. You have slain a fellow traveler of the past. Congratulations on your first kill of a predecessor. Achievement unlocked, : Die, old deng, it's time for me to take your seat. You have received the following achievement rewards: Happy Smiley, 2 freedom attribute points. It appears you were also a traveler. It seems you were quite the venerable elder to bestow upon me freedom attribute points. Your death has indeed held some value. Regardless, farewell. Su Ming promptly allocated both attribute points to his mental strength. Instantly, he felt his thoughts sharpened and his perception, accuracy, and mana significantly enhanced. Although it seemed merely a modest increase of 2 points, the average person's base mental strength was only 5. Thus, Su Ming's mental prowess surged to a degree exceeding that of an ordinary individual by 2-fifths. In a confrontation of equal abilities, he would undoubtedly endure longer. Just as Su Ming was about to rise from his chair, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from outside the room. With a loud crash, the mercenary leader and his cousin kicked the door open. Both panting heavily, they rushed into the scene. The slave trader, in his final moments, had crushed a rune-inscribed stone with his body, directly relaying news of his demise to the mercenary leader's quarters. The mercenary leader and his cousin hastily got out of bed and hurried over. What greeted their eyes was the slave trader, whose belly had swollen grotesquely like a balloon. As they beheld the yellow sand cascading from the slave trader's mouth, the bizarre nature of his death sent chills down their spines. It's a superhuman, the mercenary leader exclaimed in horror. Quite discerning, aren't you? Su Ming replied, leaning against the doorframe. The mercenary leader and his cousin, startled by Su Ming's sudden voice, jumped in fright. Before they could react, 2 tendrils of sand had ensnared their necks, choking them on the spot. Oh! Even the fortified mercenary leader struggled to resist. However, suddenly, Su Ming released the tendrils, allowing them a modicum of air instantly. They fell to their knees before Su Ming, gasping for breath, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed up at him. When they finally recognized Su Ming's true identity, astonishment washed over them. This vagrant is actually a superhuman. Most superhumans were members of Enigma. Now, with the slave trader and mercenary leader obstructing Su Ming's task, he had taken matters into his own hands to clear the hindrance. Superhuman, please, do not harm us, we can discuss this, the mercenary leader implored, bowing his head 3 times. His cousin, bewildered, glanced at Su Ming and hastily followed suit in bowing. Su Ming. What on earth are you imagining? Why have you suddenly knelt? You have compelled all high-ranking personnel within the slave traders' stronghold to submit to you. Mission. First bucket of gold has been completed. You have received Mysterious System Treasure Chest 1. The treasure chest could wait. Following their lead, Ming had already discerned their thoughts. Intentionally playing along, he responded, "You are quite the nuisance. As compensation for my troubles, the resources belonging to that slave trader are now mine." Not a single word was spoken as a threat, yet to their ears, every syllable rang with menace. Does this imply that if we dare to refuse or resist, you will summon reinforcements from your organization to deal with us? The mercenary leader pondered. Yet, how could he resist the allure of the treasures left behind by the deceased slave trader? No problem, take as much as you can carry. The mercenary leader planned to instruct his subordinates to hide the horses, forcing the superhuman to travel on foot and limiting his haul. What he could conceive, Ming had already anticipated. Indeed, the manner of transporting a large quantity of resources was crucial. However, Ming had his own methods. "Where is the location where the wolf girl is held?" Ming inquired. The mercenary leader promptly indicated the direction. Ming resolved to retrieve Elia before anything else. With a flick of his sleeve, he exited the room, turning back to instruct them, "Do not move from this spot. Wait for me to return with something." Before departing, Ming left behind a small lizard. The little creature flicked its tongue. Fixating intently on the two men, the mercenary leader noticed the lizard but thought it harmless. Just as he was about to sneak off to the slave trader's resources, the little lizard suddenly vanished before their eyes. The mercenary leader and his cousin felt a jolt of shock. Wait, does the lizard also possess superhuman abilities? They suddenly realized that they seemed to be inferior even to Ming's pet. "Boss, when will you come for me?" Elia huddled in the corner of her cage, clutching her tail. She averted her gaze, fixated on the shackles binding her wrists and ankles. She thought to herself that if her hands were free, with a fishbone or a wire, she could pry open these accursed shackles. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed from outside. Upon hearing the sounds, her keen wolf ears perked up, and she sprang to her feet in excitement. Could it be that the boss has come? She eagerly lifted her head, only to find that the newcomer was the rogue mercenary who had harassed her earlier that morning. "You wretched wolf girl. Tell me, where have you hidden my crystal core?" The rogue mercenary's features twisted in rage as he brandished his sword, slashing wildly at the cage. That crystal core represented a significant portion of his earnings over the past half-year, which he intended to use for indulgence in the big city. The more he thought about it that afternoon, the angrier he became. If he could not retrieve that core, he saw little point in continuing to live. Elia, terrified, dodged the erratic sword strikes. With her wrists and ankles shackled, she felt like a lamb awaiting slaughter. "Hurry and tell me, I'm on duty now. No one will come to your aid even if you scream," the rogue mercenary growled menacingly. "How am I supposed to tell you?" Suddenly, a calm male voice resonated in the rogue mercenary's ear. Upon seeing the figure behind the rogue mercenary, Elia's eye sparkled with hope. The rogue mercenary, startled by the unfamiliar voice, turned to see who was speaking. Just then, tendrils of sand seized his head, twisting it 180 degrees with a sharp crack. The sand tendril swiftly enabled him to see Ming standing behind him. "You were the one who harmed me this morning. You are a superhuman." The rogue mercenary's face contorted in shock, his expression freezing in place. His consciousness, along with his fallen body, faded from existence. Ming glanced at his corpse, musing, "I intended to kill you this morning. How dare you return? You truly are something else." In this second act of killing, Ming felt no inner turmoil. Those well-versed in fiction understand that in such chaotic times, lacking the resolve to eliminate one's enemies could lead to one's own demise. Ming would ensure he upheld a basic moral code while dispatching those deserving of death. To put it succinctly, Ming had awakened to his dark will. Casting a final glance at the mercenary's corpse, he approached with the mindset of not letting an opportunity slip by, activating the endless extraction on the body. Chapter 12, SCHR Dinger's Livestock Extracting. Extraction successful. Extracted entry, SCHR Dinger's life and death state, SCHR Dinger's life and death state. Ming appeared utterly baffled. How could he extract such an odd term from a corpse? Seizing the moment, Ming also took the liberty of opening the magical system treasure chest. Initiating the opening of the magical system treasure chest. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of golden light erupted. You have obtained Health Bar Display Assistance Module. Health Bar Display. Description: With the Health Bar Display Assistance Module, you will be able to perceive the life status of enemies or ferocious beasts with greater clarity. The health bar will be displayed in a format such as a 100. The health bar serves merely as a reference, as in this semi-data-driven survival world, there will always be discrepancies between the actual situation and the data. However, being able to see the health bar undoubtedly allows one to discern the current condition of the enemy. This health bar display is quite remarkable. Perhaps one day I might encounter a deity whose health dwindles to a mere 0.1, and I might muster the courage to slay it. Of course, Su Ming was merely contemplating. Su Ming. Upon the sudden appearance of Su Ming, Elia was instantly overjoyed. How peculiar, how did Su Ming suddenly materialize here? Elia, gradually realizing the situation, discovered that Su Ming possessed the same ability as that little lizard, capable of changing colors and becoming invisible. As this thought crossed her mind, Elia's eyes glimmered with excitement. This is a surefire plan. Following the boss, we are certain to escape from this place. Entry, SCHR Dinger's State of Life and Death, Description, : There is a certain probability of extracting this entry from a corpse that is dead yet not entirely lifeless. What purpose this entry serves, I leave for you to explore. A state of half-life. Su Ming gazed at the health bar hovering above the corpse's head. 0.3. 0.2. 0.1. Time continues to elapse. Indeed, the state is quite akin to a lingering half-life. If I were to attach this descriptor to myself, perhaps it would render me into a peculiar existence. However, such a venture is fraught with peril. What might the effects be if this descriptor were affixed to an inanimate object? Su Ming once more directed his extraction abilities toward the utterly lifeless mercenary. He acquired the descriptors SAT SCHR Dinger's Life-Death Boundary State. 2. He also obtained the descriptor SAT Death. 1. A descriptor of death. Su Ming inhaled deeply and examined the accompanying description. Descriptor, death. Description: should you attach this descriptor to yourself, you shall meet instant demise. It is the quintessential instrument of suicide, yet, you cannot affix this descriptor to any other living being. Message from the Grim Reaper: You wish to master death, child, heed my advice, the waters run too deep for you to navigate. Upon realizing that this descriptor could not be attached to other living beings, Su Ming felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, he also noted that it appeared this descriptor could be applied to objects. Further investigation would be warranted later. Come, I shall release you. As he spoke, Su Ming unlocked the cell door with a key. Upon entering, he grasped Elia's ankles and wrists, liberating her from her shackles. Feeling the warmth of Su Ming's hands, Elia expressed her gratitude. Thank goodness you arrived in time, Su Ming. Otherwise, I would have been harmed by that ruffian. As the shackles clattered to the ground, Elia sprang to her feet, revitalized as if reborn. My seal is finally broken. Let us go, boss. We shall annihilate these vile slavers. Elia assumed a combat stance. Su Ming found her antics amusing. Ruffling her hair, he remarked, no need for combat, I have already dispatched their leader, and the other commanders have knelt before me. What? Elia's head bobbed as Su Ming tousled her hair, her face a canvas of shock and disbelief. Not the leader. You resolved everything so swiftly. Isn't that rather quick? Of course. Su Ming playfully stroked Elia's wolf ears, inciting an immediate itch that compelled her to escape his grasp. Covering her ears, she pouted, do not touch a wolf girl's ears. It tickles. And do not ruffle my hair either, I am a wolf, not a pup. Prior to his transmigration, Su Ming had an affinity for animals, and he could not resist the urge to touch her ears. Returning to the matter at hand, he stated, let us proceed to empty the slave trader's supply depot. Elia inquired, but boss, we do not even have a backpack, how shall we carry it? Su Ming chuckled, deeming the solution simple. Just as he intended to initiate the endless extraction on his pocket, a sudden prompt from the system caught his attention. Ding. 2 descriptors detected, capable of being reforged into a brand new descriptor. Do you wish to forge them? Reforge? Su Ming quickly checked the system and was astonished to discover that the descriptors available for reforge were cattle and horses, and SCHR Dinger's Life-Death Boundary State. Now this is intriguing. Since he possessed several of both descriptors, attempting to forge one seemed worthwhile. Reforge. Forging. Forging complete. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a new descriptor, SCHR Dinger's Cattle and Horses. What on earth? Descriptor. SCHR Dinger's Cattle and Horses. A description. When this descriptor is affixed to an inanimate object, there is a certain probability that the object will transform into a peculiar undead creature resembling cattle or horses. The simpler the structure and the more singular the ability of the inanimate object, the greater the probability of it becoming an undead cattle or horse creature. Goodness. Su Ming comprehended. By attaching this descriptor to an object, there exists a probability of transforming it into an undead cattle or horse. For his use. It is peculiar, as it is labeled cattle and horses, yet it is an undead being. One might question, what creature can exist without dying? It is indeed quite SCHR Dingle-like. Nevertheless, as long as it is a creature, Su Ming could employ his ability to tame creatures. Undead cattle and horses, exclusively for Su Ming's use. He tempered his elation slightly and addressed Elia's earlier query, who needs a backpack? I can summon a cattle creature to assist us in transporting all the supplies. Huh. Elia was momentarily bewildered. What do you mean by summoning? I do not understand. Oh, you wouldn't comprehend, just follow me. Su Ming took Elia by the hand and led her outside. Elia followed Su Ming, striding confidently through the slave trader's stronghold. However, she felt a wave of trepidation and pulled her shoulders closer, asking, Boss, is it truly safe for us to walk about so boldly here? Why are you so timid? Su Ming shook his head. I am not timid. I am merely cautious. Elia retorted. Soon, Su Ming brought Elia to the entrance of the estate. Upon seeing the two ragged figures of Su Ming and Elia approaching with confidence, the two stationed mercenaries were taken aback. Impossible! The mercenaries exclaimed in unison, their anger flaring. You two beggars! How did you escape? Oh boss, did you not say you had conquered this place? Elia stammered slightly. As the two mercenaries raised their spears, ready to confront Su Ming, the voice of their leader suddenly thundered in their ears, You fools! Show respect to the esteemed ability user. Esteemed ability user. The two mercenaries exchanged bewildered glances before turning to their leader, confusion etched on their faces. With a resounding clap, the mercenary leader delivered a swift reprimand to each of them, bringing them to their senses. Goodness, it appears this beggar is indeed an ability user. We are doomed. If we do not handle him properly, a multitude of our comrades may perish. The two mercenaries underwent an immediate transformation, quickly kneeling before Su Ming, bowing their heads as they pleaded, Esteemed ability user. We were blind to your worth. To survive, they were willing to grovel. Su Ming remarked, I preferred your earlier defiance. Elia, witnessing the once arrogant mercenaries now bowing before her and Su Ming, felt as though she were living in a dream. The mercenary leader smiled courteously at Su Ming and said, Please, follow me. Chapter 13, A Colossal Entity Awakens. Su Ming, accompanied by Elia, followed the mercenary leader along the path leading to the slave trader's storeroom. Su Ming retrieved the small lizard, which observed them intently, seemingly oblivious to any tricks they might be playing. In their eyes, Su Ming was certainly not capable of carrying away all the supplies and treasures. As the mercenary leader emerged to reprimand the two guards at the gate, it was, in fact, a ruse to instruct them to alert the other mercenaries to hastily conceal all the horses. The mercenary leader believed he had meticulously calculated everything. Here we are. Before Su Ming and his companion stood an unremarkable iron door. The mercenary leader, somewhat anxious, produced a key that he had recently pilfered from the slave trader. It was somewhat embarrassing for him, as this was his first opportunity to enter the slave trader's storeroom. With a resounding bang, the iron door swung open. Su Ming, Elia, and the mercenary leader stepped inside. This storeroom resembled more of the slave trader's personal chamber than a repository of goods. Su Ming cast a cursory glance around the room, noting a wooden bed draped with an unknown beast skin, a built-in furnace against the wall, a wardrobe, a drawer cabinet, and a concealed door. Su Ming also observed, to his surprise, a painting of Tifa rendered on a coarse animal hide hanging on the wall. Item beast skin portrait. Origin, Holy City Artisan's Workshop. Function, : Those in the know will understand. Special effect, when held, increases attack speed by 1. Durability, 660, severely worn. Description, even in the Wasteland, one cannot do without Tifa, just as the West cannot be without Jerusalem. This fellow seems to lead quite the interesting life. It was evident that he was indeed a traveller from another world. Elia's cheeks flushed slightly as she cast a curious glance at Su Ming, who had made his way directly to the beast skin painting. However, Su Ming's true objective lay not with the painting, but rather with the long knife mounted on the wall beneath it, alongside a modern double-barrel shotgun. Item : White grade great cleaver. Origin, a certain mountain collar workshop. Special effect, increases attack speed against enemies by 1. Description, or rather ordinary great cleaver. Item: Smiley green, beast hunting series double-barreled shotgun. Origin: Ironblood Knights Military Factory. Special effect. Description, a kinetic weapon, crafted with rough but durable techniques, easily manufactures beast-specific ammunition, and possesses considerable power, providing an effective armor-piercing effect of 5. The mercenary leader's eyes widened at the sight of the double-barreled shotgun. Damn it, this fat bastard managed to acquire such a finely crafted gun. Naturally, Su Ming slung the shotgun and the long knife onto his back. The mercenary leader took a deep breath, claiming that he felt no pang of regret would have been a lie. Both Su Ming and the mercenary leader turned their gazes toward the drawer. Su Ming remained still, and the mercenary leader dared not move. Approaching the small drawer cabinet, Su Ming instructed the mercenary to use the key to unlock it. As he pulled open the small drawer, a glimmering array of ferocious beast crystal cores caught their eyes. The mercenary leader gasped, there must be dozens of crystal cores in here. If the slave trader's personal wealth was not substantial, it was likely that he had invested his assets into the operation of this stronghold, covering expenses such as food, transportation, and labor. Of course, it was also probable that the slave trader indulged himself in a more lavish lifestyle. Nevertheless, these crystal cores represented a significant sum of startup capital for Su Ming at this stage. Su Ming nodded. Indeed, I concur. Su Ming declared, but they all belong to me. The mercenary leader fell silent, his heart sinking. Su Ming's words were akin to a dagger to the heart, yet the leader dared not protest. There was no point in arguing, they simply could not contend with him. Su Ming opened another drawer, only to find a small cloth pouch. Initially, he assumed it contained gold or jewels. To his astonishment, it held something far more precious in the wasteland: plant seeds. Plant seed pouch description contains various unknown seeds. Depending on your luck, you may discover unexpected varieties within. Plant seeds. Both the mercenary leader and Ilia were immediately taken aback. Any native of the wasteland would understand the significance of such a find. In the wasteland, plants symbolize the hope of life. Although this pouch contained an assortment of unknown seeds, it could very well harbor crucial agricultural varieties. If they could successfully cultivate them, leading to a harvest of crops that could be processed into valuable agricultural products, it would undoubtedly serve as a lucrative enterprise in the wasteland. Yet, the paramount challenge remained, the ability to cultivate them. The mercenary leader, with a resigned smile, remarked, "Our seeds. I was once the leader of a tribe. I led my people in attempts to cultivate plants. But this wretched land, forget about growing edible plants, even sowing a few wild grasses is a struggle. These seeds might suffice to repay debts." "You are you, and we are not the same," Su Ming replied, offering a knowing smile. With his endless extraction abilities, cultivating land was merely a matter of devising a plan. Having a trump card in hand certainly provided confidence. Ilia tilted her head in confusion, pondering, "Aren't we just drifters? How can we possibly cultivate the land?" Upon witnessing the determined smile on Su Ming's face, the mercenary leader suddenly understood. This ability user must be backed by a significant organization. They would find it simple to cultivate plants. The mercenary leader's envy grew as he realized, in comparison, he wished he had been born into Su Ming's circumstances. With a resounding thud, Ilia kicked open the last concealed door in the room. Inside the small chamber lay a wooden chest. Upon opening it, they discovered an array of colorful fabrics. Item: exquisite dyed fabrics. Origin: textile factory under the Wasteland Merchant Alliance. Special effect: clothes are less prone to dust, breathable and comfortable, with an elegant appearance. Ilia's eye sparkled at the sight of the fabrics. Such beautiful colors. These must be materials reserved for the townsfolk. The mercenary leader, unable to contain his delight, exclaimed, "Wonderful, they couldn't take these fabrics, which means they are all mine." The value of these fabrics far exceeds that of the drawer filled with crystal cores. Moreover, the mercenary leader noted that this compartment served as the slave trader's emergency food storage. Dried ferocious beast meat 12 small bags. Cactus 10 small bags. Firewood 3 piles. Distilled filtered water for wooden barrels. Inside were dozens of bags of dried meat, cacti, piles of firewood, and several barrels of boiled and filtered pure water. The value of these supplies far surpassed that of the crystal cores and the small pouch of seeds. It was evident that Su Ming would be unable to transport the majority of these items. Thus, it appeared that everything here would belong to the mercenary leader. After exchanging glances with his cousin, the mercenary leader could hardly suppress his glee. "Is this all there is?" Su Ming inquired with curiosity. Yes, all of the fat man's valuable possessions will not leave this room," the mercenary leader replied frankly. "Oh, then that's fine," Su Ming smiled at them. "You may step outside for a moment." The mercenary leader and his cousin readily agreed. "Hey, cousin, how much do you think will be left for us? Basically, aside from the seeds and crystal cores, everything else will be ours," the mercenary leader declared with determination. "They don't even have backpacks. They will likely just stuff a few pieces of jerky in their pockets." Har har har. The two chuckled quietly outside the door. Once they had exited, Su Ming turned toward the mercenary leader and his cousin at the doorway, smiling as he asked, "Have you both left?" They nodded vigorously. Then, with a sharp clap, Su Ming affixed the entry labeled SCHR Dinker as cattle and horses to the wall of the room. As the inscription gradually melded into the wall, suddenly, boom. The entire estate trembled violently. The mercenary leader, his cousin, and Ilia scrambled to find stability as the ground quaked beneath them. What is happening?" the mercenary leader exclaimed in terror, glancing at the composed Su Ming. In an instant, the foundation of the entire estate seemed to be propped up by colossal limbs, as the central part of the structure began to rise from the ground. The mercenary leader and his cousin stared wide-eyed in astonishment, witnessing the very center of the estate lifted as if a colossal creature had awakened. Chapter 14, The Mobile Mansion. This? The mercenary leader and his cousin stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape with disbelief. At the foundation of the house, it appeared as though it possessed life, as it slowly extended for robust legs from the earth. These limbs, composed of soil and stones, exuded an astonishing combination of strength and agility. With a deep, rumbling sound, the mansion rose steadily, transforming into a colossal being awakening from slumber. "Cousin, I can't be dreaming, can I?" Slap. "Oh." The mercenary leader delivered a sharp slap to his cousin. Gazing at his cousin's anguished cries, he inhaled sharply. "Oh no, it's not a dream after all." Elia was equally stunned by this extraordinary spectacle, rendered momentarily speechless. She even rubbed her eyes, convinced she was in a dream. Yet, the undeniable reality before them compelled them to accept the truth. This house, sprouting legs from the ground to become a mobile mansion, was indeed a tangible phenomenon. Not only were the mercenary leader and his cousin in shock, even Su Ming himself was taken aback. Is this the SCHR Dinger's House of Beasts? Rather, it resembles a simplified version of Howl's moving castle. As the mobile mansion sprang to life, its immense commotion roused the mercenaries still lost in slumber within the camp. Holy crap! Brothers, it's an earthquake! They believed a tremor had struck, hastily sitting up from their sleeping bags and rushing outdoors. Upon raising their heads to behold the towering mobile mansion, they were utterly dumbfounded, their sleep-laden faces transformed in an instant, overtaken by sheer astonishment. This is bad. It's worse than an earthquake. The mansion has morphed into a colossal beast. Quick, grab your weapons. What good are weapons now? We should find a hole to hide in. The entire camp descended into chaos and terror. These mercenaries were rendered disoriented by the sudden spectacle, their minds blank, filled only with shock and fear. The mercenary leader thought to himself, "You organizations of supernatural beings, this is utterly absurd." He could only look up at Su Ming, who now stood atop the mobile mansion, his heart a tumult of emotions. On one hand, he felt relief at not having attempted any trickery before Su Ming. One misstep, and this monstrosity could have crushed him to pulp. On the other hand, he lamented the loss of the slave trader's inheritance, which he would never claim. "Boss." Elia tugged at Su Ming's sleeve, her voice laced with astonishment. "Is this the spirit beast you spoke of? How impressive. So, can we use this spirit beast to travel anywhere we desire?" Elia inquired eagerly. "Yes, of course," Su Ming replied with a smile. With the advent of this mobile mansion, Su Ming had taken a significant step toward his aspirations of becoming an emperor. He activated his Attain Beast's ability upon the moving castle beast beneath him. Taming successful. Prototype of the Empire, Undying Beast of Burden, Mobile Mansion. Race, Undying Beast of Burden, Quality, Golden Legend. Talent, Sacred Body of Rock and Soil, Level, LV1. Strength, 50, High Carrying Capacity. Intelligence, 5, indeed, possesses magical skills. Stamina, Satsmiley and Immortal's boundless stamina, yet defenses are limited. Agility, 6, slow movement speed, yet specific means can enhance acceleration. Charisma, 1, the more splendid the dwelling, the greater the charm. Luck, 0. Mental strength, 10 skill Satsmiley infinite expansion, infinite extension, earth manipulation, self-repair through rock control. Note, the mobile dwelling can be upgraded. Not only can it continue to upgrade, but it also comes with 3 inherent skills. It truly seems like a golden legend. Will it eventually be possible to upgrade this mobile abode into a moving castle, ultimately transforming it into a mobile empire? Such thoughts filled Su Ming with exhilaration. Having gathered nearly everything that could be taken, Su Ming resolved to depart with Ilia. However, before leaving, certain accounts needed to be settled. Su Ming gazed down at the mercenary leader, his voice cold and resolute. "I shall graciously accept these items. But it appears you initially drew 100 from me, did you not? Moreover, I have heard whispers that you wish to purchase me to the South Tong territory." Upon hearing these words, the mercenary leader felt a shiver run down his spine. "My lord. Please?" After uttering this statement, Su Ming focused his thoughts. With a thunderous rumble, the entire mobile dwelling began to stir. Ilia quickly grasped the hem of Su Ming's garment to steady herself. Soon, the robust limbs of the mobile abode began to stride forth. It unleashed a devastating war stomp. In a single step, it reduced the mercenary leader and his cousin to mere pulp. Following the obliteration of these two pivotal mercenary figures, a resounding crash echoed as the mobile dwelling's colossal foot collapsed the surrounding outer walls, relentlessly stomping through any obstructive dilapidated structure. The mercenaries stationed outside the base, witnessing the approaching mobile dwelling that resembled a war beast, found themselves with nowhere to flee. Those unable to escape in the open were crushed into oblivion beneath its feet. Mercenaries who sought refuge within buildings were similarly annihilated, both human and structure crushed underfoot. Bewildered mercenaries shouted, "Lord Esper, did our leader not reconcile with you? Why must you still? Su Ming, do I need to consider the opinions of others when I wish to eliminate you?" Boom. Boom, boom, under Su Ming's command, the mobile dwelling transformed into an unrelenting machine of slaughter, rampaging indiscriminately. In its wake, anguished cries echoed, blood mist enveloped the area, and devastation reigned. The mercenaries scattered in all directions, fear gripping their hearts, yet no matter how they struggled, they could not escape the shadow of death. Standing atop the mobile dwelling, Su Ming remained impassive, disregarding the pleas and cries of these individuals. Only when the entire encampment lay in ruins did he finally halt the mobile abode's advance. Aside from the slaves who seized the opportunity to flee amidst the chaos, not a single mercenary remained alive in this world. Alia surveyed the horrific scene before her, her heart devoid of mixed emotions. Instead, she felt that Su Ming's actions were entirely justified. Boss, they drew 100 from you and sold so many into slavery, they truly deserve their fate. With this colossal mobile beast, we shall no longer fear being bullied by those mercenaries who capture people as slaves. Indeed. Su Ming replied with a smile. Let us depart. Soon, the mobile dwelling began to tread towards the horizon. After covering some distance at a leisurely pace, Su Ming suddenly realized that he might be able to upgrade the mobile dwelling. Chapter 15. Encounter. As Arya gazed out at the gradually receding landscape, she remarked, Boss, don't you think this house is moving rather slowly? Su Ming cast a glance outside as well. The current speed of their mobile abode was akin to that of an ox cart. Should they encounter any adversaries on horseback or in motor vehicles, this moving domicile would likely become a mobile target. Su Ming nodded in agreement, stating, I share your sentiment, I must devise a means to enhance the speed of our moving residence. However, the sheer size of the house, relying solely on its 4 legs constructed of mud and rock for movement, was already a miraculous feat. Just then, a system panel materialized before them. Pet, mobile residence. Current status, hungry. The mobile residence beseeches you, Master, I am hungry. This mobile residence is actually hungry, Su Ming remarked in surprise. It seems even the undead can experience hunger, Arya pondered aloud. Hey. If we manage to feed your spirit beast, boss, wouldn't its speed increase? Arya suggested. Su Ming found this reasoning sound and immediately focused his thoughts, inquiring of the mobile residence, what would you like to eat? Mobile residence, fire. Fire. It was reminiscent of a steam locomotive. Su Ming promptly directed his gaze towards the nearby furnace and instructed Arya, fetch some firewood from the storage. All right. Arya exclaimed, racing off to the storage. Soon after, she and Su Ming were huddled in front of the furnace, adding firewood. Arya produced a flint and struck it, igniting the tinder with a crackling sound. However, she soon realized that such a small piece of tinder seemed insufficient to ignite wood as thick as her arm. This predicament left Arya looking helplessly at Su Ming. With a sigh of resignation, he acknowledged the inconvenience of their situation in this wasteland. He then directed his attention to the small flame in the tinder and activated endless extraction. Extracting. Extracted entry, flame control. Description. As the name suggests. Option 1, when attached to your own body, you will gain fire-based powers, allowing you to expend a certain amount of mental energy to freely release and manipulate flames. Option 2. When this entry is attached to specific weapons or items, it will result in unexpected mutations of those items. Option 3, when this entry is attached to a pet, your pet will acquire a unique fire-based mutation. Su Ming chose to attach the entry to himself first. A radiant flame-like glow illuminated the back of his hand, and a fiery sigil appeared before swiftly vanishing. To his surprise, he noticed a sand sigil above the flame sigil. However, for the moment, Su Ming chose to disregard these details. He snapped his fingers towards the firewood in the furnace. Crack, with a resounding boom, a roaring blaze erupted within the furnace. The sudden explosion of flames startled Arya, sending her tumbling backward. Why did the fire suddenly flare up? She exclaimed in astonishment. I made it happen, Su Ming replied. You did? Arya gasped. You actually awakened another type of natural ability. And it's fire-based. Arya inhaled sharply. She had heard from her sister that those who could awaken natural abilities were exceedingly rare. Now that Su Ming had awakened dual natural abilities, was he not exceptionally rare, even epic in rarity? Boss. That fire nearly singed my eyebrows. Arya puffed her cheeks in irritation, rubbing her sore spots as she slowly regained her footing while complaining to Su Ming. But regardless, hooray, the fire is finally up, she exclaimed, basking in the warmth of the flames. Indeed, after igniting the bonfire, the mobile residence responded to Su Ming. Mobile residence, I'm full now. With a rumble, Su Ming and Arya felt the vibrations beneath their feet. The mobile residence began to move its limbs with increased frequency, doubling its speed, now matching that of a galloping horse. At last, we're moving faster, Su Ming sighed contentedly as he reclined on the fur carpet. While Su Ming and Arya were relishing their brief moment of peace, three peculiar figures cloaked in earth-toned capes rode bizarre horses, aimlessly traversing the desert not far away. "It's over, boss," a gaunt man inhaled deeply. "It seems we can't locate the address given by that slave trader." Among them, the scar-faced man, their leader, stated sternly, "Even if we can't find it, we must keep searching. The Beast King urgently requires this batch of 100 slaves for his sinister rituals and to labor on the city walls. The feral beasts are becoming increasingly erratic. If the Beast King fails to fortify the walls, countless lives may be lost in our town at any moment." The Beast King was impatient to acquire a purebred beast woman, sending these three swift riders to secure Arya from the slave trader ahead of time. After a pause, the scar-faced man added, "You know the king's peculiar interests. He has long desired a beast woman. Now that one has finally appeared, if we fail to bring a beast woman back, we might be turned into one ourselves." The two henchmen gasped at this revelation. "This mission must be accomplished at all costs." "Look, what is that ahead?" the gaunt man exclaimed in horror. The scar-faced man squinted and spotted the flickering lights atop the mobile residence. "A moving house, and there's fire. Perhaps there are people inside," he assessed calmly. The other, buck-toothed man, exclaimed, "If there are people up there, wouldn't that be even more terrifying?" The scar-faced man chuckled at their naivety. "Fools, in this world, what sort of monsters do not exist? Regardless of who is up there, if they are human, we must inquire about directions. If we cannot find the slave trader's meeting point, it will be no different than being devoured by the feral beasts. Forward!" The scar-faced man spurred his horse, leading the way towards Su Ming's mobile residence's path. "Boss. I smell three unfamiliar scents." Arya suddenly alerted Su Ming. Su Ming immediately became vigilant. He remembered that one of Arya's advantages as a beast woman was her keen sense of smell, which could even forewarn of danger. He stepped outside the residence and stood on the terrace, surveying the situation below. To his astonishment, three peculiar figures on bizarre horses stood not far from the path of his mobile residence. Clearing his throat politely, the scar-faced man called out to Su Ming, "Sir, we mean no harm. We wish to inquire if there is a slave trader's station nearby." Their chatter was unintelligible to Su Ming, but he understood one thing. Good people would never obstruct his path. Su Ming responded, "Oh, I see, you three are horse bandits. Scar-faced man, buck-toothed man, and gaunt man." Su Ming immediately activated flame manipulation. He snapped his fingers 3 times. Boom, 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 they were instantly engulfed in flames, emitting piercing screams. "Oh, we bear no grudges. What are you doing?" "Ah." The 3 men flailed like torches, stumbling across the desert. Half-beast blood bar. 0-3, Su Ming watched as their health bars plummeted to 0 in an instant. They struggled in agony for a moment before collapsing, along with their horses, charred into well-done meat. Chapter 16, Punitive Mission, Assault on Beastman City. With a sense of bewilderment, Alir poked her little head out of the window and inquired, "Oh, boss, where are the enemies? Why is it just the smell of barbecue now?" "Over there," Su Ming indicated below. Alir then noticed 3 grotesque human corpses sprawled on the sandy ground beneath the moving mansion. "Oh, so it's the scent of roasted monster meat. It's absolutely foul." Alir expressed her distaste. "Wait a moment." In a nimble motion, Alir leapt down from the moving mansion, approaching the 3 corpses with curiosity. The height was too great for Su Ming to jump down, but during the taming of the moving mansion, he had acquired the ability of earth manipulation. He deftly raised a platform of rock and soil, allowing him to descend gently like an elevator. Just as he reached Alir's side, she pointed at the strange arm of one of the corpses and exclaimed, "Boss, look, these 3 must be from Beastman City. See that arm? It's a snake. And this person's leg, it's that of a deer. Look at this one, he's even stranger. Hey, why is there a sausage tied around his waist?" Su Ming raised an eyebrow. "That's a bit too abstract, isn't it?" But strangely enough, he actually killed the wrong people. The residents of Beastman City were likely here to seek out slave traders. Choosing to bypass this topic, Su Ming proceeded to loot. He glanced at the charred horses. Their bodies were riddled with festering sores resembling mushrooms. To be honest, he feared that consuming them might lead to an upset stomach. Let us just leave these for the little lizards to eat. With that thought, he used a rock pillar to hoist the burnt horse carcasses up to the moving mansion. Now, let us see what treasures these 3 horse bandits possess. Su Ming had intentionally burned only the people and horses to avoid incinerating their bags, aiming for a precise strike. He opened the first bag, which turned out to be a tattered cloth sack. Initially expecting it to contain mere trinkets, Su Ming was astonished to pull out a snail the size of a human head. "What on earth is this?" he mused, examining the snail shell with interest. Su Ming concluded that since it was an animal, he could use his tame animal ability. Once tamed, he would surely learn everything about it. Tame. Taming in progress. Taming successful. You have tamed their intercom snail. Description: the intercom snail reproduces multiple offspring, capable of communicating with its kin over long distances via brainwaves, thus being exploited by unscrupulous humans as makeshift intercoms in the Wasteland. Drawback: during communication, it is difficult to ascertain the identity of the other party, as snails do not mimic human voices or tones. You have automatically acquired the attribute, intercom. It can be attached to your body, items, or living beings. When attached to a living being, after selecting an intercom target, you can communicate with them within a range of 100 kilometers. When attached to an item, the effect is unknown. Intercom snail. The name reminded Ming of the transplanter snails from One Piece. At the moment he completed the taming, the previously retracted snail finally emerged from its shell. Unlike ordinary snails, this one had ears and a mouth. When Ming pressed its head, it seemed to trigger a recording function, causing the snail to speak in a deep, human-like voice. King of Beasts, head to the address given by the slave trader and bring that wolf girl back to me first. King of Beasts, I can hardly wait to taste her. Slurp. Upon hearing this recording, Ming and Ali grimaced in disgust. What? So this vile slave trader actually intends to sell me into such a hell. Ali fumed, clenching her teeth. Ming recounted the details of the conversation he had overheard in the mansion, ensuring Ali grasped the entire situation. I see, Ali nodded. I'm truly fortunate that you're so capable, or I would have. A shiver of dread passed through her at the thought. Ming offered her a reassuring smile. Don't worry, you will never find yourself in such a predicament again. Millimeter. Ali nodded vigorously, her confidence in Ming's future unwavering. After fiddling with the intercom snail, Ming discovered that it possessed not only a recording feature but also the ability for directed communication. This intercom snail can communicate with the King of Beasts. Just as Ming pondered this, a system notification flashed before his eyes. You have triggered a large-scale regional quest. A regional quest. Continuing to read, he saw Satsmiley punitive mission, assault on Beastman City. Quest difficulty, extremely difficult. Quest description: due to the recent inhumane hybridization experiments conducted by Beastman City, the Heavenly Tao has decided to issue this mission to punish this vile city. Quest objective: seize everything of value from Beastman City, achieving success in the assault. Quest rewards: the successful participant will receive a substantial amount of leaderboard points, as well as a mysterious treasure chest reward. Quest failure: you will be fried by the King of Beasts. Current number of confirmed participants: 240 survivors. Survivors may employ various unscrupulous means to successfully conquer the city and complete the mission. Participation in this quest is optional, with no mandatory requirements. Once accepted, you may also withdraw from execution at any time. Do you accept this quest? It seems we have a grand undertaking ahead, Ming remarked, his gaze deepening as he absorbed the quest information. Boss, what's wrong? Ali asked, her curiosity piqued. Ming turned to her, inquiring, Ali, how long do you think our current supplies will last us? Ali stroked her chin, contemplating, those few bags of jerky aren't much. If we eat them for every meal, they might only last us about 20 days. And as for water, we probably have enough for just over 10 days. Upon hearing this, Ming felt a deep sense of urgency. To put it plainly, although we now have a moving mansion, we are still merely fleeing from disaster, Ming stated. Because we have no guarantee of food and water. Ali sighed. Ming was unwilling to remain in a state of perpetual flight. He aimed for his territory to embark on a path of sustainable development. Ali, we need to undertake something significant, Ming declared. Something significant? What do you have in mind? We're going to raid Beastman City. Ming spoke with a calm assurance, seemingly confident in his plan, although this mission might involve other peculiar travelers, some of whom might have arrived in this world before him. Ming regarded this as a minor concern. Why? Because he had his own methods. All right. Ali cheered him on. Fortune favors the bold, boss. You're incredibly resourceful. A mere Beastman City is nothing. I believe you can pull this off. If you need anything from me, just say the word. Ming smiled approvingly at Ali. Then it's settled. Next, we'll head straight for Beastman City and deal with them. Ming took only the intercom snail, while Ali, as his loyal companion, gathered the remaining bags. Hand in hand, Ming and Ali stood on the rocky platform and ascended to the moving mansion. As they rose, Ming clicked Accept Quest. Instantly, a brand new quest chat channel appeared before him. Chapter 17, Machinations in the Shadows, a reprisal mission. Internal chat channel. Song Ming, is this task even feasible for a mere mortal? Am I expected to assault the beast human city all on my own? I don't even know where it is. Organization Hunters Guild, trash, stay away. We, the Hunters, have already arrived at the outskirts of the beast human city. If any other guild dares to contest us for this mission, why not let us have a little encounter first? Tanghang. Damn, the Hunters Guild is indeed renowned for its high mobility, we simply cannot match their speed. Organization Thieves Guild, what good does it do to reach the outskirts of the Beast Human City? Aren't you too afraid to confront the Beast King head-on? By the time we arrive, there'll be nothing left for you, Hunters Guild. After a brief scan of the chat channel, Ming realized, so there are already so many organizations and traversers seizing the initiative. It seemed that this mission was not meant for novice traversers to partake in. What? Arya, overhearing Ming's musings, inquired with curiosity. Ming replied, my newly awakened ability informs me that numerous factions and anomalous beings are, like us, eyeing the Beast Human City. Arya, you've awakened a new ability again. Arya was taken aback, she had lost count of how many abilities Ming had awakened. Having become somewhat accustomed to Ming's extraordinary capabilities, she calmly asked, so, boss, shall we still proceed? Even if they accepted this mission, countless traversers still remained, leaving them no chance to even catch their breath. However, with Ming's unique trump card, he decided to observe the situation further. Beast Human City faction Guan Yuan has joined the mission. Beast Human City Guan Yuan, I am an insider within the Beast Human City faction. Guan Yuan. If you need internal and external cooperation, message me, I will lead you directly to the Beast King's treasury. Tang Heng, aren't you the guy? You're in the Beast Human City, how can you tolerate such a twisted faction? Guan Yuan. Damn it, did I have a choice? I ended up in this city as soon as I traversed. Guan Yuan, I was knocked unconscious upon arrival, and when I woke up, I was already stitched together as a monster. Damn it, the perversion here is unbearable, hurry and storm in, I want to escape. Guan Yuan, if the internal and external cooperation succeeds, the spoils will be divided 70 to 30, you get 70, I get 30. We'll formalize it with a contract through the system, otherwise, no deal. The moment this traverser from the Beast Human City revealed himself, he became the focal point of the entire reprisal mission. After all, it was exceedingly rare to be so fortunate as to traverse into this bizarre city and not be killed by the Beast King. Hunters Guild, Guan Yuan, looking forward to a fruitful collaboration. Thieves Guild. Guan Yuan, we will soon reach the outskirts of the Beast Human City as well, looking forward to collaborating. Ming observed the messages in the chat channel and began to grasp the situation there. At this rate, by the time I arrive, there may be nothing left. Ding. You have received a new mission. Reprisal Mission Interception, Mission Difficulty, Mission Summary. As someone aspiring to forge a top-tier empire, you shall not overlook any opportunity for substantial gain. Other factions, like the Hunters Guild, are mere trash in your presence. Mission objective, utilize your trump card to completely disrupt the plans of other competitors, sending those who wish to snatch your rewards packing. Mission reward, leaderboard points, among other things. Mission failure, no consequences. After reading this mission, Ming began to ponder. Interception, I indeed have such an idea. This mission was essentially the system hinting to Ming that he possessed a card capable of directly disrupting their plans. I've got it. Ming suddenly exclaimed. Arya, intrigued, stared at Ming and asked, boss, based on the locator stones on those monsters, it will take us at least 3 or 4 days to reach the Beast Human City. How do we intercept others? In response to Arya's puzzled gaze, Ming pulled out a communication snail and placed it on the table. He commanded the communication snail, dial the direct line to the Beast King. BZZZ. The communication snail began to buzz, emitting a series of strange sounds, presumably while connecting the call. After 5 or 6 minutes, a voice finally came through on the other end. Beast King, what is it that you wish to report? The 3 monsters Ming had slain were, in fact, crucial members of the Beast King's elite guard, otherwise, they would not have been entrusted with such an important task of transporting beast women. Upon realizing the call had connected, Ming feigned a severely injured tone, reporting, we were ambushed, we fell off a cliff, ambushed. The Beast King's brow furrowed at this revelation. Before he could respond, Ming hastily continued, they attacked us, they are just outside our city, there are many of them, they intend to plot against our city. Hearing this, the Beast King rose from his throne, visibly agitated. Ming wrapped up by adding, though we are injured, we assure you we will complete the mission. The shell of the communication snail shattered, and Ming intentionally trailed off and, with a thought, made the communication snail feign a disconnection. On the other end, upon hearing the disconnection sound, the Beast King, unfazed, dialed several more times. After realizing he could no longer connect, he fell into deep contemplation. Disrupting their plans was merely a matter of a phone call for Ming. Arya, holding her breath and watching Ming hang up, leisurely asked, boss, do you think this will work? If it works, we'll continue with the plan, let nature take its course. As for whether it would succeed, Ming maintained a laid-back attitude. Before Ming could finish his thought, he noticed the chat channel for the reprisal mission was suddenly filled with lamentations. Hunters Guild. Guan Yuan, what on earth are you doing? Why is the Beast King personally sweeping the area outside the city? Thieves Guild, Guan Yuan, the defenses on the city walls have clearly intensified. Are you trying to set us up? What? Guan Yuan stared at the messages in the chat channel, utterly bewildered. Guan Yuan, this cannot be my fault, I did nothing. Guan Yuan. Could there be a mole in the beast human city who has yet to reveal themselves? How is that even possible? Hunters Guild, damn it, we can only camp outside and wait for the Beast King to lower his guard before we can act again. Thieves Guild. If Guan Yuan isn't he the one causing trouble, then who is the damned scoundrel pulling the strings in the shadows, damn it? Su Ming, merely observing their messages, could easily imagine their current frantic expressions. Arya, noticing the easing of Su Ming's brow, speculated, "Boss, do you sense that you've succeeded?" Probably, Su Ming nodded. In any case, he had bought himself some time for the journey. Other Travisor factions, under your covert machinations, have had their actions forced to be delayed. Mission accomplished. Commencing reward settlement. Chapter 18. Is it possible that endless extraction is encroaching upon the permissions of the world? Punishment task chat channel, treasure hunter team. Those highly mobile teams have been delayed, it seems we have a chance to partake in the spoils, he he he. Tangheng, so many people are going, I'll see if I can join an organization. Numerous Travisors, particularly the newcomers, do not prioritize assaulting the Beastman city. Their primary task as novices is to join those organizations attacking the Beastman city. Thanks to Su Ming, they now have the time to explore the possibility of joining. For newcomers, being part of an organization, even if merely as a laborer, is far superior to wandering aimlessly. Consequently, there is an overwhelming number of Travisors heading towards the Beastman city. Many newcomers, like Su Ming, have embarked on the journey to the city. Current number of participants in the task: 360. Su Ming, however, remained oblivious to these developments, as he was focused on assessing how many leaderboard points he could acquire from his actions. From 1,000 miles away, you have influenced the fates of over 100 Travisors with just a few words. Your luck and performance have garnered the system's favor. You have obtained leaderboard points, 4,000. You have obtained trade currency, 1,000. Leaderboard, first place. Song Yubing, points, 31,000. Second place, Yang Pomian, points, 30,000. 78th place, Su Ming, points, 7,000. 100th place, Feng Jiuqian, points, 2,000. My rank has risen to 78th. Su Ming was relatively satisfied with this achievement. His rank had surged by 12 places in an instant. Given that it was merely a casual endeavor for him, moving up by more than 10 ranks was commendable, yet what Su Ming considered casual was astonishing to the other novice Travisors. Wang Haitao. No way, it's only the second day. Did Su Ming rob a bank? How could his points increase by thousands in a single day? Chuang Jixiong, wow, is it Black Slave Brother again? What a legend, please share your secrets. Xiuyo, Su Ming, do you remember me? Please accept my friend request. Li Xiaonan, get lost, you effeminate guy. Su Ming, I'm a real girl, and I also have powers. If possible, let us team up. Indeed, the messages in the chat channel were still filled with trivial banter. Su Ming paid little heed. He had already made his plans. All that was left was to wait for the mobile estate to automatically reach its destination. Just as Su Ming closed the system's chat panel, he heard Alia's voice. Boss, look. There's moonlight tonight. The night enveloped the desolate land, and amidst the endless darkness, the massive mobile estate loomed like a solitary fortress. Moving forward slowly, Alia stood. The faint moonlight spilled over the barren earth, outlining the undulating dunes and the contours of the dilapidated ruins. Alia's hair danced in the wind, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for the unknown. Su Ming rose and walked over to her, saying, "It's getting late, we should be able to sleep soon." Alia nodded and replied, "All right, boss, you go ahead and rest, I'll keep watch for the first half of the night." Su Ming smiled and shook his head. "If there's any danger, the mobile estate will alert me, which means we can both sleep soundly." Really? Alia was overjoyed. When they were fleeing together, they either took turns keeping watch or slept with one eye open, lest they be unaware of being robbed by others. For Alia, having this mobile estate to shield them from the elements was already a significant improvement, but she never expected it would also help them keep watch. This was an extraordinary luxury for Alia. "That's wonderful, I can finally sleep soundly," Alia exclaimed. "By the way, where are we going to sleep, boss?" Alia turned to look at the rooms behind her. To be honest, Su Ming had yet to figure out the layout of the estate, thus, he took Alir with him to explore the rooms one by one. When the mobile estate awakened, it had only transported the central structure of the slave merchant's residence. Therefore, the estate was not particularly large. Inside, there was merely a spacious living room connected to what used to be the slave merchant's quarters, which included a partition serving as a temporary storage area. Essentially, there was a living room, a bedroom, a storage area, and a bathroom. Su Ming pointed to the bedroom and said to Alir, "You can sleep in the room, and I'll take the living room." Alir looked at Su Ming in confusion and said, "Boss, you've changed." "I've changed." Su Ming replied, puzzled. "You have indeed changed. We used to sleep close together for warmth." Alir remarked candidly, the temperature difference in this desolate land was extreme, and without proper insulation at night, one could easily freeze to death. "However, that was then, this is now." Su Ming pointed to the fireplace on the wall and said, "I specifically moved this fireplace between the living room and the bedroom, so we can both stay warm." "And aren't you worried?" Unexpectedly, Alir took it personally. She hugged her tail, looking pitiful as she said, "So that's it, boss thinks I smell, boo-hoo." Upon hearing her words, Su Ming recalled Alir's earlier comment about wanting to wash herself with water when they escaped. He said, "Alir, you can fill a basin with water to clean yourself." "Boss, what nonsense are you talking? Water is so precious." Alir drooped her ears and said, "This is pure water. Only the nobility of the wasteland can indulge in such luxuries. Asking me to bathe with it is simply extravagant. Moreover, we need to find the next water source before we run out of this water, or we might just die of thirst." "That makes sense," Su Ming nodded. He remained silent, merely walking over to the water bucket and initiating endless extraction on the water within. You have extracted a natural attribute, water manipulation from water. Description: once this attribute is attached to you, you will be able to control the flow of water. Indeed, it appears that generating water out of thin air is somewhat challenging. Su Ming understood that both sand manipulation and rock manipulation did not create sand or rocks from nothing. Rather, they drew upon the existing materials around them. Fire manipulation was somewhat unique, akin to the Ignite spell in League of Legends, capable of directly igniting enemies. According to Su Ming's expectations, water manipulation should at least possess the ability to condense moisture from the surrounding air. It seems that the permissions of endless extraction are still insufficient. Su Ming silently pondered. Why is there a connection between the survivor system and the endless extraction system? Could it be that this endless extraction system is akin to an otherworldly demon, continuously invading this wasteland survival world? Attached to Su Ming, the endless extraction system could infiltrate the survivor system through Su Ming's level-ups, gradually seizing its permissions. Su Ming felt that the more he thought about it, the more absurd it seemed, chuckling to himself as he shook his head. With this in mind, Su Ming decided to take advantage of the opportunity to cycle through the basic attributes of metal, water, fire, earth, shadow, and so forth, to see the strength of the attributes he could extract. Extracting iron shards. Acquired. Metal attribute, metal manipulation. You can freely control the shape, movement, and combination of various metal objects and manipulate large fragments of metal to create a violent storm of attacks. However, Su Ming knew that this metal manipulation could only control existing metals and could not fabricate them from thin air. Yet this ability would allow Su Ming to effortlessly shield himself from a hail of bullets with a mere wave of his hand and even reverse the enemy's metal weapons against them during combat. Subsequently, Su Ming attempted to extract space, doors, and air. He experimented with increasingly ludicrous ideas, but these abstract concepts of space and air proved impossible to extract. Even the attempt to extract door merely granted Su Ming a mundane attribute that allowed him to create a door in an ordinary wall, a rather unremarkable result. Overall, Su Ming had numerous ideas he wished to extract, but many abstract and exceedingly powerful attributes could not be extracted given his current level. Suddenly, Alir's stomach began to rumble. Embarrassed, she drooped her ears, clutching her belly, and blushed slightly, saying, "It's fine, boss, I'm not hungry." Observing her somewhat awkward expression, Su Ming chuckled and instructed, "Go and fetch some food from the storage. Let us cook something." "But don't we only eat once a day? Isn't it a waste to eat again at night?" Alir hesitated, reluctant to indulge. When it came to meals, Su Ming was adamant about not skimping. A full meal was essential to maintain the strength necessary for completing tasks and earning rewards, and Alir was no exception. She had potential for growth, and if she became malnourished, how could they discuss her development? Su Ming gently patted Alir's head and said, "Be good, listen to your boss, and from now on, we must ensure we eat well at every meal." "All right, fine," Alir swallowed hard. Though she still wished to save, she realized she hadn't eaten enough at noon and was now quite hungry. After considering, she ultimately decided to heed her boss's advice. Whatever the boss instructed, she would follow. Following her boss's words was never a mistake. Chapter 19. Such a rare opportunity. Let us indulge in a bath. Boss, I've brought everything, Arya exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she transported the jerky and dried cactus. Just moments prior in the warehouse, she had nearly succumbed to hunger and contemplated stealing a bite, yet, the boss had insisted on cooking it first. Naturally, she would obediently comply, enduring her hunger as she brought forth the provisions. Help me cut the jerky into smaller pieces, she requested. The flames in the hearth danced merrily. Ming had already positioned a skillet over the fire. Skillfully, he stood before the hearth, the skillet gripped firmly in his hand. The jerky sizzled within, releasing an enticing aroma. Arya sat quietly beside him, her chin resting on her hands, her nostrils flaring slightly as she inhaled the delightful scent of the frying meat. A smile crept upon her lips. Before long, the perfectly cooked jerky was sizzling as it left the skillet. Ming then flipped the dried cactus in the pan, coating it with a layer of oil to render it less dry. Finally, he transformed some of the jerky into a savory broth. Thus, a simple yet hearty meal of 2 dishes and soup was complete. When the modest feast was laid upon the table, Arya's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a lavish spread, she mused, was something she could only dream of. Cradling a wooden bowl, she gazed expectantly at Ming, as if waiting for him to join her before she dared to eat. Come, let us dig in, Ming said after wiping his hands. Arya deftly picked up a piece of the fried meat with her chopsticks, tearing off a mouthful and chewing vigorously. Instantly, the rich flavor erupted in her mouth, her eyes sparkled with delight. This meat is from a ferocious beast. It's nothing like that mushy insect meat. It has a satisfying chew, she exclaimed, satisfaction radiating from her. Ming, having gone a day without food, found this meal a treat despite its stark contrast to the delicacies of his past life. The room was suffused with the appetizing aroma of the meal, mingling with the warmth of the hearth, creating an atmosphere of comfort and tranquility. Soon, Arya let out a contented belch. This meal, rich in both meat and vegetables, cactus, accompanied by soup, was undoubtedly the most fulfilling she had ever enjoyed. Rubbing her slightly bulging belly, Arya sighed, if only I could eat this well every day. Ming chuckled at Arya's simplicity, assuring her, do not worry, in the future, you will taste even better dishes. At that time, I will find a place here to cultivate plants, he added, pulling out a pouch of seeds. Plants, can they yield spices? Arya inquired with curiosity. I have visited some grand cities where the affluent districts were filled with delightful aromas. I heard they use spices that can make food extraordinarily delicious. Common spices. I am so eager to taste the roasted meat seasoned with such spices. Arya expressed her anticipation. Indeed, I too yearn for the taste of common roasted meat, Ming agreed. If he were to cultivate, he could utilize his earth manipulation ability to transform the room's floor into fertile soil. However, that would have to wait until tomorrow or later, for night had already fallen. Once you are full, it is time to sleep, Ming suggested, gesturing towards the room. Arya pouted slightly, casting a reluctant glance at him. She had keen instincts, able to sense danger through smell. During their night watches, they had always slept closely together. She relished being near Ming, who radiated warmth, never snoring or grinding his teeth. Sleeping beside him felt akin to cuddling a cozy pillow. HMPH, the boss has changed. Now that he has prospered, he no longer wishes to sleep closely with me, Arya muttered as she reluctantly stepped into the room. Meanwhile, Ming casually spread a pelt on the floor of the living area and lay down to sleep. Gazing at the night sky from the terrace, he noticed the clouds thickening, and the moon had vanished. Ming enjoyed scrolling through his phone before sleep, but now, devoid of such luxury, he perused the chat channels to see how other travelers were faring. Ming observed many others, like himself, hastening towards the human-animal city, engaged in heated discussions within the chat. Simmons, there's no choice, it's too late now, continuing on would risk encountering ferocious beasts, so we must camp here for the night. Hang Mao. Go ahead and camp, we shall keep moving. The sooner I arrive, the better organization I can choose from, and I'll outshine you all. Is this truly a competition? Ming noted that the Hunters Guild and the Thieves Guild had also taken an interest in this new wave of travelers. These factions were rather unabashed, swiftly recruiting them as their subordinates. Yet, Ming understood that being a subordinate was akin to being cannon fodder. Not everyone possessed a unique system like his own. His mobile abode allowed him to travel day and night while ensuring his rest, far superior to those risking their lives in this so-called competition. Having finished browsing, it's time to sleep, Ming declared, just as Arya unexpectedly pushed open the door to the room, her cheeks slightly flushed. Be boss, there's a strange odor on the beast pelt laid on the bed, she stammered. Ming raised an eyebrow. A mere glance at the stains on the pelt revealed everything. It seems this pelt is no longer usable. Naturally, a pelt that had been slept upon by a slave trader was hardly fit for use. Consequently, only Su Ming's pelt remained as a viable bedding option. Understanding the implication, Aryer's face reddened further. Su Ming instructed, "You need not sleep on this pelt. Store it in the warehouse and we shall find a fool to sell it to later." "All right," Aryer chuckled, secretly thinking, this essentially means the boss tacitly allows me to continue sleeping close to him. Feigning reluctance, she teased, "Boss, don't you find me unpleasant?" As Su Ming was about to respond, suddenly, boom, both Su Ming and Aryer turned their gaze to the dark night beyond the terrace. A flash of white light flickered amidst the rolling black clouds. "Is that thunder?" Aryer exclaimed with excitement. Thunder meant rain was imminent. "I can't believe it's actually going to rain," Su Ming remarked as he and Aryer stepped onto the terrace, gazing up at the swirling clouds with smiles upon their faces. "Let us hurry and grab some buckets to collect as much rainwater as we can," Su Ming suggested. Aryer nodded eagerly, but not without cautioning, "Boss, I fear you may forget, so I'll remind you. The rainwater that falls cannot be consumed directly. I've heard it may be toxic, but I can use it to bathe," Aryer revealed, rolling up her sleeve to show Su Ming. "My skin is already different from ordinary people. A little acid rain won't harm me. Is that so impressive?" Su Ming responded, somewhat surprised. However, he too could withstand the acid rain by activating his stone skin ability. Before long, the rain began to patter down softly. Su Ming activated his stone skin power, and together with Aryer, they reveled in the refreshing sensation of the rain washing away the dust from their faces. "Boss, aren't you afraid?" Aryer asked, a hint of worry in her voice. "Do not worry, I am not afraid," Su Ming reassured her. "Such a rare opportunity. Let us indulge in a bath." Chapter 20. The wind blows strong, the rain is sour, we're going to wash together. Aryer appeared to misinterpret Su Ming's intentions, leaving her utterly flustered. Observing her peculiar demeanor, Su Ming promptly flicked her forehead and clarified, "What are you thinking? You go fetch a basin to collect the rainwater and wash in the bathroom, while I shall manage here on the terrace." A man could wash freely on the terrace without fear of prying eyes in the wilderness. Aryer puffed her cheeks slightly in indignation, retorting, "It's your fault for misleading me. I wasn't thinking anything improper." "All right, I'm off to wash then," Aryer said, having filled a basin with rainwater, turning back to Su Ming. "Yes, go ahead," Su Ming replied, removing his shirt and standing beneath the curtain of rain. "Wait a moment." Standing under the rain, Su Ming contemplated an important matter. Endless extracting. It is a colorless, odorless, toxic gas that can suffocate those who inhale it and directly damage an enemy's respiratory tract. Its drawback is that it easily dissolves in water. Nevertheless, this toxic gas is a minor weapon. If I could attach it to myself, perhaps I could gain the ability to release toxic gas. Su Ming promptly attached the entry to himself. In an instant, a brownish-yellow sickle flashed across the back of his hand before swiftly fading. "You have acquired the poison-type ability, Mirage Sulfur." Description: you can release a large amount of sulfur dioxide gas to launch toxic gas attacks against enemies. Note: the poison gas will not harm you, your companions, or pets. After reviewing the precautions, Su Ming smiled with satisfaction. This ability would allow him to execute more intricate maneuvers. However, there was a prerequisite. Su Ming's mental strength must be sufficient. He increasingly realized that, despite his capacity to acquire an endless array of new abilities, his mental and intelligence stats remained relatively low, leaving him feeling less than invincible. To elevate my attributes, I must undertake more tasks and open more treasure chests. I hope that upon completing these tasks, my attributes will experience a qualitative enhancement. With that thought, Su Ming ceased to ponder further, allowing the rain to drench his hair as he commenced his bath. Several minutes later, Su Ming returned to the living room from the terrace. He dried himself with the clean clothes left by the slave trader. After changing into his own attire, he warmed himself by the hearth. "Indeed, after a bath, one feels entirely rejuvenated," Su Ming remarked. He caught a whiff of his clothing, which was already emitting an unpleasant odor. The linen garment now resembled a filthy rag. Su Ming approached the slave trader's wardrobe and selected a few well-fitting garments to don. These outfits retained a primitive style, akin to brief ancient robes that required a rope to cinch at the waist. Surprisingly, upon donning the purple golden robe, Su Ming felt a touch of aristocratic slave master charm. Within the wardrobe lay several sets of short dresses, presumably belonging to the slave trader's maid. Just then, Aryer emerged from the bathroom, still clad in her original soiled attire, dripping wet and shivering as she beseeched, "It is so cold." "So you didn't bring a change of clothes? Here, take this outfit." Su Ming offered her the short dress and shorts. "What is this? Such beautiful clothing," Aryer exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. "Thank you, boss." After accepting the garments, Aryer smiled at Su Ming before swiftly darting back into the bathroom. A few moments later, Aryer suddenly bounded out of the bathroom, twirling in front of Su Ming, playfully asking, "Boss, what do you think of my outfit? Do I look handsome?" Aryer wore a white, form-fitting short dress. "What kind of eyes do you have, boss?" Aryer retorted, unconvinced. "However, you do look quite lovely," Su Ming stated honestly. The once dirted girl had now washed her face and hair. Her soft, light blue hair cascaded gracefully beside her charming visage, framed by her lively azure almond-shaped eyes, a delicate nose, and a healthy sun-kissed complexion. Her naturally smiling lips, even when not grinning, bore a whimsical curl. Ariel's legs were straight and slender, appearing toned yet fluid, exuding a sense of strength without overt muscle. The skin-tight short dress complemented her perfectly. Upon hearing Su Ming's praise, Ariel froze momentarily, her face quickly turning as red as a cooked octopus. Thank you for the compliment, boss. Despite her years of wandering the world, Ariel was, at heart, just an ordinary girl. Faced with Su Ming's commendation, she found herself at a loss for words, yet in her heart, she felt a surge of joy at being praised by him. Come closer to the fire. You wouldn't want to catch a cold. Su Ming gestured to the animal hide on the ground. Ariel giggled and nestled beside Su Ming, both enjoying the warmth of the glowing hearth. Boss, wearing that outfit really gives off a noble vibe, Ariel remarked, brushing her fingers against Su Ming's clothing. This belonged to the slave trader. He looked terrible in it. You wear it best, boss, hee. Well, boss, shall we sleep together tonight? Ariel pointed out the gaps in the roof, finding fault. Look, boss, the roof leaks, you have no blanket, what if you catch a cold? Hehe, my tail is quite warm. If you're gentle, I might let you cuddle with my tail while you sleep. Ariel's tail swayed enticingly before Su Ming. Su Ming regarded her tail with a hint of skepticism, still slightly concerned about any potential odor. Perceiving Su Ming's doubtful gaze, Ariel, in a fit of exasperation, thrust her tail before his nose, puffing her cheeks. You old man, still doubting me, just smell it, I assure you there's no foul odor. Having nearly washed every strand of, wow, such a fierce wind and rain, my tent is about to be blown away. Hang Mao, it's stormy here too, and it's acid rain, you still have a tent, we only have one horse. Hang Mao. My horse. My horse has been blown away, I've lost my horse. In the chat channel, those traversing the wild were in an uproar. Indeed, the wind was strong, and the rain was sour. However, within Su Ming's mobile abode, not a single drop had fallen upon him, and the chill of the wind scarcely penetrated. Su Ming reclined on the animal hide in the living room, with Ariel lying beside him, her tail draped over his abdomen. They shared warmth, her body radiating heat, creating a comforting sensation akin to having a small quilt beside him. Sleep now, Su Ming murmured, wrapping his hand around Ariel's wolf tail as he peacefully drifted into slumber. Chapter 21, Ariel's sister. In Ariel's dreams, a fox-beast woman with pink fur smiled at her, covering her mouth. Sister. Ariel's eyes widened, and she quickly reached out, yearning to grasp her sister before her. Yet, in the next moment, her sister was seized by a pair of enormous ghostly hands, dragged inexorably into the abyss. Sister. Ariel jolted awake. As she turned her head to gaze at the dappled sunlight on the terrace, realization dawned upon her. She had merely been ensnared in a nightmare. It has been so long since I parted from my sister, yet why does dreaming of her become a nightmare? Ariel rubbed her eyes, only to discover that tears had already begun to overflow from their corners. You cried while you were dreaming. Suddenly, Su Ming's voice resonated from the side. Ariel turned to see that Su Ming had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast on the table. Wiping her tears, Ariel smiled at Su Ming, saying, I apologize for troubling you. Come, let us have breakfast, Su Ming replied. Millimeter. Ariel numbly settled before Su Ming and began eating. So, you have indeed become separated from your sister? Su Ming inquired directly. Ariel nodded, her long-suppressed desire to share her story ignited by Su Ming's words. Boss, you are the only person I can confide in now, would you listen to my tale? I see. He had gained a general understanding of Ariel's background. In this wasteland world, aside from humans and ferocious beasts, numerous subhuman races, such as elves and serpent folk, existed. The second most populous race, after humans, was the subhuman tribe to which Ariel belonged. In the past, subhumans and humans coexisted harmoniously. However, in recent years, the number and strength of the ferocious beasts had escalated. Some human lords could no longer withstand the pressure and, in their desperation, conceived a brilliant idea. Many lords enacted policies that relegated subhumans to the lowest caste. They began to capture subhumans en masse, confining them to a criminal zone. Whenever ferocious beasts attacked their main cities, they would sacrifice the subhumans from the criminal zone to the beasts, in exchange for the safety of their city. In their view, it was far more convenient to offer up the lowly subhumans as sacrifices than to cultivate a formidable army to resist the beasts. Ariel and her sister had escaped from the criminal zone, becoming a band of orphaned subhuman vagabonds. They founded a mutual aid group called Peach Blossom Society, wandering through the wasteland in search of a paradise where they could settle and thrive. Alas, before they could uncover even a hint of such a paradise, they became separated. That is the gist of it, Ariel said, taking a sip of warm water, feeling somewhat rejuvenated. Could it be that the ferocious beasts in this world are exceptionally formidable? Are these lords so incompetent that they must exploit subhumans to appease the beasts for their own safety? Ming remained silent. Arya did not continue speaking either. Instead, she fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, deep in thought. Boss, Arya finally said after much contemplation, could you assist me? That is, Ming replied. No problem. Arya exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. I haven't even finished speaking, and you've already agreed. She added, I wish to find my sister. I will not impede you in any way, I merely request that we stop for a few days in each city we pass, so I can inquire at the Adventurers Guild about her whereabouts. If she is still alive, she will surely have left a message at the Adventurers Guild. Ming responded, you merely wish for me to help you find your sister. That is a simple task. Arya beamed with joy, wrapping her arms around Ming's, nuzzling against him like a playful kitten. Hee, you are so kind to me, boss. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. I can wipe the oil from my face on your clothes. I knew it, Ming said, pushing Arya away. He was well aware that she harbored ulterior motives. Due to her transgressions, Arya was assigned the task of cleaning the entire mobile residence. Ming remarked, work diligently, do not slack off. Arya, with a bump forming on her head, swept the floor while lamenting, woo woo woo. Yes. Rumbling. Ming commanded the mobile residence to halt temporarily. As the floor aligned with the ground once more, he stepped out onto the terrace. The sun shines splendidly today. Ming had already been contemplating agricultural endeavors the previous night. This deeply ingrained aspiration was something he intended to prioritize. In fact, there is an unused patch of land adjacent to this residence. It would serve perfectly as a planting area, Ming mused. With a mere thought, the ground surrounding the mobile residence began to tremble violently. Wow! Arya shrieked, startled by the commotion. She rushed out of the residence in a panic, hiding fearfully behind Ming. Boss! What is happening? Are we under attack by beasts emerging from the ground? Ming grasped her head, pulling her from behind him, and reassured her, do not worry, I merely utilized my power to manipulate the earth to create an additional planting area beside the residence. A planting area? But we have no water, can we even grow anything? Arya questioned, perplexed. Ming chuckled, let us experiment first, there is no rush to plant anything. Millimeter, whatever you need me to do, just say the word, boss, Arya declared, thumping her chest. Then please tidy up the house. I have stirred up dust again, Ming replied with a smile. Oh you old rascal, I just cleaned it. Arya lamented, on the verge of tears. Ming ventured alone to the outdoor planting area. The outdoor planting area was only the size of a room, and Ming used his ability to manipulate rock to construct a stone fence around the planting area. He could easily manipulate the stones to close in for shade. In preparation for agriculture, Ming had already extracted the properties of moisture and vibrancy from water and cacti. Once he infused these properties into the soil, a transformation occurred. The soil has been upgraded. Chapter 22 I wonder, is it possible to construct a super cannon on the mobile estate? Your land additional attributes, moisture, vibrant life. Effects, the attribute moisture has transformed the parched, cracked earth into a slightly softer texture, though it remains quite arid. The attribute Upon reviewing these effects, Ming expressed his dissatisfaction. From this perspective, it appears that cultivating anything on this land remains a formidable challenge, were it not for the limitation on stacking the same. Boss, you've actually improved this land so much. At that moment, Alir entered the scene. Curiously, she knelt down and began to play with the upgraded soil. With such soil, we should be able to grow a vast amount of crops. Alir eagerly glanced back at Ming. Ming chuckled and shook his head, saying, not even close. In my homeland, even planting wild grass would be a struggle in such soil. Your homeland? This was the first time Alir had heard Ming mention this. Intrigued, she asked, is your homeland like the elves' homeland, abundant with fertile land? Elves. Ming noted her comment. Are elves particularly skilled in agriculture? Alir pondered for a moment before recalling, I've heard stories from my grandmother. According to legend, the Elven sisters are the most adept at nurturing life, capable of transforming barren lands into verdant fields and cultivating an abundance of food. Is there truly such a remarkable race thriving? If elves were indeed that powerful, various factions would likely covet them fiercely. Are there any news of elves in this world? Ming inquired. Alia shook her head, replying, I've only heard legends. Whether real elves exist is a matter of debate. That made sense, as these were merely tales. Ming felt a sense of relief, patting Alia on the shoulder before instructing, "Let us go back and prepare a meal." Okay. Before long, night fell. Throughout the morning, Ming and Alia had been felling the withered trees of the wasteland, using their trunks as fuel to accelerate the mobile estate. After adding a few logs to the fireplace, Ming joined Alia at the dining table for their meal. Delicious. Alia exclaimed, cheeks bulging like a little hamster as she chewed. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Alia choked. Just as Ming looked at her in confusion, she hurriedly swallowed her food and urgently said, "Boss. There's a ferocious beast nearby." What? Ming frowned. And the next instant, a series of wolf howls echoed through the dark night. This was no ordinary wolf howl, it resembled the eerie roar of some monstrous creature. Boom. This is bad, boss, that howl signifies a charge. Alia's brow was drenched in cold sweat. They're coming for us. Boom, the entire floor of the mobile estate began to tremble violently. Ming and Alia quickly steadied themselves to avoid falling. At that moment, the mobile estate continued to stride forward, maintaining its movement. From beneath the floor, Ming could hear a group of bizarre wolf-like creatures relentlessly battering against the rock limbs of the mobile estate. Curiously, Ming and Alia approached the terrace to peer down. What they saw were enormous, 4 to 5 meter long monstrous wolves gnawing at the rock limbs, causing stones and earth to splinter off. The wolves, sensing Ming's gaze, raised their heads and bared their teeth at him. Ming narrowed his eyes and calmly declared, "Earth spikes." Boom, the colossal foot of the mobile estate crashed down upon the ground. Instantly, sharp spikes erupted from the earth, mercilessly impaling the wolves below. The wolves howled in agony as their blood spurted forth, staining the ground crimson. Orwu. Those once arrogant wolves were now, some had their innards spilled, while others were struck in the head, exploding upon impact. You have slain the transmuted giant wolf 3. You have obtained crystals 3. The remaining wolves, like lost dogs, limped away, dragging their injuries behind them. Is that all? Ming felt somewhat unfulfilled. With such severe wounds, they probably won't survive long after fleeing, Alia remarked. Sure enough, not long after, a series of system notifications rang in Ming's ears. You have slain the transmuted giant wolf 5. You have obtained crystals 5. This won't do. I still missed 10. Ming had counted beforehand, intending to eliminate them all. He hadn't anticipated letting so many escape. Alia consoled him, "Boss, your strength is already capable of effortlessly defeating the city defense forces of those lords. Moreover, regular earth spikes would have no chance of piercing the hide of those giant wolf beasts. The damage dealt by your powers is already exceptional." Ming harbored a slight fear of insufficient firepower. He could only unleash 10 earth spikes at once, which left him feeling insecure. Ming was acutely aware that enhancing the power of his abilities would pose a challenge. However, an idea struck him. Could he equip the mobile estate with greater firepower? Suddenly, an inspiration dawned upon him. Task released. Lord's task. Tower defense. Task description: the future mobile empire requires a robust national defense system. Please commence with the simplest tower defense construction to build a top-tier mobile empire defense. Task objective: construct the first formidable tower defense on the mobile estate. Task reward: random attribute point bonus. Task failure: no consequences. Constructing a tower defense, why not fully arm the mobile estate with cannons? Just imagining such a scene sends a thrill down his spine. Ming retrieved the Beast Hunter series, double-barreled shotgun. At present, he was still uncertain, extracting the double-barreled shotgun might not yield a tower defense. Still need a few more items. His gaze shifted to the carcasses of the giant wolves. He directly activated endless extraction on the bodies. Extracting. Extracted attribute, giantization. 1. Extract again. Extracted attribute, swift hunter. 3. Extract once more. Extracted attribute, wolf fang serration 3. Extracted, rare bloodline inheritance level attribute, wolf totem. 1. Rare level attribute. Let us set that aside for now. As expected, he successfully extracted the giantization attribute. If the giantization attribute could be combined with the shotgun attribute, would it be possible to create a super cannon on the mobile estate? Chapter 23, The Rock Double-Barrel Shotgun. Ming directly activated endless extraction on the double-barreled shotgun. You have extracted the entry double-barreled shotgun. Description: as the name suggests. If attached to the host, it might grant the host the ability to transform their arm into a flesh and blood shotgun. If attached to other objects, it could enable that object to fire peculiar projectiles. If attached to other creatures, such as peas, the host might be able to play Plants vs. Zombies. Note, this entry also inherits the buff of Beast Slayer. Upon acquiring this entry, Su Ming immediately affixed it to the moving domicile. Instantly, with a flash of cold light erupting from the domicile, a transformation began. Certain elements started to sprout from the structure. Moments later, at the location of the flash, a cannon barrel roughly the size of a standard double-barreled shotgun emerged. Aliaton was astonished. "Boss, the house is growing things now. This is a gun." "But it's so small," Aliaton lamented. "Be patient," Su Ming replied nonchalantly. He then took out the entry, giantization, and directly attached it to the moving domicile. The entire structure underwent another transformation. Boom! With the integration of the giantization entry, Su Ming could see through the system panel that the domicile had acquired a brand new ability. Specific giantization. Description: the moving domicile can now freely enlarge, growing its limbs, cannon barrels, and even the house itself. Of course, this giantization effect was not excessively large. After all, it was merely extracted from the giant wolf, whose giantization ability was not particularly formidable. Now, the moving domicile could freely allocate a doubling of its size. To achieve a greater enlargement in the future, an upgrade of the entry would be necessary. Su Ming refrained from enlarging the house itself, as a larger structure would serve little purpose. His intention was solely to enhance the size of the cannon barrel on the domicile. With a deep rumble, one side of the domicile began to rise slowly. Massive stones pressed against one another, intertwining. Then, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. Two colossal rock double-barreled shotguns emerged from the surface of the domicile, resembling the fangs of a giant beast. The rough rock texture enveloped the barrels, as if they were an inseparable part of the stone itself. The barrels stretched forth, pointing towards the distant horizon, exuding an intimidating aura. "Wow!" Aliaton couldn't help but exclaim. "This cannon looks incredibly fierce." She circled around the cannon excitedly. "Using this to battle ferocious beasts will be absolutely explosive," Aliaton exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Wait a moment." Aliaton suddenly restrained her excitement. "Boss, while we have this cannon, do we have any ammunition?" "Good question," Su Ming replied. Although the cannon appeared formidable, it would be futile without ammunition. Su Ming had already conceived some ideas regarding the projectiles for the cannon. He led Aliaton back to the fireplace in the living room and instructed her, "Go add more firewood to the fireplace." "Sure thing." Aliaton rolled up her sleeves and got to work. After she finished hauling the firewood, she remarked with a hint of weariness, "Having to add firewood every time is really a hassle." She tossed the logs into the fireplace. Gradually, the flames within began to rise. Su Ming smiled at Aliaton and asked, "Can you guess how I plan to upgrade this fireplace?" Upon hearing this, Aliaton's ears perked up, and she excitedly inquired, "Could it grow arms and automatically add firewood?" "But that doesn't seem related to the cannon's ammunition," Aliaton said, puzzled. "Watch closely," Su Ming stated, as he produced the entry Schr Dinger's cow and horse and aimed it at the flames in the fireplace. This idea sprang to mind when he recalled a sentient flame from Howl's moving castle. With a whoosh, the Schr Dinger's cow and horse entry surged into the heart of the fire. The once ordinary flames leapt higher, their glow becoming strangely brilliant. The shape of the flames began to twist and morph, as if imbued with life, sprouting features resembling eyes and a mouth. Then, a clear voice emanated from the flames, "Me, how can I speak and think? Did you grant me consciousness?" This voice, imbued with a fiery essence, rendered the surrounding air scorching. Su Ming responded, "Yes, from now on, I am your master, and you shall be called Little Flame." "I am called Little Flame." It twirled its eyes, seemingly elated at having a name. "Thank you, Master, for bestowing me with a name. I will serve you faithfully." The articulate Little Flame burned even more vigorously, as if expressing its excitement and anticipation. Su Ming felt intrigued. The effects of the cow and horse entry were indeed remarkable. This little flame, freshly born, had already become utterly loyal to Su Ming. He felt like an exceedingly wicked slave owner. "The fire has come to life," Aliaton exclaimed in astonishment. Su Ming ruffled Aliaton's hair and said, "Indeed, from now on, you only need to place firewood beside it, and it will tend to itself." Aliaton stared in disbelief, nodding slowly. "Finally, the Pisceader assistance." With a sudden idea, Su Ming caused a pipe to extend from above the fireplace directly into the internal air chamber of the moving domicile. From now on, the gas produced by the burning fireplace would be channeled into the air chamber, compressed into high-pressure gas. This high-pressure gas would serve as the vital kinetic energy for launching projectiles from the cannon. The mechanics of this concept were purely fabricated by Su Ming. However, regardless of its plausibility, it would suffice as long as it could be realized. As for the cannon's ammunition, Su Ming whimsically decided that it would be manufactured by the largest cow and horse under his command, with the moving domicile overseeing the entire process. The ammunition was simple, a gigantic rock shaped like a shotgun pellet. As long as it could be propelled, it would shatter into countless sharp stone shards, effectively transforming the enemies into a beehive. Thus, Su Ming's super mobile cannon was nearly complete. He turned his gaze toward a 30-meter-high boulder in the distance. Next, it's time to test whether this boulder, thicker than the city wall, can withstand the firepower of this cannon. Chapter 24. The Wasteland Insanity. The rock shotgun can be autonomously produced by the mobile residents using rock manipulation. Once the ammunition is crafted, it is automatically loaded into the barrel. As the rounds are positioned, the formidable rock double-barreled shotgun stands poised for action. After Su Ming commanded the cannon to pivot and align with the colossal boulder, he issued a direct order: fire. With a thunderous roar, the cannon unleashed a terrifying shockwave, and the massive rock shot forth like a wild stallion breaking free. These rock projectiles, imbued with unparalleled might, charged toward the distant monolith with the force of a tempest. In an instant, they collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated through the air. After a prolonged moment of swirling dust, as the particles began to settle, it became evident that the once indomitable giant rock had been forcefully perforated by the rock shotgun, leaving behind a gaping crater that bore testament to the ferocity of the strike. "Remarkable!" Elia exclaimed, her voice infused with pride at the display of such formidable firepower. With an indignant tone, she declared, "If only we could use this cannon to strike down those vile lords who bully our subhuman kin, we would surely leave them in utter ruin." Su Ming affectionately ruffled her hair and reassured her, "Rest assured, it is merely a matter of time." Given his ambition to forge an empire, it was clear that subjects were indispensable. Should the opportunity arise, rescuing them in the future would be no burden. Lord Task, Tower Defense, completed. Congratulations, you have received a reward, Intelligence Attribute Points 2. Our intelligence points, indeed. Survivor: Su Ming level, LV 5. Strength 5, Intelligence 7-2. Stamina 5, Agility 6, Charisma 8, Luck 10, Mental Power 12. After Su Ming received the enhancement to his intelligence attribute, the air around him seemed to grow heavy with his presence. At this moment, he raised his hands, and the surrounding sand, rocks, and flames erupted wildly beside him. Su Ming could feel that the power of the supernatural abilities he could now unleash had intensified. He had mastered various nature-based powers. One could only wonder what level other travelers had reached at this point. How would they respond if they encountered Su Ming? This thought piqued Su Ming's curiosity. Before that, in order to avoid running into enemies on the road, Su Ming directly affixed the chameleon cloak attribute to his mobile residence. The mobile residence has gained the ability to become invisible. Due to the large size of the mobile residence, movement while invisible will create noticeable outlines, making it potentially detectable by the naked eye. After arranging everything, including the double-barrel shotgun and the chameleon cloak, Su Ming activated the mobile residence and set off with Talia towards the direction of the human-animal city. The massive rock feet of the mobile residence moved with a heavy yet steady gait, each step kicking up a cloud of dust. Su Ming and Elia stood on the terrace, gazing into the distance. Elia sighed in frustration. Sigh, why are there no ferocious beasts around? Both she and Su Ming were hoping that some ferocious beasts would spring forth along the way for them to confront. However, circumstances seldom align with one's wishes. Just when Su Ming anticipated encountering these beasts, none appeared. Suddenly, ahead on the path that the mobile residence had to traverse, a horse-drawn carriage sped by at an angle. "Boss." "Look," Elia warned. Su Ming reassured her, "It's all right, they are merely passing by, we should continue on our way." Thus, the carriage, pulled by two mutated horses, swiftly disappeared into the nearby rocky ravine. Inside the jostling carriage, a coachman urged the horses forward, while a man and woman sat across from each other in silence within the cabin. The man inside the cabin was a traveler who had arrived in this world 2.5 years earlier. He had become an experienced treasure hunter of the Wasteland. He had received news that a recent tectonic shift had exposed a dungeon in the Wasteland. As a treasure hunter, he was keen to seize a share of the spoils. However, it was somewhat awkward for him, as his combat prowess was rather average, and he lacked the funds to hire other travelers as protectors. Consequently, he had set his sights on the female passenger before him. The girl was clad in a full-body black robe, with only her eyes visible. She held a massive sword wrapped tightly in bandages. It was evident that this sword was not meant for an ordinary person to wield. The treasure hunter surmised that this girl was certainly no ordinary native. "If I could persuade this native to become my protector, it would ensure my safety," he mused internally. With a mindset of taking a chance, the treasure hunter initiated a conversation. "Excuse me, may I ask you for a favor?" The girl slowly opened her eyes, and the glimmering orbs, reminiscent of silver flowers in bloom, momentarily stunned the treasure hunter. However, she merely glanced at him before closing her eyes again, ignoring him entirely. The treasure hunter was taken aback, and in his nervousness, he unintentionally revealed his true intentions. "Friend, I am a treasure hunter. I am about to venture into a dungeon to seek riches. Would you be interested in becoming my protector? I can offer you generous rewards." The girl showed no reaction to his words. The treasure hunter wished to continue his incessant chatter, unaware that all occupants of the carriage had already found themselves surrounded by the deranged inhabitants of the wasteland. At this moment, on the hills flanking the rocky ravine, over 100 individuals, their bodies smeared with bizarre white paint, were the so-called deranged inhabitants of the wasteland. Dressed in ragged attire reminiscent of goblins, they bared their teeth at the swiftly moving carriage, mumbling incoherently. Suddenly, 2 figures in black robes, standing out among them, raised their spears and shouted, "Offer them to the moon goddess." Inside the cabin, while the treasure hunter was still rambling, the black-robed girl suddenly opened her eyes wide with alarm, staring out the window. Wow, wow, wow. Upon command, 100 spears surged forth like a flood towards the carriage. Swish, swish, swish. In the distance, Ming and Elia heard the resounding crash of the spears. Elia furrowed her brow and said, "Boss, it seems there was a battle over by the carriage. Should we go over and take advantage of the chaos?" Ming shook his head in disapproval. "How could we take advantage of the chaos? We are merely going to mediate." Mobile residents, turn around. With a clatter, the torrent of spears pierced the horses pulling the carriage, killing them instantly. The horses collapsed, and the wheels ran over the lifeless bodies, causing the carriage to overturn. The toppled carriage kicked up a cloud of dust. The passengers inside were undoubtedly thrown into disarray. Oh! The fallen coachman looked sorrowfully at his slain horse, his heart aching with despair. "Damn it! I only wanted to earn a living. The horse is dead, but as long as I'm alive, I can still support my family." Realizing he was under attack, he knew he had to flee. The coachman struggled to rise from the ground, only to find a group of deranged inhabitants blocking his path. He looked up in horror. These bold, white-painted lunatics began to extend. "Once the soul reaches the moon, it will be reborn alongside the great moon." After speaking, they slowly drew out a bone dagger. "Let us sing Moon, Moon, Moon." They then pounced on the struggling coachman. "No? What do you want?" he exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror. Thud, the coachman's chest was brutally pierced by the deranged inhabitant. They seized it, ripped it out. As a bloody heart was held aloft, the deranged crowd erupted into frenzied cheers. Chapter 25, Chronicles of the Wasteland Elves. At this moment, the invisible mobile abode came to rest in the shadow of a colossal rock. Ming and Elia gazed from afar, surveying the unfolding situation. "Boss, it appears they are in dire straits," Elia remarked, furrowing her brow at the sight of the heartless coachman. "We have no idea if those within the carriage are alive. Should we really intervene?" Ming replied nonchalantly, "Patience, let us wait a moment longer." At the sight of the overturned carriage, the deranged inhabitants of the wasteland, having feasted upon the heart, eagerly began to converge upon the toppled vehicle. Meanwhile, on a distant ridge, 2 cloaked figures observed the scene. The female enigma squinted at the overturned carriage and inquired, "Is it truly worth the risk for our expedition to expend such great resources to incite those wasteland lunatics to attack the girl within?" "Absolutely," the robust male figure responded. "After all, she is an elf." Boom. Suddenly, the entire overturned carriage erupted in a violent explosion. A surge of energy burst forth, sending dust billowing into the air. The shockwave sent the encroaching wasteland lunatics staggering backward in disarray. As the dust settled, a girl clad in black robes stood defiantly at the center, wielding a massive sword, while a treasure hunter beside her trembled in fear. "It's a woman." "A woman," the deranged beings licked their lips hungrily. "Strip her bare, offer her to the moon goddess." The girl stood poised, her heavy black robe resembling a thick veil of night, concealing her radiance. In an instant, she elegantly lifted her delicate hand, grasped the edge of her robe, and with decisive force, tore it away. The robe fell to the ground, revealing her breathtaking form. She was adorned in splendid silver armor that shimmered dazzlingly in the patchy sunlight. Each piece of the armor was meticulously crafted, its graceful contours fitting her form as if it were a second skin, tailored just for her. "She is clad in elven armor," the male figure grinned widely. "Our reconnaissance was indeed spot on," the female figure exclaimed with delight. "Elves, as beings of nature, have nearly vanished in this wasteland. To find one is a tremendous stroke of fortune." As the wasteland's environment grew increasingly hostile, the elves, as embodiments of nature, had nearly faced extinction. However, various factions sought to grow stronger and relied heavily on the allegiance of nature-imbued beings like elves. Yet, elves, being the most untamed of creatures, would rather perish than submit to these interlopers or natives. Yet, there were ways to make them yield. Legend spoke of elves being deeply loyal. Any creature that showed them kindness would elicit their gratitude in return. After all, elves are long-lived and could outlast ordinary beings. If they could enlist an elf as service for a few years, or even a decade, it should pose no issue, right? Of course, the truth of such claims remained a mystery. Elves were not easily deceived and likely would not be so gullible. "Once the elf is too weakened by these lunatics' attacks, we shall swoop in for a heroic rescue," the male figure grinned. "At that point, we can coax the elf into joining our expedition." "She has donned armor," the wasteland lunatics shouted in protest. We wield no armor. It is unfair, you're cheating, you shall perish. As they bellowed, they brandished their spears and charged at the elven girl and the treasure hunter like ravenous hounds. The treasure hunter was taken aback, exclaiming, "Wasteland lunatics. Aren't they those madmen who lost all sensation after consuming 5 stone powder?" Suddenly, an ethereal female voice resonated beside the treasure hunter. "Uncle." The treasure hunter turned to the source, stunned to find the girl speaking, "If you wish to live, follow my lead." Before he could comprehend, a thunderous sound erupted. The massive sword, wrapped in bandages, swept through the air with unyielding might. The sword cleaved through 3 wasteland lunatics with brutal efficiency, their forms disintegrating in an instant, limbs reduced to nothingness. Blood gushed forth as if a vessel had shattered, spilling viscera across the ground. The treasure hunter stood agape, unable to utter a sound, slipping in the blood-soaked earth. He could scarcely believe that the girl beside him possessed such formidable strength. Swish, 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 the girl wielded her great sword with the ease of slicing through vegetables, delivering ruthless blows to the advancing lunatics. Warm blood splattered in torrents, transforming the area into a hellish tableau. "This elf possesses remarkable combat prowess," the female enigma remarked, sensing the situation becoming precarious. "Fear not, observe her. Her swordplay has begun to slow," the male figure chuckled. "Once the wasteland lunatics have rendered her immobile, we shall strike." Buzz, as the girl deflected a spear, the sound of cracking bones echoed from her wrist. After felling dozens of wasteland lunatics, she was now panting, exhaustion setting in. As her energy waned, her once indomitable elven armor began to falter. But, seizing the opportunity, a wasteland lunatic thrust a spear toward the now vulnerable spot in her armor. Blood spurted forth, yet it was not the girl's blood, but that of the lunatic. With a swift motion, she swept her sword, averting the crisis once more. However, she was clearly at her limits, her strength depleted, and her limbs beginning to cramp. Seeing this, Elia exclaimed in distress, "Boss, she seems on the verge of collapse." Ming assessed the situation and determined it was time to aid the armored girl. "At last, we have encountered someone formidable. I wonder what attributes we might extract from her. If he opened fire from a distance, this girl would likely perish in the explosion. Hence, Ming resolved to charge in alongside Elia. "Elia, prepare to mount," Ming commanded, tossing her a double-barreled shotgun. "Mount. Do we have horses?" Elia asked, perplexed. Suddenly, Elia watched as Ming tossed something onto the sandy ground. In an instant, a tempest of sand began to swirl. Moments later, 2 horses fashioned from sand stood before Elia. Elia gasped, "What is this?" "Horses made of sand, and they can move." Indeed, Ming had just activated his sand manipulation horse swift hunter wolf-tooth sawtooth, creating the combined ability, sand equine. Bang! Ming and Elia mounted their sandy steeds, charging down the narrow path from the ridge, heading straight for the girl. "Boss, I can't ride a horse," Elia exclaimed in horror. "Their horses are under my control." "Your task is to attack," Ming replied. The sand steeds required no physical guidance, only mental command. "Oh, my boss is incredible." Elia felt her fear dissipate. Boom! Ming and Elia surged down like a torrential flood, capturing the attention of all present. The male enigma exclaimed, "Who are they? Are they coming to rescue the elf? Goddamn, they can't possibly intercept our prize." The female figure stammered. At that moment, the girl, surrounded by wasteland lunatics, looked in astonishment at Ming and Elia racing toward her. The lunatics became aware of the unwelcome intruders, but before they could react, Ming and Elia had already entered within his 10-meter range of psychic ability. Sand explosion. Ming clapped his hands together. In an instant, a storm of yellow sand erupted. The wasteland lunatics were engulfed, their vision obscured by the swirling dust. Seizing the moment, Ming unleashed the ability wolf-tooth sawtooth. 4 rows of serrated edges erupted from the sides of the sand steeds. He urged them to accelerate, charging into the lunatics like a harvester. Swish, 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 like a relentless meat grinder, Ming and Elia tore through the deranged beings. Gouts of crimson liquid and shattered bones flew in every direction. In that fleeting moment, the girl wielding the great sword and the treasure hunter stood in stunned silence. Within mere seconds, all the wasteland lunatics had been decimated by Ming. He and Elia leisurely approached the elven girl, dismounting before her in their sandy steeds. Ming and Elia exchanged glances at the elf, whose mouth hung agape in astonishment. They quickly reassured her, "Remain calm, let us keep it simple." Chapter 26 Cores of Death. Ming cast another glance at the girl before him. At this moment, the ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of wasteland lunatics. The girl and the treasure hunter stood resolutely in the center of the carnage, facing Ming and Elia, the 2 formidable beings who had mercilessly cleaved through the deranged. Ming scrutinized the girl before him. She was clad in armor that enveloped her entire form, her face obscured by a silver mask that revealed only a small mouth. However, Ming noticed the pointed nature of her ears, which diverged from the norm of ordinary humans. "Wait a moment, pointed ears, are those not characteristic of goblins?" Oh no, I can't have rescued a goblin, can I? Su Ming pondered inwardly. Just then, the girl gently removed her heavy helmet. A cascade of golden hair tumbled down like a waterfall, revealing her exquisitely beautiful visage, skin as pale as snow, and eyes resembling crystal-clear lakes. She rose, slightly bowed, and expressed her gratitude to Su Ming with a graceful gesture. Her voice was crisp and gentle. Thank you for your valiant assistance. Your immense kindness shall forever be etched in my memory. Each of her movements exuded elegance, her every gesture imbued with an air of nobility. The sincerity in her gaze and her humble demeanor conveyed a heartfelt appreciation. The treasure hunter beside them was momentarily stunned, for if his deductions were correct, such breathtaking beauty could only belong to an elf. Su Ming glanced at her once more, momentarily dazed. So she isn't a goblin, she appears quite lovely. But why does she resemble an elf, he mused. Su Ming replied, it was merely a trivial matter. The elven maiden nodded once more, her enchanting face radiant with a smile as bright as spring blossoms. Elia, observing the elven girl, was equally mesmerized. So beautiful, golden hair, a delicate face, pointed ears. Are you truly an elf? Elia exclaimed in astonishment. An elf? Elia's words confirmed Su Ming's suspicions. No wonder this attack seems to harbor ulterior motives, Su Ming contemplated. Meanwhile, atop the desolate expanse, the mysterious duo, upon witnessing the elf express her gratitude to Su Ming, could no longer remain seated. Damn it, someone else has reaped the rewards, the male figure exclaimed in fury. It's all your fault. You insisted on striking so late, look at the result now, the female figure berated him vehemently. Blame me, the male figure retorted incredulously. How could I have known that these two could effortlessly cleave through dozens of wasteland lunatics as if they were mere grass? These two are undoubtedly fellow Travisers. Moreover, they possess formidable strength, he remarked with trepidation. This elf is a coveted prize wherever she may be. Our adventuring group must acquire her if we are to ascend to prominence. Quickly, rally the others, the female figure urged, activating the system's chat channel. As she sought to inform her faction, the Oblivion adventuring group, of the elf's situation, she did not forget to cast a venomous glare at Su Ming. She vowed to ensure that her group exacted revenge upon him. And it was this seemingly superfluous glance that caused Su Ming to suddenly sense a wave of malice. His eyes narrowed as he peered in the direction of the hostility. With his extraordinary mental acuity, Su Ming pinpointed the location of the two enigmatic figures. There are individuals over there, Su Ming announced. What? The elven girl and Elia were momentarily taken aback. Atop a steep mountain's shadow, the silhouettes of the two mysterious figures flickered in and out of view. In that instant, the formidable double-barreled beast-hunting shotgun swiftly adjusted its aim, precisely targeting the location of the shadowy figures on the mountain top. Fire! With Su Ming's command, high-pressure gas surged forth. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the double-barreled shotgun unleashed a torrent of terrifying pellets. The pellets screamed forth like a tempest, tearing through the air as they raced toward their target. Boom! Atop the mountain, sand and stone erupted, dust swirling around. As the smoke gradually cleared, the two mysterious figures were found sprawled in a pool of their own blood, their bodies mangled and devoid of life. The tremendous force of that single shot plunged the entire wasteland into a brief, eerie silence. Su Ming gazed at the health bars of the two enigmatic figures atop the mountain, now dwindled to 0.5. At last, a relaxed smile graced his lips. I haven't sent the message yet. The consciousness of the female mysterious figure rapidly dissipated. Little did she anticipate that merely casting an additional glance at Su Ming would lead to her demise at his hands. Ding. You have slain two veteran Travisers. You have acquired blood summoning. Description: By invoking blood summoning beside their corpses, one may randomly extract treasures stored in the guild vault. Upon the death of Travisers, the majority of the treasures within their guild vault will be directly assimilated by the system as a form of protection fee. Oh. It seems I can still reap some rewards from their vault. Any easy gain is a profit. However, the matter of collecting rewards could be addressed later. At present, Su Ming's priority was to establish a rapport with the elven maiden. He did not necessarily require the elf to remain within the mobile estate, but it was prudent to nurture a good relationship for potential future needs. Boss, how is it, you didn't let them escape, did you? Elia inquired. Su Ming replied with a smile, they have been obliterated, come with me to loot their bodies. Really? Both Elia and the elven maiden were taken aback. Benefactor, how did you accomplish this? The elven maiden marveled, her surprise evident. Just as she was lost in astonishment, the colossal mobile estate disengaged its invisibility and emerged from the shadows cast by the massive rocks, stepping forth onto the mountaintop behind Su Ming. What? The elven maiden and the treasure hunter stared, eyes wide in disbelief at the beast-like mobile estate. It resembled a colossal tank, particularly accentuated by the two enormous shotgun barrels that glimmered with a chilling, rocky sheen, their dual tubes resembling the fangs of a ferocious beast, exuding an aura of lethal threat. The unworldly sight left the inexperienced elven maiden utterly astounded. So it was this cannon that obliterated those two from such a distance. The treasure hunter broke into a cold sweat. He could scarcely fathom the level of strength possessed by Su Ming, the traverser standing before him. Having spent 2.5 years in this realm, the treasure hunter considered himself somewhat seasoned. He understood that only a traverser who had navigated this wasteland for a decade or even 20 years could command a beast of such caliber. Senior, the treasure hunter suddenly addressed Su Ming with reverence. Su Ming, puzzled, responded, "Ho. Are you also a survivor?" Su Ming inquired, his brow furrowed. "Indeed, Senior, I arrived here just 2.5 years ago." The treasure hunter trembled. Su Ming was taken aback. "Aren't we peers?" He was bewildered. Had he truly become a senior after merely 2 days in this world? It was utterly absurd. Chapter 27, The Birth of the Silver Killer Claw Blade. Arya squinted her eyes as she listened to the treasure hunter before her, who was chattering away about how Su Ming was a senior. She was perplexed by the situation, sensing that the treasure hunter was trying to ingratiate himself. However, since this treasure hunter acknowledged her boss as a predecessor, Arya decided to indulge him. Logically speaking, this treasure hunter was the only one Su Ming could communicate with normally thus far, considering that all the senior predecessors they had encountered before had been eliminated by Su Ming. While maintaining an air of mystery, Su Ming casually engaged in conversation to glean some information. "What line of work are you in, my friend?" The treasure hunter promptly brandished his treasure hunting badge and declared, "A treasure hunter. Treasure hunting?" Su Ming pondered for a moment before inquiring further. "It seems you've stumbled upon a promising location for treasure hunting?" The treasure hunter anticipated this question. According to the ancestral rules passed down among treasure hunters, the precious treasure location he had discovered was something he could never reveal, even if it meant his demise. Such was the unyielding nature of tradition. Yet, he was acutely aware that if he did not offer Su Ming some advantage by disclosing the treasure location, this seasoned survivor of the Wasteland, who had navigated its dangers for a decade, would undoubtedly eliminate him on the spot. Thus, the treasure hunter was reluctantly compelled to make a decision that contradicted his heritage. With a swift motion, he sketched a simple map on animal skin for Su Ming. "What kind of treasure location is this?" Su Ming asked as he accepted the map. "Now, this is intriguing. According to the internal sensing of the ancestral treasure hunters, the information suggests it is an underground city." "Oh." Su Ming, still unaware of the treasures that lay within, appeared indifferent. The treasure hunter, noticing Su Ming's lack of enthusiasm towards the treasure map, felt as though the sky was about to fall in on him. "Alas, this is the most valuable thing I could offer," he thought, his complexion paling. "If this formidable individual is dissatisfied, I might very well meet my end here." Su Ming recognized the treasure hunter's predicament and, feigning silence for a moment, sought to see if he could extract more treasures from him. However, as Su Ming had anticipated, the treasure hunter was as impoverished as they come. This treasure map was likely his most valuable possession. With a casual wave of his hand, Su Ming declared, "All right then." Upon hearing these words, the treasure hunter finally relaxed his tense demeanor. At this juncture, Su Ming proposed, "Aren't you curious about who attacked you? Shall we go up and take a look at the bodies of those two?" After exchanging glances, the elven girl and the treasure hunter both nodded in agreement. Soon, Su Ming led them atop the mountain, where the mysterious corpses lay. Before the elven girl and the treasure hunter could marvel at Su Ming's formidable ability, control of sand, they were rendered speechless upon witnessing the remains of the mysterious figures. The two once cunning individuals had been reduced to a gruesome mess resembling a heap of crushed tomatoes. Bone fragments jutted out like the prongs of a trident, twisted and grotesque. "Goodness, this is simply horrific," the treasure hunter gasped in disbelief. "Let me examine their origins," he said, curiosity piqued as he began to inspect the corpses. Arya and the elven girl, having seen their fair share of horrors, were unfazed and began to scavenge the bodies. Meanwhile, Su Ming quietly activated the endless extraction. Extracting. Extracted death. Su Ming noted with surprise that the only entry associated with these two mysterious figures was death. He mused, could it be that I shattered their identities so thoroughly that their characteristics were irreparably obliterated, making extraction impossible? That is a possibility. Ding system supplementary prompt. To extract entries from individuals, you must either preserve the corpse or subdue them, as this significantly increases the likelihood of extracting powerful entries. For item extraction, the more familiar you are with the item, the greater the entries you can extract. Extracting entries requires substantial mental energy. Many entries may not be absent, but rather inaccessible due to insufficient mental strength on your part. After reviewing the supplementary prompt, Su Ming understood his endless extraction could not be recklessly employed. He had considered whether he could extract entries from enemies mid-battle while simultaneously using those new entries to fight back. However, upon reflection, he recognized that each extraction consumed a vast amount of mental energy. If he exhausted his mental reserves before subduing his foes, he would be left defenseless. Thus, it was imperative to subdue the enemy before initiating the endless extraction. Returning to the matter at hand, Ming activated a crimson summoning on the corpses of the two mysterious individuals, directly raiding their guild's treasury. As a crimson light erupted from their remains, a system notification appeared before Ming. Extracting treasures. You have obtained mind control technique. Remaining extraction attempts. 1. Mind control technique. Is this a technique? Ming immediately began to peruse the description. Description. This technique focuses on the meticulous control and application of psychic abilities. Practitioners can deeply perceive that, whether for defense, offense, or support, it can yield commendable results. It seemed he had drawn a technique for honing his psychic control. Ming realized that to unleash spells like Earth-Shattering Star, he could not rely solely on the endless extraction. He needed to invest his own effort to master precise control over his abilities. I should carve out some time daily to practice, Ming resolved internally as he committed the technique to memory. Continue with the crimson extraction. Extracting. You have obtained Wind Shadow Ethereal Technique. He had drawn another technique. What purpose could this serve? Wind Shadow Ethereal Technique. Description. This technique allows the mage to become more attuned to the power of the wind, enhancing their sensitivity to the elemental forces, thus facilitating the learning of advanced wind-based spells. It seems this is a supportive learning technique, specifically aiding in the acquisition of wind spells, which is precisely what I need, Ming mused. Treasure extraction complete. The system thanks you for your participation. Ming chuckled at the notification, sensing the system's unusual delight, as if it relished the opportunity to devour the treasures of these two mysterious individuals. Was the system truly so desperate? Ming chose not to dwell on it any further, as Arya and the others had also finished looting. Boss, look what I found. Arya exclaimed, presenting her discovery to Ming. Upon inspection, he discovered that she held a claw blade in her hands. This exquisite claw blade boasted smooth and elegant lines, resembling a sinuous silver serpent. The blade gleamed with a chilling radiance, sharp enough to effortlessly tear through any obstruction. Ming squinted, immediately perceiving its hidden significance. Weapon XX Silver Reaper. Description. The blade is intricately engraved with delicate and exquisite patterns, akin to ancient runes. Well, actually, they are curses. Special effect: Charged strike. Description. Upon claiming a life with the Silver Reaper, it will accumulate a layer of slashing damage, with no upper limit on stacking. One layer of slashing damage is the damage inflicted by a single swipe of this formidable claw blade. After reading the description, Ming found the weapon somewhat underwhelming. Although it appeared capable of infinitely stacking attack power, it only added a single layer of damage for each kill, which felt disproportionately meager. Initially, Ming thought the claw blade would be of little use, but suddenly, an idea struck him. Wait a minute. If the entry of Vibrant Life allows me to regain minor health from sunlight, what if I were to attach this entry to the claw blade? Chapter 28, The Elf's Gratitude. Ming felt a surge of excitement. He promptly placed the entry Vibrant onto the claw blade. A flash of green light emanated from the blade, and before the astonished gazes of Alir and the others, a radiant claw blade emerged. Vibrant XX Silver Reaper. Special effect: Absorbing sunlight or moonlight for 1 minute accumulates a layer of slashing damage. Accumulating a layer in just a minute. If it were to rotate day and night, wouldn't it be able to accumulate 440 layers in a single day? It certainly seemed promising. Ming could already envision the scene where Alir, wielding this claw blade after accumulating hundreds of thousands of layers of slashing damage, would unleash a strike powerful enough to obliterate an entire fleet. Ming then attempted to insert the entry Death, but the claw blade rejected it as if it had consumed something indigestible. It seems this claw blade cannot accommodate more than just a Death. When Ming showcased the new effect of the weapon to them, they collectively gasped in astonishment. What? Accumulating damage by absorbing sunlight and moonlight, how absurd. Alir exclaimed. This is for you. I am a mage, I have no need for it. Ming casually tossed the claw blade to Alir, who caught it with both hands, utterly speechless. Boss. Alir was overwhelmed with emotion. This was undoubtedly a divine artifact for her. The two mysterious individuals possess such formidable artifacts. The treasure hunter and the elven maiden couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation. They had initially assumed that this divine artifact was extracted from the corpse. The treasure hunter gazed enviously at the claw blade in Alir's hands, thinking, if only I had this divine artifact, wouldn't I soar to great heights? Why is it that, despite rummaging through corpses, I didn't stumble upon such a treasure? Alas, this artifact was a reward given to the underling by a powerful figure. The treasure hunter sighed in regret. The elven maiden, however, was less concerned about the artifact. Her mind was preoccupied with how these mysterious individuals had set their sights on her. She was acutely aware that various factions had been coveting elves for quite some time. Perhaps I've been marked by some tracking magic. If only I could take a bath, I might wash it away. The elven maiden furrowed her brows and sighed. The search had concluded. Aside from the claw blade and some fragmented crystal core scavenged from the corpse, there was nothing else of value. The treasure hunter reported his findings to Su Ming. Boss, the ones who attacked us are from the Desolation Adventure Group. This is their emblem. They are a group of survivors currently in the midst of expansion, with considerable strength. Su Ming paid little heed. Whatever their adventure group was called had no bearing on him. As long as they dared to cause trouble, he could easily obliterate their entire group. It was merely a matter of exterminating a faction. There was no need for further contemplation. Observing Su Ming's indifference, the treasure hunter couldn't help but marvel. My goodness, this boss doesn't even regard such a level of adventurer group. How immense must the power behind him be? Hey. There's still a horse alive. After the search concluded, everyone returned to their original spots. When the treasure hunter followed Su Ming back to the location of the carriage, he fortuitously discovered a peculiar horse, merely suffering from some superficial injuries. Excellent. I won't have to walk out of here, the treasure hunter exclaimed. Just as he thought he could make his escape, Su Ming called out to him. Wait. The treasure hunter paused, turning anxiously to face Su Ming. Boss, what do you need? He was now quite flustered. You need to agree to one more thing, Su Ming stated, directing his gaze towards the elf. Promise the elf that you will not spread her information. After all, she also saved your life. Consider it carefully. There is no wall that is impervious to the wind. Whether the treasure hunter would divulge the elf's information was uncertain to Su Ming. Regardless of whether he chose to disclose it, it mattered little to Su Ming. He merely offered a suggestion on behalf of the elf. The elven maiden cast a grateful glance towards Su Ming before approaching the treasure hunter, resembling a sincere bluebird, and said, Sir, please promise me to keep my secret. The treasure hunter was momentarily taken aback as he gazed into the enchanting eyes of the elf. Indeed, when the elf was in her most perilous moment, she also saved this stranger. He realized that even if he wished to reveal the information, he wouldn't have anything of consequence to share. Although he could embellish the tale and sell it for a handsome profit, upon witnessing the pure and captivating elf speaking earnestly to him, he found himself entranced. He immediately patted his chest and assured her, Rest assured, your kindness will never be forgotten. I promise not to disclose even a whisper of your information. The elf smiled warmly. By the way, I am heading west. Where are you going, elf? The treasure hunter patted the peculiar horse beside him, seemingly inquiring if the elf would accompany him on his journey. Though he held little hope, he couldn't resist the urge to ask. Su Ming was aware that the treasure hunter intended to head west while he himself was destined for the south. Their paths did not align, and there was only one extra horse available. How would the elf depart? Su Ming directly asked her, Which direction do you intend to go? The elf, not daring to be dismissive of Su Ming's inquiry, promptly replied, I wish to head slightly southwest. Oh, it seems that is not quite on the same path. Su Ming murmured. After all, time was of the essence for him. Should he arrive late at Animal Human City, he might not even have a sip of soup. Upon hearing Su Ming say that he would not be traveling the same route as the elf, the treasure hunter felt a surge of excitement. He thought, does this mean I have a chance to travel alongside the elf? However, before the treasure hunter could revel in his enthusiasm, the elf suddenly stepped forward, sincerely stating, Although I am not on the same path as my benefactor, may I accompany you for a while? Oh. Why is that? Su Ming inquired. The elf earnestly responded, Have you not heard the legends of our elfin race? Bestow a favor upon us, and we shall repay it. Alir, upon hearing this, excitedly tugged at Su Ming's sleeve, whispering with fervor, Boss. I've heard this fable. The legend states that elves are creatures who repay kindness. Anyone who saves a member of their race will receive a return of gratitude within their capabilities. Ding. You have received the elf's gratitude contract. During the period of the elf's gratitude contract, she will repay you to the best of her abilities, and she will treat you sincerely. Please also treat her with sincerity. Do you accept? Yes, no, such a fortunate occurrence. Su Ming found it quite remarkable. Hearing the elf say this, the treasure hunter couldn't help but sigh in envy. All right, no problem. Su Ming acquiesced to the elf's request. Contract successful. Since you are heading slightly southwest, traveling together for a while will not delay anything. Su Ming remarked. I believe so too, the elf replied with a smile. Su Ming regarded the elf and inquired, What is your name? The elf planted her great sword into the ground, placing one hand over her heart, and respectfully addressed Su Ming, Benefactor, my name is Elizabeth. Elizabeth. That is a lovely name, Su Ming nodded in approval. Then, I shall take my leave, esteemed elder. The treasure hunter bid farewell to Su Ming. Su Ming inclined his head slightly in response. He then led Elizabeth and Ailill to stand upon the rising rock, directly ascending to the mobile abode. The treasure hunter gazed up at the imposing mobile abode of Su Ming from a distance, then glanced at his injured peculiar horse. He couldn't help but sigh, if only I had a magnificent mobile beast like that, would the elf choose to accompany me? Never mind, I won't dwell on it. The treasure hunter took out the possessions of the deceased horseman. This horseman was a native. He mentioned that his wife and child are still waiting for him to return home. Alas, he was inexplicably caught up in this. Since it's on the way, I suppose I'll help the horseman bring back his belongings. The treasure hunter felt remarkably benevolent. He was certainly not motivated by the desire to see what the horseman's wife looked like in taking such action. Chapter 29, The Art of Summoning Spirits. After bidding farewell to the treasure hunters, Su Ming and his companions were ready to return to the mobile mansion and resume their journey. Su Ming, accompanied by Elizabeth and Ailill, made their way towards the lower section of the mobile mansion. Thanks to Su Ming, Elizabeth was afforded the rare opportunity to observe this colossal beast from such close proximity. Her curiosity piqued as she examined the rocky limbs that supported the mansion's movement. It was difficult for her to fathom how such coarse stone could exhibit the agility of mechanical joints. Could it be that your beastly companion is the legendary hill giant? Elizabeth mused, drawing upon the folklore that had long captivated her imagination. Elizabeth, steady yourself. We are ascending now. Ailill cautioned. Elizabeth, momentarily dazed, glanced around, noting the absence of any stairs or means of ascent. Suddenly, she heard Su Ming mutter something under his breath. Instantly, the ground beneath them began to fracture, forming a rocky platform that transformed into an ascending pillar. This rock column served as an elevator, lifting Elizabeth and Su Ming directly onto the mobile mansion. Elizabeth barely managed to steady herself by thrusting her great sword into the ground to avoid being toppled by the sudden rise. A flicker of astonishment danced in Elizabeth's eyes as she regarded the ascending pillar and then turned her gaze back to Su Ming. My benefactor, are you truly a multifaceted sorcerer? Elizabeth inquired, her curiosity evident. In the eyes of the elves, magic and supernatural abilities were considered one and the same. The term multifaceted sorcerer referred to a formidable mage capable of wielding various natural abilities with ease. Perhaps, Su Ming replied modestly. Ailill, observing Elizabeth's naivete, merely smiled in silence, well aware that Su Ming's true prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary multifaceted sorcerer. As the saying goes, all who come are guests. To extend his hospitality, Su Ming decided to give Elizabeth a tour. Standing at the periphery of the mansion, he introduced, this is what our mobile mansion looked like when it was just beginning, before it started to grow. Will it become even larger in the future? Elizabeth queried, her curiosity ignited. Absolutely. Ailill responded enthusiastically. Elizabeth's imagination began to take flight, envisioning the mobile mansion evolving into a grand mobile castle. After noticing the slightly dazed expression on Elizabeth's face, Su Ming smiled gently and said, come, let me show you the living room. He led Elizabeth and Ailill into the living room. As they entered, a small flame, brimming with eagerness, promptly added kindling to itself and respectfully greeted Su Ming. Master, welcome home. Little flame has already illuminated the dimly lit living room for you. Quick, praise me, it urged. Very well, I see you have been obedient, Su Ming chuckled, tossing a shard of crystal core to Little Flame. Thank you, Master. Little Flame exclaimed joyfully as it began to chew on the crystal core. A talking fire pit. Could it be the legendary fire sprite? Elizabeth gasped in astonishment. According to legend, fire sprites were regarded as messengers of flame, known for their lively and mischievous nature, never yielding to anyone. If provoked, the fire they unleashed could plunge foes into dire straits. Elizabeth was increasingly captivated by Su Ming's remarkable abilities. Not only could he treat a creature akin to the legendary hill giant as a pet, but he also had the audacity to keep a wild and perilous fire sprite as one. Fire sprite. Is it truly that formidable, big brother? Could Little Flame genuinely be a fire sprite? Ailill inquired, her curiosity piqued. Su Ming cast a glance at Little Flame, who was blissfully focused on devouring the crystal core, and thought it unnecessary to clarify that this creature bore no resemblance to a sprite. However, explaining it to Elizabeth would be too cumbersome, so he opted to let her and Ailill speculate freely. Perhaps, Su Ming replied. Subsequently, he guided Elizabeth through the entirety of the mansion. It boasted a wealth of living facilities, bedrooms, storage rooms, bathrooms, and lavatories were all present. To live in such comfort while on the road, akin to residing in one's own home, is simply marvelous. Elizabeth reflected on the hardships she had endured during her journey, the wind, rain, and the jostling of the carriage, feeling an intense envy towards Su Ming and Ailill. Follow me. I have a place to show you, Su Ming said, beckoning Elizabeth. He then instructed Ailill, you go ahead and prepare a meal. All right. Alia replied cheerfully as she made her way into the kitchen, eager to sneak a taste. Reluctantly, Elizabeth glanced back at the mansion before hastening to catch up with Su Ming. He led her to the greenhouse. Upon seeing the slightly fertile soil within, Elizabeth set down her great sword, scooped up a handful of soil, and her eyes sparkled with wonder. This soil, it is not wasteland. Having been enhanced with moisture and vibrancy, this soil had transformed into a remarkably rare fertile ground in a world of desolation. As an embodiment of nature, Elizabeth, the elf, was fortunate enough to witness such rare fertility in her lifetime, igniting a glimmer of hope for the restoration of natural vitality. Benefactor, may I attempt to summon earth spirit bugs from this soil? Elizabeth earnestly requested. Summon earth spirit bugs. This was a term unfamiliar to Su Ming. Spirits were categorized into great spirits, lesser spirits, and spirit bugs. Great spirits were corporeal beings, while lesser spirits represented the evolved form of spirit bugs. Spirit bugs, on the other hand, were life orbs born from and benefiting nature. Spirits could expend magical energy to slightly enhance the soil, rendering it barely capable of yielding quality plants. Spirit bugs had a certain probability of being summoned from fertile soil. Their presence could directly influence the soil's fertility and vitality. If a spirit could summon the bugs from the soil, it would imbue the land with boundless potential for growth. In the desolate world, various natural spirit bugs had nearly become extinct. To see them return was a long-held aspiration of Elizabeth's. As Su Ming watched, Elizabeth closed her eyes. The elven maiden gently shut her eyes, her hands moving gracefully as she chanted incantations, attempting to call forth the spirit bugs from the earth. The soil cradled in her palms began to emanate a golden glow. With a dazzling flash of light, a group of small, adorable spirit bugs slowly emerged from the soil. I did it! Elizabeth exclaimed, her excitement palpable. As she beheld the spirit bugs fluttering in the air, a joyful smile spread across her face. If spirit bugs can reappear, perhaps my kin may also be saved, Elizabeth murmured. However, it was not long before the spirit bugs began to writhe in agony, their previously lively forms now appearing listless and weak. What is happening? Elizabeth's heart raced with panic, her beautiful visage reflecting her distress and helplessness. Chapter 30. Arya, boss, what are you and the fairy sister doing? Suddenly, Elizabeth finally realized the gravity of the situation. Could it be that the natural environment has deteriorated so severely that even the fairy insects are struggling to breathe? If the fairy insects cannot survive, does that mean our fairy race is destined to be forsaken by this world? She was unwilling to surrender. She continued to cradle the soil in her palms, tirelessly infusing it with life magic, yet, despite her efforts, she could not reverse the dire plight of the dying fairy insects. Elizabeth was at a loss as to how to proceed. Just then, Su Ming's hand unexpectedly pressed down on the back of Elizabeth's hand, which was holding the soil. In Elizabeth's astonished gaze, the soil in her palms erupted with a brilliant golden light the moment Su Ming's hand made contact. The radiance enveloped the feeble fairy insects. Before long, the insects revived, joyfully fluttering about. Benefactor, you are incredible. Elizabeth gazed at the scene, her eyes brimming with gratitude and astonishment. Su Ming smiled gently at her and replied, just a casual gesture. Su Ming had merely witnessed the fairy insects on the brink of death and had casually cast a vibrant life spell. As expected, this spell resonated perfectly with the fairy insects, born of nature, and immediately took effect, enhancing their resistance to the harsh environment and allowing them to survive. Although Elizabeth did not comprehend how Su Ming had revived these insects, as long as they still possessed vitality in this wasteland, there was a glimmer of hope for their fairy race. It could be said that Su Ming had restored Elizabeth's hope. Unbeknownst to him, Elizabeth was profoundly grateful to him at that moment. Su Ming was solely focused on seizing the opportunity to activate endless extraction, while Elizabeth and the fairy insects were distracted. Extracting earth and fairy insect. Extraction successful. You have obtained the elemental trait, Earth Fairy Affinity. Description: If this trait is attached to your body, you will possess an earth fairy affinity, enabling the soil, mud, sand within the range of your abilities to exhibit a degree of self-awareness, akin to that of a pet, to be utilized, commanded, and fought for you. If the trait is attached to a weapon, the weapon will gain elemental combat techniques. If attached to other beings, the effects are unknown. Upon reading the description, Su Ming smiled in satisfaction. This essentially allows the sand and mud within my range to behave like pets, ready to be commanded at my whim. I'll attach this trait to myself. As the trait merged into Su Ming's essence, he suddenly radiated an aura that resonated with the fairies. Benefactor, how did you manage to do this? Elizabeth inquired curiously. When her gaze met Su Ming's, her heart inexplicably fluttered. A profound sense of familiarity welled up within her, compelling her to draw nearer to Su Ming. She found herself bewildered, unable to comprehend why she felt such a unique connection to him. Soon, she realized she was not alone. Even the fairy insects, typically aloof towards humans, began to swarm around Su Ming with enthusiasm, leaving Elizabeth, a pure fairy, momentarily sidelined. So these fairy insects do possess warmth, Su Ming mused, finding them quite intriguing. Upon hearing Su Ming's gentle words, Elizabeth's sense of familiarity intensified. Could it be that the benefactor possesses fairy blood? But that shouldn't be possible, our fairy race has no males. Wait. Elizabeth suddenly recalled a legend recounted by the elders of her clan. It was said that the fairy goddess of the divine realm despised war. Thus, she decreed that the Tree of Life would forsake any male fairies who might harbor war genes. However, as a race, they would inevitably encounter conflicts of interest with other races. By discarding war, the fairy race would find themselves at a disadvantage in such disputes. The fairy goddess was aware of this, and so, whenever the fairy race faced the brink of extinction, the sole male of their race, the fairy king, would be born. The fairy king would rally the fairy race to wage war, breaking the cycle of annihilation. After some contemplation, a bold hypothesis emerged in the mind of the fairy maiden. Could it be that the benefactor is the newly born fairy king? As soon as this thought crossed her mind, even she found it hard to believe. After all, Su Ming clearly appeared human. His hair was black, and he lacked the pointed ears typical of fairies. Yet, the unique aura that emanated from him made her think that this conjecture was not entirely unfounded. Could the benefactor possibly be the fairy king? Elizabeth yearned to unravel this mystery. She rose and approached Su Ming. Elizabeth, what's the matter? Su Ming regarded the approaching Elizabeth with curiosity. Elizabeth wiped the dirt from her hands with her garment and, gazing at Su Ming with pleading eyes, said, "Benefactor, I have a request. May I touch your ears?" Su Ming was somewhat taken aback, unsure of why Elizabeth would ask such a thing. However, he had no objections to her request. Turning his face, he graciously replied, "Go ahead." After swallowing hard, Elizabeth gently pinched Su Ming's ear with her delicate fingers. There are no pointed fairy ear bones. Unable to find any evidence of Su Ming being a fairy in his ears, her gaze shifted to his hair. Could I touch your hair?" Elizabeth asked once more. Su Ming, go ahead." After a brief moment of silence, he replied. Elizabeth's face lit up with joy as she slowly reached her fingers towards the tips of Su Ming's hair. Fairy sister. What are you and the boss doing?" Arya exclaimed, hands on her hips, her expression one of suspicion. Arya had suddenly arrived at the plantation and, upon entering, caught sight of Elizabeth seemingly engaged in some clandestine activity with Su Ming. Elizabeth quickly withdrew her hand. Su Ming, unperturbed, stated, "Nothing, just wondering if it's time for dinner." "Yes, I came to call you both for dinner." Arya smiled at Su Ming. Su Ming patted Elizabeth on the shoulder and said, "Come, let's go have lunch first. After we finish lunch, we'll come back and see if the soil that has birthed the earth fairy insects can be used for planting crops." "What? Can our land really be used for planting crops?" Arya exclaimed, filled with excitement. Elizabeth followed Arya into the living room, while Su Ming, seizing the opportunity while Elizabeth was distracted, activated the endless extraction. You have obtained. Chapter 31, What can the elves do? Extraction successful. You have acquired the racial trait, Fusion Spirit Body. Introduction. Elves exist as a bridge between the realm of beings and the spirits of nature, thus they are termed as fusion spirit bodies. They possess an unparalleled talent for practicing nature-based magic. Therefore, should this trait be bestowed upon you, you will embody the fusion spirit body of the elves, resulting in a comprehensive enhancement of 60 to all attributes of your nature-based abilities. This physique is exclusive to the elven race. Is it truly that powerful? Su Ming was astonished that merely extracting a fragment from Elizabeth had yielded such a formidable enhancement. It is virtually impossible for ordinary transmigrators to become elves. Should Su Ming acquire the fusion spirit body of the elves, when facing other transmigrators wielding nature-based abilities, he would undoubtedly surpass them by 60. In essence, he would be 60 stronger than his peers within the realm of nature-based abilities. It might even be feasible for him to eliminate opponents of a higher tier. Fusion. As Su Ming affixed the trait to himself, he successfully merged with the fusion spirit body. At that moment, an extraordinary power began to flow gently within him. Su Ming slowly raised his hands, palms facing upwards, and wisps of elven light shimmered ethereally. He could distinctly feel his mastery over nature-based abilities had significantly strengthened. Once challenging to control, his nature-based powers now seemed obedient, like well-behaved children responding to his commands. Having merged with the fusion spirit body, you have now become a being that is both human and elven. You have acquired a new transformation form, Elven Mode. When you activate Elven, your personal attributes will also receive a corresponding boost of 2. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. A comprehensive enhancement of 60 to nature-based abilities for a duration of 5 minutes is more than sufficient for Su Ming to unleash chaos. The flexibility of splitting this time makes it exceedingly convenient. Su Ming felt a sense of satisfaction regarding this. However, one aspect that piqued his curiosity was that upon activating elfin mode, he would actually transform into a golden-haired figure. He was intrigued to see what he would look like as a golden-haired elf. As Su Ming mentally catalogued his gains, he guided Elizabeth towards the living room, preparing to take a seat for dinner. Arya promptly settled herself upon the blanket beside the dining table, then patted the space beside her, beckoning Su Ming and Elizabeth, "Boss, elf sister, come sit." At that moment, the dining table was adorned with 2 dishes and a soup. This time, unlike yesterday, there were 2 new dishes added. These included fresh cactus with salt and sweet potato syrup. The addition of these 2 new dishes was thanks to Arya scavenging provisions from the packs of the 2 mysterious individuals they had encountered. "Boss, look. Their packs contained sweet potato chips and some sugar. So I made the sweet potato syrup you mentioned." Arya was wagging her tail, eagerly anticipating a taste. She divided the sweet potato syrup into 3 small bowls using a wooden spoon. Jerky, fresh cactus, and syrup. Elizabeth gazed at the lavish array of dishes on the table, swallowing hard. She usually only dared to consume cheap insect shell compressed biscuits and occasionally indulged in some beast jerky for protein. To Elizabeth, Su Ming's meal seemed extravagantly luxurious, rendering her hesitant to touch her chopsticks. She feared that Su Ming had expended such precious food in honor of her visit. Elizabeth looked earnestly at Su Ming, saying, "Benefactor, you need not waste such precious beast meat just to entertain me. I am here to repay your kindness. If I waste your food, would that not be counterproductive?" As she spoke, Elizabeth produced a piece of black brick-like food from her small satchel. "I can simply have some insect shell compressed biscuits to fill my stomach as usual." With that, Elizabeth began to nibble at the brick-like compressed biscuit with great difficulty. Observing Elizabeth's frugal demeanor, Su Ming couldn't help but recall some memories from the original host. The original host had also dined on these so-called insect shell compressed biscuits alongside Arya during their times of hardship. This fare was hardly fit for human consumption, being entirely composed of the shells of enormous insects, akin to chewing on a bitter brick. Its only redeeming quality was that it was quite filling. However, it was well understood that if one could manage to swallow a brick, they would undoubtedly be satiated. Su Ming and Arya exchanged glances, both furrowing their brows slightly. Arya leaned closer to Su Ming's ear and whispered, "I thought the elf sister was someone of great influence. It seems her life is not as easy as I presumed. We still have a few wolf beasts left uneaten. It wouldn't be unreasonable to offer some to the elf sister." Su Ming shared this sentiment. With this thought in mind, he feigned curiosity and asked Elizabeth, "Elizabeth, what are you eating? Do you have any left in your bag?" Elizabeth looked at Su Ming in a daze before rummaging through her small satchel, replying, "There aren't any left. This is my last piece. If you wish to see, I can offer it to you." Elizabeth extended the last piece of her insect shell compressed biscuit towards Su Ming. Upon receiving it, Su Ming set the biscuit aside. "Benefactor, what are you doing?" He then began to eat alongside Arya. With Su Ming's resolute demeanor, Elizabeth did not resist and began to partake in the meal as well. When Elizabeth finally tasted the sweet potato syrup, having not savored sweetness in a long time, she felt as though she had been melted by its delightful flavor. Delicious. Elizabeth began to indulge heartily, her previous reluctance to waste Su Ming's food dissipating entirely. She felt an increasing sense of guilt. "Clearly, I came here with the intent of repaying kindness, yet I am unable to provide any substantial help, and now I am feasting upon such delightful dishes prepared by my benefactor. If I cannot assist my benefactor this afternoon, how shall I reconcile my conscience?" Chapter 32. Practice. After finishing lunch, Elizabeth hurriedly made her way to Su Ming's plantation without taking a moment's respite. Naturally, Su Ming had no choice but to follow her. Upon arriving at the plantation, Elizabeth observed the earth sprites fluttering over the soil, a smile spreading across her face. "Benefactor, these sprites are undoubtedly the most vigorous creatures I have ever encountered," she exclaimed. "What benefits can these sprites bring to my land?" Su Ming inquired. Elizabeth crouched down, cradling some soil in her hands, and replied, "Benefactor, observe closely. Once the earth sprites take residence in the soil, they will automatically regulate the fertility for any plants you sow. In other words, you will no longer need to worry about the fertilizer ratios when you apply them. The earth sprites will handle that for you. Additionally, these sprites can hasten the maturation of plants, allowing them to grow quickly and reach maturity." Hastening, that sounds splendid. Su Ming nodded, realizing that time was of the essence. If he were to adhere to the norms of reality, it would take several months to harvest a single vegetable, and he was uncertain whether he would survive until then. However, with the plants growing swiftly, he would soon be able to enjoy fresh vegetables with Alir. Elizabeth added, "Benefactor, as soon as you plant the seeds, they will sprout immediately." Su Ming retrieved a pouch of seeds, which felt akin to opening a blind box for him. He was eager to discover what fortune awaited him. Randomly, he pulled out a seed from the pouch and planted it in the soil. The moment the seed was buried, a tender sprout emerged from the earth. Upon closer inspection, a system notification appeared before Su Ming's eyes. Smiley tomato seedling. Maturation progress 1. Is this truly a tomato? Su Ming's heart soared with delight. Tomatoes were indeed the versatile gems of the vegetable world, suitable for eating raw, cooking, and even making sauces. Su Ming felt as though he had struck gold. Congratulations, you have begun unlocking the home planting system. Tip: may you cultivate vegetables beneficial to your health to ensure a balanced diet. Your and your companion's current health value. 60. When health falls below 50, there is a chance of illness. As your diet improves, your personal attribute panel will also receive enhancements. Improving our diet is inherently linked to our health, and thus, to our personal attributes, Su Ming reflected. After all, the personal attribute panel is ultimately a tangible manifestation of one's essence, rather than entirely data-driven like a game. Given this, it was imperative for Su Ming to diligently develop his agricultural pursuits. Tomatoes. Alia leaned close to the tomato seedling, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Boss, we are going to strike it rich. You may not realize this, but if these tomatoes reach the noble market, they will be considered a true delicacy. Alia's words held truth. In the Wasteland, growing a plant that could bear fruit was an exceedingly rare feat. If Su Ming's tomatoes could indeed yield a bountiful harvest, it would not only enhance their diet but also provide a lucrative opportunity for trade. Next, Elizabeth and Alia each extracted a seed from the pouch. Su Ming was eager to see what kind of seed their respective luck would yield. As expected, Alia, with her meager luck rating of 5, promptly produced a weed. Ducktail grass, current maturation progress. 1. Upon seeing the name of the grass, Su Ming remarked, "Ducktail grass, isn't that a notorious weed? I've heard that once it takes root, it can overrun an entire field. Pull it out." Alia, hearing Su Ming's suggestion, became frantic. "No way." She cradled the ducktail grass protectively and pleaded, "Please, boss, this is my very first plant that I've grown with my own hands." With a sigh, Su Ming instructed the earth sprites, "Let the ducktail grass live, but prevent it from propagating." The earth sprites fluttered in the air as if affirming his command. "Hee hee. You re the best, boss," Alia giggled. Elizabeth, on the other hand, had a far superior luck rating, and the plant she cultivated turned out to be edible as well. Leek. Maturation progress. 1. Leeks, how delightful, although they could use a bit of cumin, Su Ming lamented with a hint of irony. But at least we now have another edible vegetable. It's certainly better than ducktail grass. Alia, hearing Su Ming's comment, puffed up her cheeks in annoyance. Elizabeth, noticing Alia's forlorn expression, couldn't help but chuckle behind her hand. "The seeds are nearly sown, now we simply await their growth," Su Ming stated. "Indeed, I can hardly wait to taste the tomatoes." Alia drooled in anticipation. Seeing Su Ming's satisfied expression, Elizabeth also beamed with joy. "At least I have successfully summoned the earth sprites. With their help, benefactor, you will soon be able to enjoy fresh vegetables." As Elizabeth pondered this, a sigh escaped her lips. She thought to herself, "Alas, I shall not be able to savor the tomatoes that benefactor grows. I must continue my journey. What else can I do to assist you, benefactor?" Elizabeth mused deeply. Just then, Su Ming suddenly called out to Elizabeth and Alia, saying, "Elizabeth, Alia, join me in the wasteland for a moment." Elizabeth and Alia exchanged puzzled glances but followed Su Ming as he descended onto the barren land. Su Ming instructed directly, "You two, attack me together." After a moment of surprise, Elizabeth and Alia realized, "You want us to practice with you?" Shortly after Su Ming had finished sowing the seeds, a new system notification appeared before his eyes. One reminder, engaging in practical training can enhance your personal attributes comprehensively. As it happened, Su Ming was on the verge of entering the human-animal city, where the travelers and locals likely possessed formidable combat skills. Though endowed with remarkable abilities, Su Ming lacked practical combat experience. It was indeed time for him to seek a capable instructor to spar with, and Elizabeth was perfectly suited for the role. Chapter 33, Bathing RIC. Elizabeth slowly unsheathed her great sword and proclaimed, "Benefactor, you are a mage, are you not?" "Indeed." Su Ming nodded. She continued, "It is not. I am the assassin, after all." Arya responded, looking somewhat bewildered. With a swift motion, the bindings on Elizabeth's great sword fell to the ground, revealing a magnificent silver blade adorned with intricate engravings that glimmered with a piercing light. "While a mage possesses high damage potential, they are inherently fragile," Su Ming replied calmly. "You two should engage together, and remember to maximize your defenses." After exchanging a glance, Elizabeth and Arya charged towards Su Ming, weapons raised. Without uttering a word, Su Ming clapped his palms together, invoking his ability. A wall of rock erupted from the ground. blocking the onslaught of Elizabeth and Arya's strikes simultaneously. Su Ming unleashed his power once more. Two surging torrents of yellow sand rushed forth like small waves, crashing towards the pair. With a resounding thud, Arya was knocked to the ground, unable to rise again, while Elizabeth cleaved through the advancing sand with a forceful stroke. In an instant, Elizabeth surged forward with a speed that left Su Ming no time to react, her great sword poised to strike at his neck. She was acutely aware that such rapidity would render Su Ming incapable of casting a spell in time. This was one of the inherent disadvantages of a mage, the lengthy preparation time required for casting spells. Elizabeth believed victory was within her grasp, but suddenly, without any visible casting gesture from Su Ming, a stone pillar materialized before him, causing Elizabeth to momentarily freeze. In the next heartbeat, tendrils of sand ensnared her ankles, dragging her backward with a sudden force. Thud, Elizabeth found herself pinned to the ground beneath the relentless waves of yellow sand. Though she lay there uninjured, her mind was in a state of bewilderment. What on earth is happening? I distinctly did not witness my benefactor performing any casting actions. Why? Soon, Elizabeth realized that her confusion extended beyond the absence of a visible casting. She discovered that Su Ming's spellcasting was layered. Typically, a mage could only unleash a single spell at a time. However, Su Ming was capable of releasing 2 or 3 spells simultaneously, without any casting prelude or delay, practically instantaneous. This meant that Su Ming could effectively engage as a warrior while wielding the powers of a mage. That will suffice, you both have worked hard, Su Ming declared, releasing his hold on them with a mere thought. He too was astonished by his own casting speed. The remarkable efficiency he had just demonstrated was entirely due to the trait Earth Elemental Affinity. When casting a spell, the required incantation would typically monopolize Su Ming's singular CPU. However, with the Earth Elemental Affinity, he could delegate the burden of casting Earth-based spells to nearby Earth Elementals. This facilitated seamless integration and instantaneous spell combinations. Su Ming mused that with further enhancement, rocks cannot undergo significant alterations, and the strength and density of sand remain insufficient. It seems I must level up. In doing so, he envisioned the Earth Elementals transforming into an autonomous offensive and defensive system, capable of executing automatic defenses and even multiple casting attacks without Su Ming's conscious effort. Cough? Cough, boss, you were a bit too harsh. Arya complained, spitting out sand. Su Ming quipped, if you're inexperienced, practice more. Arya retorted, hey, just you wait, old man. Thank you for your efforts, Su Ming said, reaching down to help Elizabeth to her feet. At the moment their hands touched, Elizabeth felt an inexplicable surge of elemental energy emanating from Su Ming. Could it be that my benefactor just employed elemental manipulation? She pondered, gazing at Su Ming's face, which bore no sign of fatigue after such sustained spellcasting. Elizabeth quickly dismissed her earlier thoughts. Even elemental priests experience exhaustion after using elemental manipulation, let alone, my benefactor is not an elemental. Shaking her head, she resolved not to dwell on it further. Turning to Su Ming, she said, benefactor, allow me to summarize. Indeed, Su Ming replied, nodding after hearing Elizabeth's analysis. She was certain that Su Ming could indeed function as a warrior. If he could enhance the strength of the sand and rock he manipulated, his abilities would ascend to new heights. By the time their training session concluded, the sun had set. Su Ming, Elizabeth, and Arya were all covered in dust, their bodies slick with sweat. Arya discreetly sniffed her tail, her brow furrowing slightly. Oh no, as expected, once I sweat, my tail begins to reek again. I wonder if the boss would permit me to bathe with the elemental sister, Arya murmured softly. Elizabeth, meanwhile, twirled a strand of her damp hair between her fingers. Her locks were matted with sweat, leaving her feeling quite uncomfortable. Su Ming immediately perceived their discomfort and suggested, since we still have rainwater left, why not heat some for a bath tonight? Heat water for a bath? Arya exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over. Hooray! Boss, you are simply wonderful. A man who understands a girl's heart like you will surely be able to marry 100 wives. Elizabeth chuckled, infected by Arya's enthusiasm. However, she soon realized that as an outsider, it was not appropriate for her to use her benefactor's precious water resources for bathing. I came to repay a debt of gratitude, yet here I am, indulging in my benefactor's hospitality. With a determined gaze, Elizabeth turned to Su Ming. Before she could voice her concerns, he interrupted her, insisting, enough, listen to your benefactor and go bathe with Arya, it is of no consequence. Elizabeth attempted to argue, but that would waste water. Su Ming gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her, it's not as if the bathing water will be discarded after use. It won't go to waste. In an instant, Elizabeth's reservations crumbled under Su Ming's words. Thank you, benefactor. Elizabeth expressed her gratitude. Chapter 34. Master, come quickly to bathe, the water is still warm within. As the nightfall silently descended, the cold crept in like a haunting spectre. Across the vast and desolate expanse of the desert, only the Grand Mobile residence persisted, bravely enduring the biting chill of the wind as it trudged onward. Within the living room of the mobile abode, a small flame flickered in the fireplace, tirelessly consuming firewood to sustain its vibrant blaze. This warmth enveloped Su Ming, Elia, and Elizabeth as they dined in comfort. "This wind is surprisingly fierce tonight," Elizabeth mused, gazing out at the howling gusts outside, her thoughts momentarily adrift. Were it any other time, she would have been alone in the desert's night, shivering in a rocky cave to escape the icy breath of the wind, yet now, ensconced beside the welcoming fireplace, savouring delicious fare, she felt an undeniable sense of home. Home, Elizabeth's gaze dimmed with a hint of melancholy. "This journey is precisely for the sake of saving my home," she whispered to herself. "Benefactor, I shall depart tomorrow morning," Elizabeth suddenly announced. Elia was taken aback, her expression frozen as she nibbled on a piece of dried cactus, looking towards Elizabeth in disbelief. "Oh, I wanted to spend a few more days playing with Sister Elf," Elia lamented. Su Ming turned to Elia, stating, "Since Elizabeth has embarked on her journey, it is undoubtedly to fulfill a mission she must complete." "Oh," Elia responded childishly. Elizabeth smiled gently at Su Ming, saying, "Thank you for your understanding, benefactor. If I survive and return, I shall repay the debt of gratitude that remains unfulfilled." "Wait, Sister Elf, are you truly putting your life on the line?" Elia expressed her concern. Hearing this, Su Ming chuckled and shook his head. "In truth, Elia and I are embarking on a mission that is somewhat akin to placing our lives at risk. If we both survive, you will always be welcome here," Su Ming earnestly assured Elizabeth. "Indeed. Without fail," Elizabeth responded, extending her pinky finger toward Su Ming. "What is this? Are we children making a pinky promise?" Su Ming inquired with confusion. Elizabeth, misinterpreting Su Ming's words as a judgment of her childishness, felt a blush rise to her cheeks. Hesitantly, she withdrew her pinky, saying, "Well, benefactor, you are no longer a child. I, however, as an elf, am still quite young. For elves, who possess longevity, Elizabeth was merely a child just having turned 20. To her, a pinky promise was the most sincere form of agreement. Suddenly, Su Ming hooked his pinky with hers, declaring, "Very well, we have made our promise." Elizabeth beamed, nodding vigorously, "Yes." As Elia observed the pinky promise between Su Ming and Elizabeth, an inexplicable discomfort stirred within her heart. "I want to make a pinky promise too," Elia interjected, casting a wistful glance at Su Ming, her thoughts lingering unspoken. After their meal, Elizabeth and Elia set about heating water. Their anticipation for a hot bath bubbled over as they watched the large pot of water boil vigorously. Meanwhile, Su Ming quietly retreated to the bathroom. With a mere thought, a spacious bathtub fashioned from stone materialized within the bathroom. "Master, the water is ready." Elia and Elizabeth entered the bathroom, their eyes gleaming at the sight of the grand bathtub. "Wow. Master, you created a gigantic bathtub," Elia exclaimed dramatically. "You both go ahead, I have matters to attend to," Su Ming replied, stepping towards the door to begin his training. However, Elia blocked his path, a mischievous glint in her eyes as she teased, "Master, please don't peek at us." "Peek? If I truly wished to, I could simply command the wall to open a gaping hole for my viewing pleasure," Su Ming retorted. "Master, please, I was only joking," Elia conceded, and with that, Su Ming exited. Alone in the living room, Su Ming retrieved the technique he had acquired from the mysterious figure, mind control of spiritual energy. Description: this technique focuses on the delicate manipulation and application of supernatural powers. Su Ming settled into a meditative posture, palms facing the sky, eyes closed, his expression tranquil and concentrated. As his breathing gradually steadied, he began to channel the spiritual energy within him. Training progress. 1. Training progress 3. Training progress 10. Har. Su Ming slowly opened his eyes, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. "I've reached the limit of what I can cultivate at present." He spread his palm, gathering sand into a ball within his hand. The grains from all directions coalesced into a tightly packed sphere, so dense it felt almost solid. Delighted by this achievement, Su Ming exclaimed, "This is precisely the solidity I aimed for." Without a doubt, this technique has intensified the density of the sand. With a flick of his hand, the sand suddenly dissipated. Just as Su Ming was about to practice the movement technique Wind Shadow Ethereal Art, he faintly heard the playful sounds of Elia and Elizabeth splashing water in the bathroom. "Sister Elizabeth, you smell wonderful." "Sister, you are so slippery." "Sister, since you are leaving tomorrow, let me give you a farewell scrub." "Har har har." "No, Elia, I'm ticklish." After catching a few snippets of their playful banter, the conversation faded into hushed whispers, becoming indistinct. Su Ming resumed his training, practicing the movement technique Wind Shadow Ethereal Art. Training progress 1. Training progress 3. Training progress, 10. Har har. Training in this technique felt akin to leaping side to side until the wind was stirred around him, increasing his speed with each movement. Stage 1 of Wind Shadow Ethereal Art has been completed. In an instant, he seemed to transform into an invisible wind. Each movement was swift as a gale, leaving behind fleeting afterimages, as he sometimes appeared several meters away in the blink of an eye. Turning to glance at the afterimage he had left behind, he was pleasantly surprised. It even leaves an afterimage. This technique is quite remarkable. Strangely enough, these two mysterious figures possess such formidable speed yet couldn't evade a single blast from me. Ming shrugged off the thought. At that moment, Elizabeth and Elia emerged from the bathroom, exclaiming, "Master, come quickly to bathe. The water is still warm." Chapter 35, The End of Life approaches. Ming stepped into the bathroom, with a mere thought. The bathwater, previously used by Elizabeth and Elia, was redirected to other storage areas, destined for future use in irrigation or other purposes. After replenishing the bath with fresh hot water, he settled into the soothing embrace of the tub. The rainwater suitable for bathing had nearly been exhausted. Continuing to indulge in such luxuries would soon become a challenge. During his leisurely soak, Ming opened the chat channel, intrigued by the circumstances of other travelers. Siege Task Chat Channel, Thief Guild, that damned Beast King has finally let his guard down a bit tonight. Hunter. We had previously agreed to collaborate, are we still on for that? Thief Guild, yes. Thief Guild, we have no choice but to cooperate now. I am at a loss as to which faction is meddling from within the Beast King's inner circle. If we do not join forces, we might very well be played for fools by this unseen puppeteer, rendering us incapable of gaining any advantage in Beast City. Hunter. We've been stationed outside Beast City for a couple of days now, and our supplies are running low. Thief Guild, whoever is orchestrating things from behind the scenes better not let me catch you. I will ensure you face dire consequences. Point 2 factions are actually collaborating. Ming chuckled at the Thief Guild's evident anxiety. He glanced at the map and noted that their mobile residence was nearing the outskirts of Beast City. It seemed they would arrive there by tomorrow. I wonder if I will be able to secure the largest share of the spoils amidst this fierce competition among so many factions, Ming pondered. He recognized that, despite possessing the endless extraction system, he was merely one among many in a world where every individual could be the protagonist. Though he had an advantage, he could not afford to underestimate the others. The prospect of engaging in such fierce competition for the first time filled him with anticipation. Before long, Ming finished his bath. As he exited the bathroom, he spotted Elizabeth and Elia whispering in the living room. His gaze settled on Elizabeth, who, with her cascading wet hair glistening in the firelight, presented a striking image. Having shed her armor for a pristine white nightgown, her skin appeared as delicate as jade. Her exquisite features, framed by elegantly arched brows and eyes reminiscent of clear lakes, radiated vitality and purity. In contrast to Elia, Elizabeth exuded a more mature and gentle demeanor, with a charming, "After the bath, I can hardly muster the energy to move," Elia yawned. "Dear Sister Elf, if you don't mind, perhaps we could all huddle together by the fireplace for warmth," Elia proposed. "We don't have enough animal pelts for blankets. Wouldn't it be cozier if we three cuddled up together?" "I think that's a splendid idea," Elizabeth readily concurred. Ming, indifferent to the arrangement, only hoped they wouldn't snore or grind their teeth during the night. "Hee, Sister Elf can cuddle with me while the boss can keep his tail to himself," Elia chirped. Before Ming could respond, Elizabeth interjected on his behalf. "Elia, you mustn't say that. Are you not aware that ordinary humans are far more vulnerable to the cold than elves and demi-humans?" I see," Elia glanced at Ming. Elizabeth suggested, "How about this, let our benefactor sleep between us, ensuring he remains warm amidst our company." All right," Elia conceded. With their words, Ming felt obliged to comply. Soon, the three of them drifted off to sleep on the animal pelt cushions in the living room. However, Elizabeth did not fall into a deep slumber. After ensuring that Ming and Elia were asleep, she slowly opened her eyes, fixating on Ming's hair. "Benefactor, could it truly be that you are not a male elf?" she mused. "The only magic capable of concealing an elf's appearance is their spirit veil, yet it loses its effect during sleep." Elizabeth scrutinized Ming's peaceful visage for a long while, but he did not reveal an elfin form. Just then, Ming abruptly awoke, meeting Elizabeth's gaze, rendering her momentarily speechless. Not asleep yet." I will sleep now," Elizabeth replied bashfully, turning away from him. Ming closed his eyes again, while Elizabeth's thoughts whirled throughout the night. Morning arrived, and Ming and Elia stood on the terrace, ready to bid farewell to the fully armoured Elizabeth. With her great sword slung across her back, she turned to Ming and Elia, smiling warmly. "Benefactor, Elia, thank you for your care yesterday. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Sister Elf, can't you stay a little longer? Alia lamented. Elizabeth simply shook her head, smiling. My residents will always welcome you back, Ming assured her. Indeed. Elizabeth responded with her brightest smile. Finally, Ming and Alia watched as Elizabeth's silhouette faded into the horizon of the desolate landscape. With her departure, the atmosphere in the once jovial residence grew somber. Boss, Alia tugged at Ming's sleeve. Yes, he replied. Are you not curious about the reason behind Sister Elf's travels? Speak, I'm listening, Ming encouraged. Then Alia recounted the whispered conversation she had shared with Elizabeth the night before. It turned out that Elizabeth was nearing the end of her life. To be precise, her lifespan was drawing to a close. As the natural world deteriorated to its utmost extremes, the elven race, intrinsically linked to nature, now found itself on the brink of extinction. Once capable of living harmoniously with nature for centuries, elves now faced a grim reality where their lifespans barely reached 21 or 22 years. This meant that Elizabeth had only a year or two left to live. When Alia learned of this fate the previous night, it felt as if the world had collapsed around her. However, with Elizabeth's gentle reassurances, she managed to regain her composure. Elizabeth's journey was aimed at discovering a means to save nature. Ming sighed upon hearing this revelation. Why didn't you tell me sooner? As perhaps within a month, I shall restore nature to its former glory. Chapter 36, Wolf Totem Gemstone, R. Arya found Ming's words utterly bewildering, but upon further contemplation, when she observed Ming's earnest expression, she felt that he was not merely boasting. Really? Are you confident? Arya inquired, surprised. Ming nodded, choosing not to elaborate. Before long, night descended. Ming gazed ahead at the gradually emerging silhouettes of the city and suddenly remarked, Look, we have arrived at the human-animal city. What? Arya felt taken aback. She stepped onto the terrace and peered into the distance, indeed spotting the outline of a city. Ding, you have entered the mission area, please be cautious of other traversers nearby. Ming scanned the surroundings and instructed Arya to use her sense of smell to detect any other presence within 100 miles. Although Arya could not completely ascertain whether anyone was present within that radius, she could sense that there were no individuals nearby. Report, boss, there's no one around. It seems we are fortunate. We have not revealed our position upon entering. Ming nodded. With a thought, he caused the mobile residence to descend to the ground. He parked the mobile residence beside a large boulder that conveniently concealed a significant portion of it. Boss, how are we supposed to engage in a covert operation against this human-animal city? Arya pondered. Patience, let me assess the situation first. Ming had previously noted that both the Hunters and the Thieves Guild were quite fearful of the Beast King. This indicated that even the combined forces of the Thieves Guild and the Hunters, along with other rogue factions, would struggle to contend with the entirety of the city's inhabitants. Hence, it was clear that Ming could not simply assault the city with cannons from the mobile residence. Since a direct attack was unfeasible, he would resort to cunning tactics. In simpler terms, it meant to steal without confrontation. After finalizing the plan, Arya raised her hands and feet in agreement. Although she expressed her consent, she quickly recognized a flaw in the strategy. But boss, if the Beast King doesn't leave the city, you won't have the opportunity to steal from him. Simple, Ming replied with a smile, then took out the communication snail and directly contacted the Beast King. Communication snail, bloop bloop bloop. With a crackle, the call connected. Beast King, hello, why are you only returning my call now? Where is my beast-eared maiden? At that moment, the Beast King was seated on his throne, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the original beast-eared maiden. Recently, he had been under constant scrutiny from unknown forces outside the city, which had heightened his stress levels. He desperately needed to exert his frustrations on the beast-eared maiden. Feigning a whimper, Ming said, My king. It is my incompetence. Your beast-eared maiden has been taken by those forces outside the city. I have only just managed to contact you in secret. Listen, the voice of the beast-eared maiden is right next door. He instantly became enraged. Beast King, damn it. Where are you? Ming, my king, it seems the beast-eared maiden is beyond saving. They are about to crash. At this point, Ming deliberately allowed the communication snail to simulate a poor signal. Meanwhile, he and Arya could still hear the Beast King's frantic demeanor on the other end of the line. Beast King, you better clarify. Where are those forces that have kidnapped my beast-eared maiden? Where? I demand to know where you are. Speak quickly. Oh. The Beast King was utterly infuriated. Ming, in the east, I do not know how far. After saying this, Ming refrained from further dialogue and hung up. The Beast King, having been abruptly disconnected, slammed his fist on the throne and rose in fury, commanding his subordinates, Quick! Assemble the army, we shall go out and eliminate those humans who have taken my beast-eared maiden. His Minotaur subordinates, witnessing the Beast King in such a rage for the first time, did not dare to delay and hurriedly began to organize the troops. As a result of Su Ming's two statements, the chat channel concerning the siege mission erupted in chaos. Internal informant of human-animal city Guan Yuan, trouble, brothers. Guan Yuan, the Beast King has got what? Thieves Guild, what? Both factions were taken aback. Simultaneously, they thought of the internal traitor who had been stirring trouble all along. Hunters, damn it, who is this mastermind that can manipulate the Beast King so effortlessly? Thieves Guild. We are in deep trouble. The Beast King is out for blood. Hunters, there's no other option. Send elite forces into the city ahead of time, while the others prepare to face the Beast King's army, retreating while engaging, and doing our best to hold him off until our elite forces can steal as much as possible. Thieves Guild. Agreed. Thieves Guild, other minor factions, do not even think about competing with us for the spoils. Thieves Guild, we are openly discussing matters in the chat channel, clearly signaling our intentions. Those who dare to challenge us can come and try. Wang Heng, wow, how arrogant. Li Ming, we minor factions stand no chance against them. After reading the responses in the chat channel, Su Ming smiled with satisfaction. So how is it, boss? Arya asked eagerly. Su Ming replied, it's a guaranteed success. I have successfully lured the Beast King away and simultaneously deceived him into targeting other competitors. Wow, is it really that impressive? Arya explained in astonishment. Su Ming began to organize his gear and casually instructed, from now on, you will guard the residence and assist me from outside while I venture alone to pilfer the treasures of the Beast King. Upon hearing this, Arya instantly shook her head, no way. How can I allow you to bear the greatest risk alone? Listen, Su Ming said earnestly, the risk you face while assisting me from outside is no less than mine in infiltrating. While we may not necessarily, this gemstone inherits the power of the Wolf Clan's bloodline. Special effects, protective, strengthening. Trigger conditions, every attack you unleash will transform into a crimson wolf spirit, enveloping you and providing protective and strengthening abilities. Limitation, Only those possessing the bloodline of the Wolf Clan can activate the gemstone's powers. Arya gazed at the divine gemstone Su Ming had gifted her, her eyes instantly gleaming with excitement. Chapter 37, Su Ming's triple transformation. Boss, you are truly too kind to me. Elia exclaimed gratefully as she embraced Su Ming, nuzzling him affectionately like a small creature expressing its fondness. The gem Su Ming had gifted Elia was formed from the remnants of the wolf totem entry, which he had extracted from the wolf beast, combined with a crystal core. All right, save the hugs for later, Su Ming replied, gently pushing Elia away as he stepped out onto the terrace. I will conceal our mobile residence with Earth release. For now, we shall communicate telepathically. Telepathy, do we possess that ability? Elia questioned, bewildered. Just then, Su Ming's voice resonated within her mind. Hey, can you hear me? This extraordinary feat was made possible by the intercom. Su Ming responded in her mind, all right, when the time comes, I will communicate with you from a distance for your assistance. Understood. Elia replied mentally. After providing her with the necessary instructions, Su Ming mounted his sand horse, shrouded in the cloak of night, and stealthily approached the city of beasts and humans. Meanwhile, the colossal gates of the city thunderously swung open. The Beast King led his army, riding a horde of stitched monstrosities, embarking on a frenzied purge of the forces outside the city. The Beast King roared in fury, if I fail to retrieve the beast-eared maiden, I will ensure that all of you pay the price with your lives. His subordinates fervently echoed, yes. With the Beast King's army storming out, chaos erupted among the various factions gathered outside the city. Within the temporary hideout of the hunters, their leader addressed 3 elite members. You 3 are our strongest trump cards. The success of this mission hinges upon you. The trio, clad in black serpent robes with dark grey sashes, declared with determination, absolutely. When we return, ensure that we have 10 beautiful indigenous women brought to our quarters. Understood, boss. Having said this, they donned their cloaks and swiftly made their way towards the city. The leader nodded, his gaze deepening as he watched their retreating figures. 1 warrior, 1 mage, and 1 rogue assassin, all 3 are top-tier LV-10 combatants, each possessing a plethora of unique skills. They should pose no issue even against the elite team of the Thieves Guild. Both the Thieves Guild and the Hunters dispatched a handful of elites to infiltrate the vulnerable city of beasts and humans. At that very moment, Su Ming arrived outside the city walls. He regarded the towering structure with indifference. Possessing the wall-climbing entry, he had no need to seek out a lower section. He could scale any wall with ease. Fortuitously, with his luck at 10, he found himself at the shortest side of the city wall. What incredible fortune! Suddenly, an arrow struck the sandy ground before him. Following the direction of the shooter, he spotted 3 mysterious figures in black serpent robes with dark grey sashes interrogating him. Are you a traveller? Which faction do you belong to? They inquired, revealing the emblem of the Hunters. The leader of the hunters threatened, "You have 3 seconds. If you are with the Thieves Guild, show your badge. If you're a lone wolf, I've warned you before, those who approach will die." They had drawn their weapons. Su Ming faced them coolly, retorting, "So if I am a lone wolf, you intend to kill an innocent like me?" In truth, these individuals, who fancied themselves as hunters, were nothing more than ruthless marauders, devoid of humanity, committing acts of arson and pillage wherever they roamed. Originally a band of displaced travelers, they thrived on chaos and destruction, tormenting many refugees like Su Ming. The hunters were particularly adept at exploiting indigenous refugees, treating them as livestock to sustain their own kind while they plundered richer indigenous communities. Seeing Su Ming's calm demeanor, the 3 elite hunters narrowed their eyes in disdain. Of course, Su Ming remained oblivious to their true malevolence. He only sensed their murderous intent towards him. Enemy level. LV10. Quantity, 3. It appeared Su Ming was to face them 1v3. Without a word of preamble, the confrontation began. A grey shockwave surged violently beside Su Ming, and instantly, an invisible chain symbolically bound his ankles. You have been ensnared by the illusory iron chain's ability. Judgment result. Your mental power exceeds that of your opponent by 2 points, nullifying cognitive interference. However, your level is lower than that of the caster. You are still unable to evade movement restrictions. Movement restriction. You cannot leave the 500-meter radius of the caster for 2 minutes, and your movement speed is reduced by 50 for 10 seconds. The hunter mage expressed mild dissatisfaction. He possesses 12 points of mental power and is immune to my cognitive interference. It seems this fellow is also a mage, he noted warily. His speed reduction has taken effect. You all need to finish him quickly. The hunter warrior and assassin grinned maliciously. Is he just a fragile mage? This will be a slaughter. Turns out he's merely a novice. Shall we grant him a minute to escape? Har har har. While they jested about letting Su Ming flee, they charged towards him with lethal intent. Escape. And a fire type at that. It's burning me alive. Help, mage, the assassin cried out. The hunter mage, too, found himself in dire straits, but before he could cast a spell, a layered earth spike spell struck them all by surprise. The unexpected assault from the earth spikes inflicted varying degrees of damage upon the trio. The warrior raised his black robe, revealing a massive shield and sword, just in time to block the incoming spikes. However, the assassin and mage weren't so fortunate. The assassin was impaled in the calf, blood gushing forth, while the mage was pierced through the abdomen, spitting blood and grievously wounded. How could it be 2 nature-type ability users? And you, who exactly are you? How can you perform overlapping spells? The mage gazed in shock at Su Ming, fully aware of the sheer absurdity of the overlapping spells he had just unleashed. Chapter 38. What? Are you truly capable of initiating the second phase of the boss? Overlapping casting. The ranger warriors and assassins were momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing this term, Su Ming merely smiled in silence. Hunter warrior health bar. 92. Hunter assassin's health bar, 85-4. The health bar of the hunter mage, 64-4. Group negative status, burning, bleeding. As the 3 elite hunters beheld their health bars plummeting, they finally came to the realization that the enigmatic figure before them, Su Ming, was an adversary formidable enough to compel them to expend every ounce of their strength, even to the point of sacrificing their lives in battle. Quite impressive, the hunter mage remarked, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his demeanor shifting to one of utmost seriousness. Suddenly, he raised his hands high, and a gem shattered above his head. Instantly, a vibrant green light illuminated the heads of the 3. One-time magical item, healing gem. Special effect. Restores a small amount of health to allies and oneself every second. In that moment, the trio, who had been bleeding profusely from the incendiary blasts, began to tenuously withstand the searing flames, thanks to the meager healing effect. If we eliminate him, the flames consuming you will vanish in an instant. Quick! Engage this mage in close combat, the hunter mage bellowed. No sooner had he spoken than the hunter warrior hefted his massive shield and charged towards Su Ming like an enraged bull. In the blink of an eye, the hunter warrior found himself face to face with Su Ming. Once the warrior closed the distance to the mage, no matter how skillfully the mage performed, he could not escape the fate of having his head severed. The hunter warrior firmly believed this. It was only when he noticed Su Ming's calm demeanor, one that even suggested amusement, that he suddenly sensed something amiss. With a thunderous crash, a pillar of rock erupted from the ground, striking the hunter warrior like an uppercut from the earth itself, sending him soaring into the air. This pillar bore sharp spikes. Had it not been for the warrior's impressive agility of 9, he would have been impaled before he could react. Being airborne proved advantageous for the hunter warrior. Strength amplification throw. With a resounding boom, the hunter warrior hurled his great sword towards Su Ming from midair. The razor-sharp blade soared through the air like a wheel of fire, aimed directly at Su Ming. Meanwhile, the hunter assassin had already circumnavigated to Su Ming's flank as the warrior drew his attention. Sprinting around Su Ming, he lifted his rapid-fire crossbow, unleashing a volley of poisoned arrows at a cunning angle. Silencing arrows. Whoosh, 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 a multitude of silent arrows and the great sword converged upon Su Ming simultaneously. The trio believed they would finally succeed. The warrior's great sword firmly captivated Su Ming's focus, while the assassin stealthily loosed his arrows from behind. Unless Su Ming possessed eyes in the back of his head, he was destined to be struck by one of the incoming attacks. This strategy seemed entirely reasonable for ordinary individuals, however. For Su Ming, reason held no sway. With a resounding crash, Su Ming casually waved his hand. Metal manipulation activated instantaneously. The approaching great sword was flung back towards its wielder, spinning menacingly toward the hunter warrior's face. Simultaneously, without any command from Su Ming, two surges of yellow sand erupted from behind him like crashing waves. The waves of yellow sand converged like two clapping hands, with a resounding clap. The incoming arrows were obliterated by the sand. In the midst of the two swirling sands, the hunter assassin was instantly crushed, reduced to a pulp. Blood erupted in a radiant spray, leaving the remaining two elite hunters utterly dumbfounded. As the yellow sand settled, the hunter assassin lay crumpled, his body grotesquely contorted and blood gushing from numerous wounds. That he could still stand, albeit barely, was nothing short of miraculous. Assassin's health bar. 41-4. Whoosh, the hunter warrior narrowly evaded the colossal sword that had been flung back at him. In the blink of an eye, he was astounded to witness the hunter assassin on the verge of death. What? The hunter mage's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of shock. He finally grasped the gravity of their predicament. It seemed they had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. The hunter mage distinctly noted that the sand-based anomaly that had severely injured the assassin appeared to be anything but an intentional release by Su Ming. It was as if some invisible force had autonomously assisted Su Ming in unleashing it. The more the hunter mage pondered, the more terrifying it became. Reluctantly, he uttered, "How is this even possible? I believed I had reached the pinnacle of first-tier mastery, yet before him, I find myself utterly inadequate." The mere fact that Su Ming could transform the surrounding earth spirits into his own defensive system placed him beyond the realm of normalcy. Oh. The hunter assassin, consumed by excruciating pain, lost all semblance of reason and unleashed his pent-up fury through his crossbow. Whoosh, 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 he relentlessly fired arrows at Su Ming, wishing to turn him into a porcupine. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. Su Ming did not cast a single glance back at him. Every arrow he shot was effortlessly deflected by the tentacle-like sand mounds on the ground. Upon witnessing Su Ming emerge unscathed, the assassin was left utterly dumbfounded. "No way, are you cheating? You have some auto-aim defense. You didn't even glance at me, yet you managed to evade all of them." Amused by the assassin's dismay, Su Ming found the situation rather humorous. The hunter mage was acutely aware that after this exchange, Su Ming had not lost a single drop of blood. They were not merely facing an obstacle, they had encountered a wild boss in the wilderness. "Damn it. I swear I'll take you down." The hunter mage was incensed. "If a mere LV5 novice can force us to flee, we might as well abandon our existence outside." With that, the hunter mage drew a dagger and plunged it into his own liver. Health limit. -10. One-time magical item, cost dagger activated. Blade of slowing activated. Special effect, every attack made by your allies will inflict a layer of slowing effect on the enemy. Regardless of whether the attack hits, it will render the enemy immobile until they can no longer move. Note, the layers will be instantly reset upon the defeat of the inflictor. Duration. 1 minute. Additional blessing, all allies self-healing effect is doubled. You actually used that. The hunter warrior gazed at the mage in astonishment. "Stop chatting, quickly eliminate him," the hunter assassin urged in desperation. Whoosh, 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 the hunter assassin unleashed a barrage of arrows at Su Ming, instantly layering him with dozens of slowing effects. "Keep stacking, stack it until he can't even move his head." The hunter warrior, witnessing the rapid accumulation of layers upon Su Ming, thought to himself that the advantage was now theirs. They had finally secured their position. Elven mode, activated. With a thunderous roar, without uttering a word, Su Ming summoned the power within him. The elemental forces around him converged violently, forming a vortex of energy. Gradually, his body became enveloped in a radiant glow, and within that light, his form began to transform. Su Ming's hair instantaneously gleamed with a golden brilliance, twinkling like stars. His features became more refined, his countenance sculpted to perfection, exuding an otherworldly charisma. The overwhelming spiritual pressure emanating from Su Ming caused the surrounding sands to churn violently. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire battlefield. The negative effects that had just been imposed upon Su Ming were instantaneously nullified. The incoming arrows were effortlessly repelled by the spiritual pressure surrounding him. The hunter assassin barely managed to evade the rebounding arrows. The three hunters stood in stunned silence at the sight of Su Ming's transformation. "No way, are you entering the second phase of a boss battle?" Chapter 39, I merely dispatched 3 insipid individuals. What of it? Su Ming casually remarked, his voice unexpectedly resonating with an intimidating echo. Upon hearing this, the three hunters were rendered momentarily deaf. The hunter mage, upon glimpsing Su Ming's pointed ears and his golden hair paired with striking blue eyes, immediately recognized him. You are an elf. But why, elves have no males, how is it that you, could it be, are you? The hunter mage's countenance twisted in horror and paled as if he had stumbled upon a frightful revelation. I cannot perish here. In that instant, the hunter mage activated a charge, preparing to unleash a devastating shockwave to obliterate Su Ming. Just as the words left Su Ming's lips, a tempest of sand erupted throughout the arena. The surroundings were engulfed in blinding chaos. Simultaneously, bolstered by the full enhancement of magical attributes in his elven form, Su Ming's spells surged in potency. Countless spiraling stone spikes erupted from the ground, sweeping across the battlefield like a hail of projectiles. With a sudden, piercing sound, the unsuspecting hunter-assassin was instantly perforated by the onslaught of spiraling stone spikes, his health obliterated in an instant. Hunter-assassin health bar. 0, 0. Hunter-assassin, deceased. No? The hunter-warrior struggled to deflect the stone spike with his shield. Upon witnessing the tragic demise of the assassin, an overwhelming. In a split second, he propelled himself off the ground with astonishing speed, launching his shield forcefully towards Su Ming. Quicksand, with a resounding crash, a torrent of raging sand struck the oncoming hunter-warrior, sending him tumbling. Su Ming had longed for a confrontation with the warrior. Suddenly, he dove forward. In his elven mode, his speed and strength were significantly amplified. In an instant, Su Ming surged forth like a swift arrow, confronting the staggering hunter-warrior. Hunter-warrior. Without regard for the abilities Su Ming might unleash, the hunter-warrior instinctively raised his shield to protect his body. Su Ming, growing impatient, remarked, "Your shield is indeed quite formidable." Abruptly, he switched tactics. He executed a powerful kick that struck the shield with tremendous force. With a thunderous boom, the shattered shield, along with the hunter-warrior, was sent flying. The warrior crashed heavily to the ground, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. Unbeknownst to him, Su Ming had once again teleported right in front of the warrior, delivering a swift kick to the hunter-warrior's head. The hunter-warrior hastily attempted to block with the remnants of his shattered shield. With a resounding crack, the shield was completely obliterated by Su Ming's relentless kick, causing both arm and head to be violently shattered. Instantly, a gruesome explosion of flesh, bone, and blood erupted. Hunter-warrior health bar. 1. I don't want to die. I haven't enjoyed life enough, the hunter-warrior lamented as he lay on the ground. That simply won't do. Your brother is waiting for you below, Su Ming retorted. With a casual thrust of the earth, he pierced the hunter-warrior's heart directly. Hunter-warrior health bar, 0. Hunter-warrior, deceased. Now, only you remain. Su Ming turned to glare at the last remaining hunter-mage. With the death of his two companions, the hunter-mage was now gripped by sheer terror. Stay away, die, you will die, he bellowed in fear. He raised his hands high, ready to unleash the gathered shockwave. Yet, Su Ming stood unmoving, offering no defense, simply gazing at him intently. The hunter-mage aimed directly at Su Ming, preparing to release the shockwave. Little did he know, 2 tendrils of sand had already coiled around his neck for a full minute. Suddenly, as the mage opened his mouth to scream, the sand surged into his mouth. Oh! Su Ming extended his hand, gripping tightly. With a sickening crunch, the mage's internal organs were instantly pulverized by the sand. His body erupted in a cloud of blood mist from within. He hadn't even managed to unleash the shockwave. His health bar dwindled rapidly to 0. The hunter-mage's form collapsed lifelessly onto the sandy ground. The hunter-mage's health bar. 0, 3. The consciousness of the hunter-mage gradually dissipated. If only we had known better than to provoke him. This individual, despite being merely level 5, has already wreaked havoc upon us level 10s. One can only imagine how monstrous his power will become in the future. When the health bar dwindles to mere fractions, any creature's existence is relegated to an inevitable demise, signifying that it has sustained a fatal wound. Essentially, with even a sliver of life remaining, death is assured. The hunter-mage now uttered his final words. The hunter shall not spare you. The hunter-mage's health bar, 0. The hunter-mage, deceased. With that, the hunter-mage's head drooped, utterly devoid of vitality. Is it that each of you can only utter this phrase in your dying moments? Su Ming remarked, utterly unconcerned. As the 3 hunters met their end, 3 crimson sigils began to materialize upon their corpses. You have discovered Crimson Summon 3. Do you wish to collect? It appears we have yet another summoning technique from their troves, Su Ming mused, finding the design of the Crimson Summon rather appealing. It conveniently eliminates the need for looting in the heat of battle, allowing for a more leisurely collection at a later time without disrupting the rhythm of combat. After acquiring the 3 Crimson Summons, Su Ming resumed his infiltration plan. The skirmish with the three had lasted no more than 5 minutes, akin to swiftly dispatching 3 tedious foes whilst scaling a wall, before continuing his ascent. Ming propelled himself skyward with a stone pillar. With a whoosh, he activated his invisibility mid-air, landing flawlessly atop the castle walls. At that moment, Elia reached out to him telepathically. Elia, boss, are you still alive? I'm a bit worried about you. Please respond if you can hear me. Ming, I'm doing just fine. Elia, that's wonderful, I'm relieved to hear you're okay. What's your current status? Ming, I just dispatched 3 hunters while scaling the wall, and I'm now atop it. Elia, be careful, boss. I can hear a cacophony of battle from a distance. Like a spectre, Ming stealthily infiltrated the heavily guarded fortress. His agility allowed him to leap effortlessly to the towering archer's tower. Standing atop the tower, the night breeze caressed his visage as he surveyed the entire city with piercing eyes. The city was aglow with scattered lights, its buildings arranged in picturesque disarray, while the streets were occasionally traversed by patrolling half-beast soldiers hurrying along. Ming pondered internally which location might house the treasure of the Beast King. He provided a rough outline of the city's layout, drawing upon her years of thievery experience. Elia began to deduce. With her eyes slightly narrowed, she meticulously contemplated the city's configuration. She said, in my opinion, the Grand Palace at the city's center, heavily fortified, may very well contain the treasury. Following her direction, Ming beheld the palace surrounded by guards at every interval, mulling over the implications. Elia continued, there's also a more secluded yet imposing edifice that could be a possibility. It seems unremarkable yet possesses an unusual tranquility. Ming furrowed his brow, his gaze shifting between the two locations as he deliberated his next course of action. Which path should he choose? Chapter 40 Now, the only one left capable of plucking the peaches is me. In the lengthy night, Elizabeth concealed herself within the dim stone cavern, evading the ravaging winds and sands outside. The howling gale relentlessly battered the cavern's exterior, while grains of sand swept past the entrance in a ceaseless flurry. At last, the tempest began to wane. Elizabeth cautiously emerged from the cavern, her garments fluttering gently in the breeze. She stood at the threshold, raising her gaze toward the nearby city, poised to be submerged. The moonlight cascaded upon the city walls, delineating their imposing and majestic outline. The torches affixed to the walls flickered with a warm, golden glow, resembling vigilant eyes of the city. Elizabeth's hand gripped the hilt of her great sword tightly as she mused inwardly, the city of beasts and humans. Is the tree of life truly here? To her astonishment, upon her arrival at the outskirts of the city of beasts and humans, she witnessed the king of beasts embarking on his expedition. Undoubtedly, this was her opportune moment. Her expression was resolute and unwavering. She had traversed the vast desert in search of the tree of life. Suddenly, as if sensing something, she furrowed her brow slightly. Why is there a powerful aura of spirits emanating from the direction? Typically, when confronted with 2 destinations, yet uncertain of which to pursue, Ming believed it necessary to abduct a soldier for inquiry. Just as Ming, akin to an eagle, scoured the heights for suitable prey, a group of individuals caught his attention. On a rooftop, hidden from the sight of the soldiers of the city of beasts and humans, a congregation of mysterious figures clad in black robes had gathered. Among them stood one half-beast, conspicuously out of place. How about it, boss? Any ideas? Inquired Elia. I have a plan, Ming replied. With that, he leapt gracefully and landed securely in a cart of hay below. Soon, utilizing his cloaking ability, Ming stealthily approached the periphery of the rooftop where the mysterious figures lingered. At that moment, he overheard their complaints filtering through the wall. What are these hunters up to? We've waited 5 minutes for them to arrive. Do they not wish to continue? A male figure cursed. I've already berated them in the chat channel, but their leader insists they are on their way, a female figure responded. At that juncture, the solitary half-beast among them spoke up. We have little time left. If you wish for me to guide you to the King of Beasts' treasury, you must hurry. Otherwise, I shall cease to lead you. The half-beast trembled with anxiety. This half-beast was Guan Yuan, who had previously spoken in the chat channel. After all, he was essentially guiding the Imperial forces. If discovered by other half-beasts, his fate would be sealed. The other mysterious figures were members of the Thieves' Guild. Their collaboration with the hunters merely meant an additional elite to aid in the thievery. They sought to maximize their plunder. If the hunters did not arrive, so be it. The leader of the Thieves' Guild, a female elite, remarked, those hunters have likely strayed off course and met their demise. Let's not wait for them, we shall proceed. The others in the Thieves' Guild clasped their hearts and replied, understood. Their half-beast, Guan Yuan, donned a black hood and instructed, follow me to the grandest palace. I know a path that will allow us to evade the patrolling soldiers. The palace of the King of Beasts is where his treasury resides, while another sturdy tower serves as his laboratory. The Thieves' Guild members aimed to have Guan Yuan assist in After all, there were at least 100 half-beast soldiers within the city, and should they unite to encircle them, their demise would be inevitable. Having eavesdropped on their conversation, Ming had determined the direction. Previously, Alia had overheard their discussion through Ming. Filled with concern, Alia remarked, "Boss, the good news is we know where to steal from, but the bad news is they intend to compete with us for the same spoils." Ming remained composed. "Fear not, what do thieves dread most? Discovery, of course. Now that we comprehend this logic, I dwell in the shadows while they are in the light. Attempting to thwart them would be a mere formality." Upon hearing this, Alia suddenly understood. Without delay, Ming commenced his actions. At that moment, two half-beast soldiers stood guard at the alley's mouth, brandishing torches. One, a bare-headed figure, yawned and said, "I'm so tired, since the king is absent, let's find a place to sleep." The other, a serpent-bodied figure, retorted, "Sleep? You fool, when the king is away, that's when we are most vulnerable, do you not realize?" Suddenly, from his concealed position, Ming tossed a stone toward the western alley. The stone immediately captured their attention. The bare-headed soldier, bewildered, exclaimed, "Hey, what's that? I'll go take a look." The serpent-bodied soldier sharply slapped the bare-headed soldier's head, shouting toward Ming's direction, "Damn it! Whoever threw that stone, show yourself. Do you take me for a fool? You think I would fall for such a simple trick?" Seeing that the bait had been taken, Ming promptly turned and fled. "Stop!" The two half-beast soldiers pursued him, weapons drawn. After turning a corner, the soldiers lost sight of Ming and instead stumbled upon the members of the Thieves Guild traversing the hidden path. In an instant, both groups exchanged bewildered glances, their minds moment. The sound echoed throughout the vicinity. Soon, dozens of half-beast soldiers rushed toward the Thieves Guild members. Guan Yuan stood frozen in shock. Normally, these guards would never patrol this hidden path. Why had they come directly to them this time? The female captain of the Thieves Guild quickly grasped the situation. "This is bad, these half-beasts were likely lured here by that unseen puppet master." "What?" The other members frowned in alarm. "This is troublesome, we are exposed while the puppet master remains hidden. We cannot locate him, yet he sees our every move, we are truly at his mercy." Impatient, the female captain drew her weapon and swiftly dispatched the half-beast soldier before her. Meanwhile, from his elevated position, Ming observed the unfolding chaos. Dozens of half-beast soldiers had begun to organize an assault against the Thieves Guild members. This should sufficiently occupy the Thieves Guild, he thought. Now, the only one left capable of plucking the peaches is me. With that, Ming strode confidently, cloaked in invisibility, along the main road toward the palace. "Boss, I have a hunch the place where precious plants are cultivated must be at the very top of the palace." Alia exclaimed. Chapter 41, Blood Dragon Scales. As Ming gazed down upon the entire city from the heights of the archery tower, he indeed failed to spot any open vegetable patches or water sources. Given the paramount importance of vegetables and water, it was evident that these resources must be treasured possessions of the Beast King. Thus, it could be inferred that the plantation was likely situated atop the palace, where sunlight could freely pour in. Once more, Ming summoned the rock pillars, propelling himself skyward. His figure, akin to a spectral wraith, swiftly descended upon the palace's apex. The most conspicuous feature at the summit of the palace was the grand elliptical structure at its center. This must be the plantation, Ming mused as he stealthily circled the vicinity, yet he could not discern the location of an entrance. Instead, his wandering led him behind a group of elite guards, who were currently embroiled in a heated debate. Concealed in a corner where they remained oblivious to his presence, Ming began to eavesdrop on their conversation. "Commander, this is Dyer," reported a half-beast lieutenant. "A formidable group of psychics is engaged in combat with our guards." "Commander," furthermore, another patrol captain interjected. "Outside the city walls, we have detected a multitude of unidentified individuals attempting to scale our defenses." Upon hearing this alarming news, the half-beast commander's brow furrowed ominously. "Damn it! Seal off all alleys beyond the palace. Come with me, and let us eliminate those intruders." This half-beast commander resembled a humanoid crab, his arms transformed into bizarre, large-caliber firearms, exuding an aura of formidable combat prowess. Subsequently, this crab-like commander led a throng of half-beasts to encircle and annihilate the intruders. At this moment, the place where Ming had taken refuge had become the least guarded area. After the commander departed, Ming was afforded the opportunity to observe the sturdy door at the top floor. The door remained firmly shut, with guards stationed outside, clearly an entryway unattainable for Ming. Yet, soon an idea struck him. The plantation is likely exposed to the elements, I can exploit that. With this thought, he ascended the dome-shaped structure with ghostly agility. As expected, the top of the dome was hollow. Ming leaped down, landing directly in the center of the garden. What greeted his eyes was a small plot brimming with various plants. Gazing upon the verdant array, Ming's eye sparkled with excitement. "It appears fortune smiles upon me, an abundance of vegetation abounds." At this moment, Alia perked up, her tail wagging with enthusiasm. "Boss, Quickly, see what vegetables we have. After surveying the garden, Ming surprisingly discovered a small stream of water flowing steadily. This is a high elevation. Logically, in this wasteland, one should rely on groundwater. How is this water flowing up? Isn't that extraordinary? Elia exclaimed. Ming's nostrils flared as he caught a whiff of a familiar vegetable scent. Following the aroma, he stumbled upon a cabbage. A cabbage, you say? Elia chimed in. Cabbage. Is that the vegetable that grows buns? It seemed Elia was unfamiliar with cabbage, which is also known as a green heart or a head cabbage. Ming, however, held a fondness for it, particularly for preparing spicy, shredded cabbage. In this entire square plot, there were a dozen cabbages, 5 of which had already matured. As he traversed the plantation, Ming noted that the condition of the plants was rather poor. It appeared that the Beast King's cultivation yielded a low survival rate, with many plants having withered away. Moreover, Ming discovered another intriguing plant, a small chili pepper. Nonetheless, it seemed that culinary prospects were indeed brightening. According to the system's prompt, consuming high-quality vegetables could effectively enhance personal attributes. As Ming pondered whether this would indeed be the case. I found a hidden door. Temporarily casting his doubts aside, Ming focused on the solitary hidden door within the plantation. He pushed against it, only to find it locked. It's locked, he remarked. Boss, no worries, I can teach you to pick the lock on the spot. All you need are 2 wire pieces. And then Ming disregarded her advice and instead filled the entire keyhole with sand, causing it to explode from within. With a resounding pop, the lock shattered, allowing him to gently push open the hidden door. Wait, boss, you should have mentioned you could blow locks open. Quiet, there's another door. Behind the hidden door lay a heavy iron door, devoid of any keyhole. Upon hearing this, Elia immediately deduced, this is a one-way door, it can only be opened from the inside, there must be something valuable within. Yet, Elia lamented, but the question remains, how do we open it? Simple. Ming summoned the sand once more, directing it through the minuscule gap beneath the door, where it swiftly accumulated into a tendril behind the door. With a slight twist of the doorknob, the impenetrable iron door swung open. Boss, it seems my thieving days as a rogue may be coming to an end. You truly are the king of thieves, Ming retorted. Enough with the banter. You re-distracting me. Feeling slighted, Elia puffed up her cheeks in indignation, falling silent. Ming pressed onward, delving deeper into the interior, traversing through the stone passageway, he soon found himself before a treasure vault door. Ming had initially anticipated it would contain merely dried meats, dehydrated vegetables, or crystals. However, upon pushing open the vault door, he was greeted instead by a pile of packaged jerky, exuding an irresistible smoky aroma. Adjacent to it were neatly arranged bundles of luxurious fabric, devoid of any dust, appearing both exquisite and immaculate. The quantity of food was not overwhelming, rather, what captured Ming's attention were the numerous fragments of relics inscribed with abstract writings, alongside an array of ancient parchment blueprints and books. What is this? Just as Ming's hand grazed one of the relic fragments, the system provided him with a notification. You have touched an unknown entry. Would you like to extract it? There are entries inscribed on this relic fragment. Extract. Extracting. You have extracted the True Injury Enchantment entry, Blood Dragon Scales from the Beast Relic Runes. Ming. True Injury Enchantment entry. What had initially seemed like worthless relic fragments now felt extraordinarily weighty in Ming's hands. Chapter 42, Concept Entry of Nature System Fairy Species, Life. My goodness, I initially thought it was something else. This may be considered trash by others, but for me, it is nothing short of a divine item for enhancing entries. Ming felt a surge of excitement within. He immediately began to examine the description of a Blood Dragon Scale. True Damage Enchantment entry of the Beast System, Blood Dragon Scale. Description: when the scales attached to the spells will siphon the enemy's mental strength or vitality, your choice, continuously weakening them. The siphoned mental strength or vitality will be converted into increased attack speed for your skills or basic attacks. Furthermore, when the dragon scales graze the enemy, the dragon blood that stains them will inflict true damage burn, causing excruciating pain. The more dragon blood accumulated on the scales, the greater the true damage inflicted. Restriction: upon activating Blood Dragon Scale, it will deduct 0.1 of your mental power every second. This ability can be toggled on and off at will, and the accumulated dragon blood will. Ming began to grasp the concept. The accompanying spell attack of a Blood Dragon Scale could siphon the health or mana, mental power, from adversaries, while also inflicting true damage upon them. Without a moment's hesitation, Ming directly affixed this attribute to himself. Instantly, as the power of the Blood Dragon Scale began to merge with his being, a searing sensation spread forth from his chest. A majestic 9-clawed dragon sigil gradually emerged upon his arm, as if flames were igniting beneath his skin. Moments later, the 9-clawed dragon sigil vanished. On Su Ming's arm, a series of blood-red dragon scales flickered into view, shimmering with a metallic luster, each imbued with formidable strength. Blood dragon scale activated, Su Ming uttered, close. Soon, the dragon scales upon his arm dissipated into ethereal wisps. This blood dragon scale attribute was, without question, a bountiful windfall for Su Ming. It was only now that he realized the vast treasures that lay within the ruins. Intrigued, he began to meticulously examine the various fragments within this trove. After discovering that the relic fragments could not be extracted repeatedly, Su Ming picked up another fragment and commenced the extraction process. Extracting. You have extracted the attribute First Strike from the dual relic fragment. First Strike? Such an unusual attribute. Attribute, First Strike. Note, this attribute cannot be affixed to your body, or it will result in a significant bug. It can be attached to equipment instead. Su Ming could hardly. On a positive note, he pondered if it would allow him to automatically unleash his skills before his enemies during battles. Conversely, on a negative note, he wondered if, upon the nearby defeat of an enemy, he would automatically be the first to fall to them. The stability was uncertain. It seemed wiser to attach this attribute to his equipment for greater safety. After securing the attribute, Su Ming continued to explore other attributes. Subsequently, he found that the other fragments were damaged to varying degrees, rendering. He cast the relic fragments aside and turned his attention to the surrounding tomes: Creation of Life, Alchemy of Steel, How to Grow Vegetables, Quick Guide for Barefoot Doctors. Su Ming recalled that endless extraction pertained to the elements contained within, and these knowledge-rich books undoubtedly brimmed with various elements. He focused on extracting from Creation of Life. You are performing endless extraction on the Lost Elfin Ruins book. With a swift motion. Mental power -10. A sudden headache struck Su Ming. Extracting this book. It consumed 10 points of my mental power in an instant. He hastily nibbled on a tart cactus to sharpen his senses. Leaning against the wall, he stepped into the moonlight of the plantation, allowing its glow to rejuvenate him, slowly restoring his mental power. Spirit 0. 02. Spirit 0. 02. The moonlight is, in fact, a reflection of sunlight, thus it can be said to provide Su Ming with a semblance of sunbathing, allowing for a slight restoration of his mental energy. Gradually, Su Ming's mind began to clear, and he calmly commenced his investigation. What exactly was the entry that had consumed 10 points of his spirit, nearly rendering him unconscious in this place? Nature type elf species concept entry, life. Introduction, : Life, the most marvelous existence in the universe. Message, please use it to save that which must be saved. Restrictions, this entry is exclusively for use by elf species. Note, if attached to a being already abundant in vitality, one must be wary of a potential life force explosion. Su Ming deduced, it seems this entry essentially serves as a means for a being to restore its vitality. Moreover, it suggests not to apply it to those who are already plentiful in life force. This likely hints at the caution against recklessly applying this entry to oneself when it is unnecessary. Soon, Su Ming's mental energy restored to 5 points. Aside from a slight deficiency in magical energy, he felt no overwhelming fatigue. As Su Ming re-entered the treasury, he decided to refrain from extracting other books for the time being, fearing the depletion of his mental energy. Su Ming opened a cabinet. To his astonishment, it was filled to the brim with crystal cores. Su Ming exclaimed, absorb. 116 crystal cores have been absorbed. You have leveled up to LV6. You have leveled up to LV8. Survivor Su Ming level LV8. In an instant, Su Ming's extraordinary abilities were once again presented with an evolution choice. Choice 1. Assault Convergence allows a large quantity of sand to swiftly gather for your use, capable of transforming into various forms. Choice 2. Moving Sands enables the sand to use autonomous gliding techniques, assisting you in maneuvering. In terms of agility, I currently possess Wind Shadow Spirit Evasion technique, so I do not require additional mobility. I shall simply select one and be done with it. Choice successful. Control of sand has evolved into Assault Convergence. Waves of swirling sand began to manifest beneath Su Ming's feet. Just as he intended to test the effects of this evolution, suddenly a hostile gaze from the ceiling was instantly perceived by Su Ming. In the stillness of the rooftop, moonlight cascaded down like cold water. Due to Su Ming's black cloak and hood, the slender, enigmatic woman standing on the ceiling assumed he could not see her. She believed this was the perfect opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Without hesitation, she leaped down, wielding a great sword, and aimed a strike at the top of Su Ming's head. Chapter 43. Do not weep, I shall assist you. A shadow swooped down from the heights with astonishing speed. A young maiden clad in black robes appeared, resembling a spectre of the night. She wielded a great sword, its blade glinting with a chilling radiance beneath the moonlight. Her form was lithe and agile, closing the distance to Su Ming in an instant. Her gaze was filled with resoluteness and coldness, devoid of any hesitation. Just before Su Ming could react, she raised her great sword high and swung it forcefully, the sword wind howling as it cleaved towards him with a fierce momentum. In that critical moment, a swirl of yellow sand coalesced above Su Ming's head, forming a dragon's claw. With a swift motion, the yellow sand claw lashed out with its sharp talons, meeting the descending great sword head-on. The clash of these two forces sent shockwaves through the surrounding air. "Who goes there?" Su Ming inquired slowly, lifting his gaze and asking with an unhurried demeanor, while simultaneously enveloping his entire arm with blood dragon scales. In the next heartbeat, the previously unremarkable yellow sand claw revealed a terrifying array of dragon scales. Without granting the mysterious figure a chance to respond, Su Ming struck forward with the dragon claw, delivering a blow so forceful that it ruptured the very air itself. The maiden in black hastily unwrapped the bandages encasing her great sword, activating the magical circuits within the silver blade to block horizontally. With a resounding crack, she barely managed to withstand the blow, yet was sent staggering. Sweat beaded on her brow as she struggled to regain her composure, having just endured Su Ming's strike. A fleeting sensation of dizziness washed over her as her eyes deepened in intensity while fixating on Su Ming's yellow sand claw. If her assumptions were correct, those ominous dragon scales would siphon her spiritual energy. What a formidable adversary, she murmured softly, her gaze locked onto Su Ming, hesitant to make any rash movements. Wait a moment. Suddenly, the mysterious maiden seemed to sense something. She not only abandoned her defensive stance but also lowered her great sword while pulling away her black veil. A look of surprise illuminated her features as she beheld the still-robed Su Ming. Benefactor. In the moonlight, Elizabeth completely removed her veil and hood, revealing her fair skin and striking elven features of golden hair and azure eyes. Upon recognizing Elizabeth's visage, Su Ming finally exhaled in relief, saying, "I thought that great sword seemed familiar. Fortuitously, I did not unleash the grand spikes directly behind you." After glimpsing the familiar runic silver great sword, Su Ming had deliberately refrained from using overlapping spells. Had he done so, it was likely that Elizabeth would have already been impaled by the grand spikes upon being repelled. Su Ming directly inquired, "Are you also here to commit robbery?" Elizabeth, upon hearing Su Ming's words, could only nod in shame. Su Ming pressed further, "Do you wish to compete with me for it?" Elizabeth was certainly not a NAV individual. She shook her head, earnestly stating, "I would not. If I were to steal from my benefactor, I would take my own life." She candidly declared, "Benefactor, I am here solely for one thing, a tree. To be frank, this tree concerns my very existence, a tree." Su Ming surveyed the entire botanical garden, finding nothing resembling a tree. Elizabeth continued, "It is rumored that the newly appointed Lord of Beasts, Wang, amassed his fortune entirely by discovering numerous treasures within a certain relic. And within the ruins he explored lies a portion of our lost elven heritage. Perhaps, within the ruins of the lost elven clan, we may find the tree of life that can save our elven kin. The tree of life serves as the foundation for every elven tribe. It nourishes the land and water, absorbing the scant moisture from the surrounding air and storing it within its trunk. The moisture accumulated within the trunk is continuously transported to the crown, where it accumulates as a life dew. Once the moisture reaches a certain threshold, life dew will emerge beneath the crown to nourish the earth and its creatures. The so-called nourishing properties of life dew not only enrich the soil but also hasten the ripening of plants. When consumed by living beings, it can enhance their physical prowess, strengthen them, and purify. Upon hearing this, Su Ming pondered, "Isn't that akin to a natural spring?" Elizabeth nodded in agreement. "But, Su, there is a stream," Elizabeth exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the small brook on the ground. "Perhaps this is the life dew of the tree of life." She hurried towards the stream's source. Soon, Elizabeth and Su Ming discovered the origin of the brook. To their astonishment, the stream flowed directly from a tree. Good news, it was indeed the tree of life. Bad news, however, the sight before Elizabeth's eyes was heart-wrenching. The branches and leaves of the tree of life, which should have been lush and vibrant, were now desiccated and withered. At that moment, the trunk of the tree of life was marred with shocking scars. With a mere glance, Su Ming could tell that the water flowing from these wounds indicated that Wang was completely unaware of the proper use of the tree of life. He had cruelly harmed it, forcibly overdrawing its vitality to cause it to continuously flow, slowly to irrigate the fields. It was utterly outrageous. Upon witnessing this scene, the elven maiden's tears streamed freely, and she crumpled to the ground, weeping. Her eyes dulled, staring vacantly at the scene before her, unable to restrain her sobs. How could this be? Elizabeth had been shattered. She had traversed vast wastelands, seeking the tree of life to save her elven kin, only to find it reduced to a mere lifeless vessel, capable of nothing but flowing water. How can one treat the tree of life in such a manner? Is there no hope? Su Ming inquired. The tree of life possesses immense vitality, yet now it has withered and decayed. This signifies that it is truly in agony, unable to endure, and has chosen to end its own existence. No means can revive it. Elizabeth weakly shook her head, tears streaming even more profusely. Her sobs seemed unceasing, for she knew that time was slipping away, and she may not have another opportunity to seek out another tree of life. She had spent 2 years traversing the world, encountering countless false leads and dead ends. Finally, she had stumbled upon this solitary tree of life emerging from the ruins, yet, the cruel truth had revealed itself. The only tree of life she could find was already dead. Elizabeth was utterly shattered. Ming remained silent. He quietly approached her side and knelt down. Gently, he patted her back, as one would comfort a small child, and softly said, "So, you wish to use the tree of life to rejuvenate the world's lands, thereby saving your elven kin?" "Indeed." Elizabeth nodded weakly. Suddenly, Ming shifted the topic, saying, "Elizabeth, if I were to help you revive the tree of life, would you pledge your loyalty to me from this moment forth?" Elizabeth raised. Ming smiled gently, standing upright. "Do not cry, I shall aid you in restoring the Tree of Life's vitality." Elf mode activated. Chapter 44. Elizabeth swears allegiance to the Elf King. Ming. Elf mode activated. With a resounding boom, Ming slowly closed his eyes amidst Elizabeth's astonished gaze. In an instant, the elven power within him surged forth, as if compelled by an irresistible call, drawing the elemental forces from the surroundings to converge upon him, forming a vortex of energy. Gradually, Ming's form was enveloped by a layer of resplendent light. Within this brilliance, a breathtaking transformation began to unfold. His hair ignited into a dazzling golden flame, each strand shimmering like a star, seemingly infused with boundless mysterious power. His visage morphed, every feature exquisitely flawless. A high-bridged nose, deep-set eyes, and subtly upturned lips radiated an otherworldly nobility that transcended earthly confines. The overwhelming aura. "You can actually become an elf. And you are a male elf," she stammered, her voice trembling with shock. "Is there something amiss with being a male elf?" Ming inquired, puzzled. Upon receiving Ming's response, Elizabeth was momentarily rendered speechless. Memories of her previous encounters with Ming flooded her mind, and she soon realized the earth spirit bug revived only due to my benefactor's touch. When my benefactor cast his spell, there were traces of the spirit bug assisting him. The closer her body trembled with joy uncontrollably, gazing at Ming's silhouette. She reached out with a quivering hand, yearning to touch him, yet hesitated just before contact, as if fearing that this was merely a fragile dream. Noticing Elizabeth's daze, Ming proceeded to the Tree of Life. He slowly retrieved the entry, "Life. Go forth." Before Elizabeth's eyes, a stream of light emanated from Ming's palm. A brilliant radiance burst forth, gradually permeating the trunk of the Tree of Life, as though a warm healing energy flowed gently within. Under the nourishment of this formidable power, the Tree of Life began to pulsate with new vitality. The withered leaves gradually turned green, the scars upon its trunk healed at a visibly rapid pace. The roots of the Tree of Life delved deep into the earth, drawing sustenance from the soul once more. Soon, the verdant branches burgeoned into a lush canopy, exuding a fresh and potent life force. Atop the crown, glimmers of bioluminescence flickered, as if the Tree of Life expressed gratitude to Ming. "The Tree of Life has come back to life." Elizabeth marveled at this miraculous sight, her eyes brimming with surprise and admiration. At that moment, Ming deactivated elf mode, returning to his human form. Although the Tree of Life had been revived, Elizabeth's attention remained entirely fixated on Ming. "Benefactor, please tell me, how is it that you can transform into an elf?" Ming concocted a casual explanation, replying, "It is innate." Innate. Elizabeth's eyes sparkled with intrigue. If she were to learn the true means by which Ming transformed into an elf, she might feel a pang of disappointment. However, hearing that he was naturally an elf king, her heart swelled with hope. Despite her uncertainty regarding why he could only temporarily manifest as an elf, she believed that one day, Ming would truly become the elf king, the beacon of hope for the elven race, and perhaps for the entire world. "Enough, the ground is dirty. Please rise." Ming extended his hand, attempting to help Elizabeth to her feet. To his surprise, she showed no intention of standing. Elizabeth's fair hands tightly clasped Ming's, and she knelt before him, suddenly solemnly declaring, "Benefactor." Tears glistened in her eyes, yet they radiated a newfound resilience, as if ignited by the spark of hope. She gazed earnestly at Ming, her voice gentle and sincere. "Benefactor, will you become my king? Become the king of the elves?" Ming's eyes deepened with contemplation. Though he remained unaware of the significance of being the elf king, he had always intended to assume a position akin to that of an emperor in this desolate world. Becoming an elf king seemed like a mere extension of that ambition. "Benefactor, will you become my king?" When faced with such a question, Ming felt no hesitation. "Absolutely." Upon hearing Ming's unwavering affirmation, a grateful smile illuminated Elizabeth's face. "From this day forth, I pledge my allegiance to you." You have shown me hope, and I shall follow in your footsteps, ready to brave any peril for you. My life, my strength, shall be devoted to you, never to betray. With that, the elven maiden lowered. A gentle breeze caressed her hair, and in that moment, it felt as though time itself paused to honor this solemn vow. Your companion, Elf Elizabeth, has sworn allegiance to you. The personal attribute panel for Elf Elizabeth has been unlocked for you. Companion panel, Elf Elizabeth, level LV6. Strength 10, Intelligence 9, Stamina 7, Agility 7, Charisma 9, Luck 5, Willpower 10, Skills, Guardian level 3, Swordsmanship level 3, Horticulture level 3, Danger Perception level 2, Wind Elemental Magic level 3. Equipment, Silver Engraved Spirit Greatsword, Ethereal Chainmail, Ethereal Armor. Abilities, : Ability 1, Spirit Armament, Ability 2, Counter-Strike Tempest, Counter-Strike Tempest. Su Ming gazed at Elizabeth's skill with a sense of curiosity. Rise, Su Ming urged as he helped Elizabeth to her feet. Thank you, my lord, Elizabeth beamed with a radiant smile. Puzzled, Elizabeth inquired, My lord, how shall we transport this tree of life? With unwavering determination, Su Ming replied, It's simple, we just need to. Before Su Ming could finish his sentence, a cacophony of shouts erupted from the stone door behind them. In there. They are all inside. Upon hearing the voices from outside, Su Ming's brow furrowed in concern. At that moment, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air above. Su Ming's heart raced as he looked up, only to behold a swarm of dark figures descending from the. Before he could react, a fierce attack was already hurtling towards him. Chapter 45 For Su Ming, there was no need to contend with the deceased. A streak of black light, imbued with a chilling murderous intent, sliced through the air in an instant, hurtling towards him. Su Ming had long sensed the impending attack. There was no necessity for him to intervene. Elizabeth's gaze sharpened, and without a moment's hesitation, she raised the heavy great sword in her hand. Clang! A resounding crash echoed as the flying dagger collided with the great sword, igniting a cascade of sparks. The immense force caused Elizabeth's arm to tingle, yet she clenched her teeth, bracing against the power to ensure that Su Ming remained unharmed. With a vigilant tone, Elizabeth warned, Your Majesty, exercise caution. Su Ming observed the fallen dagger, his eyes narrowing. Su Ming surveyed his surroundings, where 4 enigmatic figures cloaked in black emerged from the shadows. Without a doubt, these 4 were the members of the Thieves' Guild whom Su Ming had previously deemed as easy prey. The captain of the elite team from the Thieves' Guild let out a cold snort, squinting as he fixed his gaze upon Su Ming and Elizabeth. So it is true. You are the one stirring trouble from behind the scenes, are you? Since you intend to drag us down with you, do not blame us for ensuring that we all perish together. Bang! Bang! The sound of violent collisions erupted from the gates of the plantation, indicating that a horde of half-beast soldiers was forcefully attempting to break through. Clearly, the Thieves' Guild members had incited the half-beast soldiers, who were now irate. They were not foolish. A moment's thought revealed that Su Ming, the puppet master, was undoubtedly aiming for the treasury of the Beast King. Thus, they hastily made their way to the plantation, intent on dragging Su Ming down. In an instant, the combat-ready system panel flashed rapidly before Su Ming's eyes. Captain Wanderer Shimei, level LV10. Deputy Captain Shield Warrior Zhang Qiu, level LV9. Member Priest Mi Shuhai, level LV8. Member Great Sword Master Yang Jiming, level LV9. The elite female captain of the Thieves' Guild, Shimei, offered no respite to Su Ming and Elizabeth. With frigid expressions, they wasted no words and pounced upon them like ravenous wolves. As they closed in for the kill, Su Ming remained unfazed. With a thunderous roar, he grasped Elizabeth's hand, propelling them both skyward with the aid of a rock pillar. Soaring above, Su Ming deftly evaded their assault. However, if they believed he was merely evading their onslaught, they were gravely mistaken. As the adage goes, strike high to hit low, and bewilder the foolish. Can you guess whether Su Ming, with a single skill unleashed in midair, could inflict severe damage upon them? Not good. The Wanderer, Shimei, sensed a formidable danger looming overhead, a harbinger of what was to come. And Su Ming could only affirm her accurate intuition. With a swift motion, Su Ming brought his palms together, the combination skill activated instantaneously. Quicksand blood scale rain. In an instant, the skies above the plantation were enveloped by the blood dragon scale quicksand rain unleashed by Su Ming. The quicksand, infused with the effects of blood dragon scales, descended like a torrential downpour, raining down like arrows. Swish, swish, swish. In a heartbeat, all members of the Thieves' Guild found themselves ensnared. Their health bars dwindled at an alarming rate. Wanderer Shimei, health bar, 71, 2. Shield Warrior Zhang Qiu, health status, 85. Pastor Ms. Huhui, health bar, 64, 4. Great Sword Master Yang Jiming. Health, 69. 1. Oh. The cries of this predominantly female group echoed throughout the plantation. They were racked with penetrating wounds from the sand rain and the searing true damage of a blood dragon scales. The agony was unbearable. At that moment, Priest Mishwai stepped forward and unleashed a calmness incantation. A radiant light flashed over them, temporarily suppressing their pain by 6-0. It barely allowed. Ming and Elizabeth descended back to the ground. Meanwhile, the plants within the plantation had already been sealed off by Ming using a rock wall, ensuring their safety from harm. Although Ming's combination technique was formidable, it was still a combination move, which had nearly drained the little mental energy he had left. After forming a bond with Ming, Elizabeth instinctively sensed his condition. She unwittingly communicated telepathically, expressing her concern. "My king, your mental energy is running low, can you still fight?" Ming glanced at her and replied, "Do not worry, I will conserve my energy. I am still Short silver sword. Description: an ancestral short sword from the elven village, primarily used as a backup weapon when the main weapon is lost. Upon drawing the short sword, Ming swiftly brushed his finger across its blade. With a whoosh, the short sword transformed into a massive 4-meter-long blade made of sand. Elizabeth watched in astonishment at Ming's maneuver, before silently bestowing him with a protective spell. Wind Spirit Protection. Description: you shall ride the winds, gaining 2 agility. This entire sequence of actions took merely seconds. The wanderer Shimei brandished a pitch-black monstrous whip, shouting, "Kill!" With a crack, Shimei's whip lunged towards Ming. He propelled himself forward, narrowly evading the strike. Awaiting him was Great Sword Master Yang Jiming, who unleashed a swift New Year sword technique aimed at severing Ming's head. With a whoosh, just as he was about to cleave Ming's skull, Elizabeth slid in front of him, raising her sword to block. With a clang, she successfully countered the powerful blow. In the next moment, Elizabeth activated a counterstorm. The attack she had just deflected surged back toward Great Sword Master Yang Jiming in the form of frenzied wind blades. Taken by surprise, Yang Jiming was struck in the head by the retaliation of a counterstorm. Instantly, a plume of blood erupted from his head and neck. Great Sword Master Yang Jiming. Health, 19. 4. Currently in a critical state of bleeding. The ferocity of the recent strike was matched only by the severity of the counterattack he received. The priest raised her staff, poised to heal the Great Sword Master. However, at that moment, her gaze met with Ming's, causing her to hesitate for a fleeting second. Gripped by fear. Ming was resolutely advancing towards the priest. "Don't even think about it," Shield Warrior Zhang Qiu exclaimed, raising his shield to block while simultaneously swinging a massive broadsword towards Ming. Ming swiftly executed a retreat, evading the broadsword's deadly arc, allowing it to cleave only through his afterimage. In an instant, Ming retaliated, bringing his blade down heavily upon the Shield Warrior's shield. Shield Warrior Zhang Qiu scoffed, taunting Ming, "Really, a man of your stature, and you possess less strength than I." "You truly are." Ming refrained from retorting, for as soon as the Shield Warrior finished her taunt, a spike erupted from the ground beneath her, catching her utterly unawares. In the face of her mockery, Ming chose silence, for he deemed it unnecessary to engage in banter with the doomed. Chapter 46. Guess what I did? With a sudden, piercing sound, the ground spike impaled the Shield Warrior, Zhang Qiu, in an instant. In that fleeting moment, blood gushed forth like a torrent. The health bar above her head diminished at an alarmingly terrifying rate. Shield Warrior, Zhang Qiu, health, 5. Zhang Qiu. The priest, Mi Shu Huai, exclaimed in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. Witnessing the gruesome sight of Zhang Qiu skewered by the spike, her complexion turned ashen, and bile rose in her throat. With the last vestige of her strength, Zhang Qiu managed to utter a desperate plea, "Save me. Quickly. I will save you." Before Mi Shu Huai could cast her healing spell, a sharp sound rang out. Ming delivered a swift horizontal slash. Zhang Qiu's head was sent soaring into the air, her health bar plummeting to 0. Shield Warrior, Zhang Qiu, health. 0. Shield Warrior, Zhang Qiu, death. No. Mi Shu Huai's composure shattered as she beheld the lifeless form of Zhang Qiu. She observed that Zhang Qiu possessed a level 8, seemingly indicative of considerable strength. Yet in reality, she was merely an innocent girl, unaccustomed to the harshness of the world. The death of a comrade would leave her utterly incapacitated. Her level seemed wasted in this cruel reality. In that moment of hesitation, her other teammate, the Great Sword Master, Yang Jiming, fell victim to Elizabeth's swift blade, beheaded without mercy. Great Sword Master, Yang Jiming, health, 0. Death. With 2 comrades lost, unlike Mi Shu Huai, their leader, Shimai, was a seasoned veteran. Observing the death of Zhang Qiu at Ming's hands, her brow furrowed in concern. It appeared they had stumbled upon a formidable. How could this newcomer transform a mere elf into a teammate? Moreover, this novice was a nature-type ability user, whose powers reeked of malevolence. Continuing the battle would certainly lead to disaster. Shimai spoke up, "You must be a mere novice. Yet your decisiveness in killing is alarming. Were you a killer before your arrival here? Su Ming nonchalantly replied, "You are mistaken, I was an astronaut." She quickly shifted her approach. "Let us cease hostilities. Time is of the essence. I can negotiate on behalf of our Thieves Guild." Without waiting for Su Ming's response, she laid out the pros and cons. "We all engage in this for the sake of acquiring treasure. If we continue fighting, those half-beasts outside will enter, and none of us will reap any rewards. How about this? Allow me to present my proposal." After contemplating her words, Su Ming paused, as if struck by an idea, and instructed Elizabeth, "Elizabeth, light me a cigarette, I need to think." Upon hearing this, Elizabeth was momentarily stunned. However, she quickly grasped Su Ming's true intent through their mental link and promptly complied. The doorframe of the plantation had begun to show severe cracks, suggesting that the half-beasts would soon swarm in. Outside, on the adjacent building, rows of armed half-beasts had already taken position, primed to shoot at the plantation skylight. Should Su Ming and his companions dare to leap through, they would be instantly gunned down. Shimai declared, "We must withdraw. The outside is akin to being ensnared in a dragon's lair. Escape is impossible. Thanks to your actions, I've lost 2 teammates, diminishing our capacity to withstand the half-beast army. Even if we manage to claim the treasure, our chances of escape are slim. Unless we cooperate, our odds of fleeing with the treasure would significantly improve, would they not?" Shimai winked at Su Ming, seemingly attempting to employ her charm to bolster her chances of negotiation. Feigning contemplation, Su Ming's demeanor shifted when he noticed Elizabeth had lit the cigarette. He smiled and said, "You are still too naive." Shimai, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean?" Su Ming's gaze sharpened as he stated, "What if I told you that I could take everything here with me? Are you hallucinating?" As she spoke, the atmosphere grew tense once more, with Su Ming clearly unwilling to negotiate. Shimai resolved to continue the confrontation. She had long set her sights on the elf, Elizabeth, believing that even without the treasure of the Beast King, capturing Elizabeth would yield significant gains for their guild. Enchant. Whip. Just as Shimai swung her whip towards Su Ming, he suddenly pressed his palm against the ground. In an instant, the entry of SCHR Dinger's cattle melted into the very foundations of the plantation. The uppermost part of the palace began to tremble violently. The once impregnable walls and floors of the palace appeared to be molded and reshaped by an unseen force, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The palace's foundation underwent a transformation, sprouting massive mechanical limbs. The roof and walls continuously morphed, becoming a steadfast fortress. In the midst of this metamorphosis into a mobile castle, a violent earthquake erupted, the ground split apart, boulders tumbled, and dust filled the air. The half-beast guards, who had been relentlessly battering the plantation's entrance, were caught off guard by this sudden upheaval. Their previously organized ranks fell into disarray. Some were struck by falling debris while others lost their footing on the quaking ground, tumbling to the earth. "What is happening? Is this a natural disaster?" the half-beast commander shouted in terror, but his voice was soon drowned out by the cacophony of the earthquake and the panicked cries of his soldiers. Instantly, the entire half-beast guard descended into chaos, abandoning their focus on Su Ming and scattering in search of refuge from the calamity. Boom! The ground of the plantation quaked violently. The tremors knocked Shimai and Mi Shu Huai to the ground. Elizabeth clutched Su Ming's arm. Struggling to maintain her balance point, Shimai swiftly regained her footing, exclaiming, "Oh, what have you done?" With a smile, Su Ming replied, "What do you think?" Chapter 47 Round Spicy. "If we can't protect the treasury, we'll be transformed into beast-eared maidens." Within the confines of the plantation, Shimei and Miss Huai could only hear the wailing of the half-beast men outside. However, oblivious to the situation beyond, they were resolute in their intention to fight Su Ming to the death. Shimei glared fiercely at Su Ming, exclaiming, "I never wanted this. Why must you force me?" As she spoke, a test tube filled with a potent liquid suddenly materialized in her hand. With a fierce shout, she tilted her head back and consumed the entire contents of the vial. "Oh! How terrible it tastes!" At that moment, as the potion coursed through her, her pupils transformed into terrifying slits. Her dark, slit-like eyes widened in horror as her skin began to turn pale and eerie. An ominous aura gradually enveloped her. Su Ming squinted slightly, noticing the system's prompt sad smiley wanderer Shimei, voodoo state. Strength 710. Magic power 810. Stamina, Agility, 10. Charm 7-10. Luck 5 mental power, 510, skill 1, voodoo enchantment, temporary passive, losing 2 of life every second. Each attack will inflict a voodoo effect, potentially causing an irreversible death curse to the enemy. Once the cursed wounds accumulate to a certain extent, regardless of remaining health, they will be instantly killed by the voodoo. Skill 2, Pseudo-Priestess Body, Temporary Passive, specific attributes will be enhanced, self-healing increases by 30, the damage from voodoo to her own body is not accounted for by temporarily becoming a pseudo-priestess through the potion, she will suffer a backlash from the voodoo once the potion's effects wear off. Voodoo Potion Message, the gifts of fate have long been priced behind your back. If you drink this potion and cannot recoup your losses, then you shall truly be a clown. Upon witnessing this terrifying boost in attributes along with the sight, are you really willing to risk your life like this? Shimei screamed, her slender fingers sprouted sharp, pitch-black nails, her hair turned white, and her skin became pale and withered. Su Ming's gaze fell upon her grotesque appearance, causing him to frown. Seeing the disdain etched on Su Ming's face, Shimei felt as if her heart had been wounded, igniting a furious rage within her. I will kill you. With a powerful push, Shimei shattered the ground beneath her, transforming into a white shadow as she charged towards Su Ming. Elizabeth, witnessing Shimei's doubled attributes rushing at Su Ming, felt a surge of alarm. This is bad, the king might not escape. Elizabeth intended to use a counterattack storm to help Su Ming withstand the impending assault. However, just then, Su Ming raised a hand. With a thunderous crash, the entire plantation seemed to warp, as abstract and bizarre walls and floors suddenly obstructed Shimei's advance, trapping her in place like a cage. Shimei's eyes widened in disbelief at this strange transformation. What is happening? As if orchestrating a grand performance, Su Ming calmly raised his hand and stated, Now, this is my domain. You may leave. With a resounding boom, Su Ming commanded the moving castle to expel Shimei and Miss Hu Wai from the plantation. The two tumbled through the air, landing heavily on the ground. Bewildered, Shimei exclaimed, What? I went through such great lengths to enhance my power for a death match, and you simply cast me aside. With a thud, Shimei and Miss Hu Wai hit the ground hard, landing right in front of the half-beast guards. They slowly lifted their heads, exchanging incredulous glances with the half-beast commander, momentarily freezing the scene. Upon catching sight of the moving castle in its entirety, Shimei's astonishment deepened. Is that a colossal beast? The violent tremors just now were caused by this giant creature. Realization struck her, and her expression twisted with anger. That giant beast was summoned by the other two individuals within the plantation. If you do not stop them, prepare for him to commandeer this beast and abscond with your precious treasures. The half-beast commander, upon hearing this, recognized the validity of her words. They had refrained from using heavy artillery for fear of damaging the plants inside. However, if they delayed any longer, there would be nothing left to save. He immediately ordered, Bring my cannons over. Fire at the interior. Meanwhile, Elizabeth remained stunned by Su Ming's miraculous ability to summon the moving castle, while Su Ming sensed that the perimeter of the moving castle was already being targeted by artillery. If they moved at a regular pace, they would surely be ensnared by the half-beast men. Thus, Su Ming resolved to accelerate the castle. Soon, a brilliant flame ignited in Elizabeth's palm. With a sudden incantation in an obscure elven tongue, she began to chant. Fire sprite, come forth swiftly. In an instant, the flames in her palm transformed into a radiant light, diving into the ground of the plantation. With a resounding explosion, the previously lethargic moving castle surged to life, as if it had been fueled with oil, and began to charge at full speed. Boom, the surrounding cannonballs bombarded the walls of the plantation, creating a massive breach. The half-beast commander, wielding a double-barrel cannon, unleashed a barrage of fire upon the rampaging fortress. In this critical moment, the enormous limbs of the moving castle erupted forth, breaking the ground as it sprinted rapidly, escaping the artillery's encirclement. The moving castle stomped over the wooden houses within the human-beast city, making its daring escape. What? The entire assembly of half-beast guards were left aghast at the astonishing speed of the moving castle. They had expected such a cumbersome beast to be an easy target. They could never have imagined that this colossal entity could move with such swiftness, as if it had imbibed a concoction of spirits. The half-beast soldiers lamented, It's over. If we fail to secure the king's treasury, are we to be transformed into beast-eared maidens? The half-beast commander, enraged by their words, bellowed, Transform, to hell with that. Mount your steeds and pursue. Arm yourselves and bring those humans down from the beast. Chapter 48, Extraordinary 100 Slaughter, What a bunch of worthless fools. In her priestess form, Shimei's emotions were exceedingly volatile. Upon hearing her words, a glint of murderous intent flashed in the half-beast leader's eyes. Do not, Michu sensed the shift in atmosphere. She tugged at the hem of Shimei's garment, urging her to flee swiftly. In the next instant, with a resounding bang, the sudden eruption of gunfire rang out. Michu's head was instantly obliterated by a shotgun blast, blood splattering across Shimei's face. A smirk curled at the corner of Shimei's mouth as she unleashed her whip, dispatching a multitude of half-beasts in a single sweep. Braving the hail of bullets, Shimei fought her way through the encirclement and escaped. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, they wouldn't have perished. Shimei glared furiously at the moving carousel. She opened the chat channel and sent a message to the Hunters. Sad smiley Thieves Guild. Shimei, what on earth are you doing, Hunters? Where are your people? Hunter leader, we cannot reach them. Thieves Guild. Shimei, truly a bunch of imbeciles. Now we won't reap any benefits. The Beast King's treasury has been whisked away by a newcomer using summoning beasts. Upon reading this message, the Hunter leader was momentarily taken aback. Is she out of her mind? Could there really be such a formidable newcomer in this world? Their Hunter leader had long heard tales of the women from the Thieves Guild being a band of lunatics, and it seemed the rumors were indeed true. Boom! Suddenly, a series of tremors shook the ground. When he looked up, he was astonished to see a colossal moving carousel had kicked down the outer walls of the human beast city and was making its escape towards the wilds. Their Hunter leader was left dumbfounded. No way, it's actually true. Narrowing his eyes, the Hunter leader activated a long sight. He spotted two figures atop the beast. Wait, the material on top of this beast is just ordinary rock. It feels like we could pull off a heist. The Hunter leader's keen insight led him to believe this was an extraordinary opportunity. The Beast King's treasury had been transported to the wilderness. If he could bring down this moving carousel, they could swarm in, seize everything inside, and scatter before the Beast King's army could catch them. Licking his lips, the Hunter leader's plan took shape. He immediately activated internal communication for all hunters. Hunter leader, everyone. Hunter leader, the Beast King's treasury is atop that moving carousel. Hunter leader, get in your off-road vehicles, bring bombs and firearms, and bring that moving carousel down. Upon receiving this message, the hunters erupted with excitement. They swiftly boarded their modified vehicles, forming a square convoy in pursuit of the moving carousel. In an instant, the Thieves Guild, Hunters, and Half-Beast Royal Guards began their relentless chase after the moving carousel where Ming was located. The cold night wind howled fiercely through the gaps in the plantation. Ming observed the relentless pursuit of the three factions behind him. Ming chuckled, in my entire life, this is the first time so many are willing to chase after me. Boom. A cannonball struck one corner of the moving carousel, causing it to shudder violently. Elizabeth struggled to maintain her footing amidst the tremors. She approached Ming, her eyes filled with concern as she gazed at the pursuing army. My king, what shall we do? Ming remained unfazed. It's quite simple. He then focused on forming a telepathic link with Alier. Ming, Alier. Alier, boss, you finally decided to contact me. Ming, I am transferring control of the moving mansion to you. I am currently piloting a new moving carousel towards your location. The Half-Beast Royal Guards, the Hunters Convoy, and the mounted members of the Thieves Guild are hot on my heels. Quickly take control. I assure you, I will complete the task. Ming, very well. Breaking the connection with Alier, Ming urged the moving carousel to accelerate towards her location. Concentrate fire on the beast's legs. At the command of the Hunter leader, the army surged forth like a tidal wave, bombarding the mechanical legs of the moving carousel. Come on, everyone, keep up. A smile played on Ming's lips as the moving carousel surged forward, finally nearing the hill where the moving mansion with the shotgun cannons lay in ambush. Ming silently calculated the distance, awaiting the opportune moment. As the moving carousel crossed into the cannon's firing range, Ming commanded Alier, fire. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, the shotgun cannons atop the moving mansion erupted with deafening roars. Giant stone projectiles soared forth, crashing down upon the enemy with the force of thunder. Thud, thud, thud. The enemy had no time to react. The shots obliterated them into clouds of crimson mist. Under this onslaught, a significant portion of the enemy forces was reduced to nothingness. At this moment, a barrage of kill notifications from the system appeared before Ming's eyes. You have used the shotgun cannon to kill Hunter Li Jingming. You have used the shotgun cannon to kill Half-Beast Go Ba. You have used the shotgun cannon to kill Thieves Guild Liu Nan Nan. You have used the shotgun cannon to kill Thieves Guild XXX. Congratulations, you have achieved a one-hit kill of 114 enemies. You have accomplished the extraordinary achievement of 100 slaughter. Server-wide announcement. Survivor Ming becomes the first in the server, extraordinary 100 slaughter title. This title will grant you special bonuses. These notifications flickered incessantly before Ming's eyes. I actually received a title reward this time. A grin broke across Ming's face. And it seems this title is unique to me. I'll examine its effects once this battle concludes. Ming had once again achieved an unprecedented accomplishment, causing a stir in their chat channel as the excitement erupted anew. Chapter 49, Establishing Power, the Ascendant Empire. Chat channel, Songhai. Damn, this black slave overlord is so impressive, he has achieved a new milestone. Feng Jiuqian, no way, right, I accompanied my lord father to lead the charge, and after a whole day of combat, I couldn't even slay 100 foes. Feng Jiuqian. How the hell can you annihilate over 100 people in one go? Li Haoqian, Su Ming, esteemed one, please share your tutorial. At this moment, Su Ming was too preoccupied to glance at the chat channel. Currently, the battlefield was engulfed in a cacophony of despair, dismembered limbs of soldiers lay scattered about, horses whinnied in panic, and the entire battalion was plunged into utter chaos. Su Ming's recent onslaught had decimated half of the pursuing forces with just 2 colossal rock shells. Each shell was the size of a compact car. Imagine, if you will, the catastrophic impact of a rock the size of a small automobile bursting into a multitude of deadly projectiles, raining down upon a densely packed crowd. The sheer destructive power was nothing short of terrifying. Su Ming had witnessed it firsthand. While the 2 shells would typically have claimed the lives of around 70 or 80, the subsequent explosion of a hunter's Wasteland modified vehicle, triggered by the scattered debris, resulted in over 30 additional casualties for Su Ming. This enabled him to achieve the remarkable feat of slaying 100 foes. At this juncture, as Su Ming finally laid waste to the enemies of the 3 major factions, an eerie silence descended upon the battlefield. The leaders of various factions gazed at the spectacle from a distance, their faces betraying sheer terror. The leader of the hunters turned ashen, struggling to crawl out from the wreckage of his overturned vehicle. His lips quivered as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. The devastation wrought by those 2 shells had decimated his hunter convoy. He looked up at Su Ming, perched atop the mobile fortress, and exclaimed in horror, "This is bad. We have been caught in a fish trap. This individual is no ordinary newcomer." His eyes brimmed with resentment, with the power displayed by those 2 shots. If this newcomer lacks the backing of a formidable organization, I would rather perish. The raiding party led by Shimei also suffered grievous losses. Shimei stared, dumbfounded, at Su Ming, who towered above in the mobile fortress, her heart swelling with bitterness and resentment. Why? It's one thing for this newcomer to possess such strength, but from where did he procure such artillery? The half-beast leader glanced at his own 2-hand cannons, then at the distant twin-barreled shotgun that loomed like a behemoth atop the hill. The stark contrast made him feel like a mere toothpick against a steel pipe. Instantaneously, feelings of inferiority washed over him. The half-beast leader promptly ordered his troops to retreat. "Boss, are we really running away like this? Of course, are you waiting to be blasted by shotgun shells?" Just as Su Ming was about to instruct Alir to continue the barrage, Alir reported urgently, "Not good, boss." "Su Ming, what's wrong? Are we out of ammunition?" "Alir, we have enough ammo, however, we lack the high-pressure gas to fire the next shell." "Su Ming, it seems the pressure tank of the mobile estate is insufficient." From her vantage point atop the hill, Alir surveyed the vast swarm of pursuers below and grew increasingly anxious. "What should we do, boss? Shouldn't we escape quickly?" Su Ming, unfazed, replied, "Stay calm." At that moment, the system provided Su Ming with an alert. Detected that your team has dealt a heavy blow to 3 factions. Your team has, under your leadership, become notorious. You have met the basic requirements to establish a faction. Upon establishing a faction, you will unlock additional faction missions and more avenues for rewards. Proclaim your faction to the remaining conquered forces, and your organization will officially come into existence. The more feared you are by other factions during your proclamation, the greater the prestige of your newly established faction. The points you gain on the leaderboard will be significantly higher. I see. Upon reading this, a radiant glow emanated from Su Ming's being, instantly captivating the attention of the remaining enemy forces. In an instant, Su Ming transformed into a majestic figure, embodying an elf of formidable presence. With a mere thought, he stood tall upon the colossal rock, radiating an unparalleled authority. Below, those from the conquered factions gazed up at him, their eyes filled with trepidation and respect. Su Ming's gaze was piercing, his voice resonant as a bell, echoing across the expanse. "I dare say, all of you present are nothing but trash. Who is in favor? Who opposes?" His words reverberated through the air, rendering the enemy forces mute, too fearful to respond. "This man is an elven male," the hunter leader gasped in shock. Shimei's eyes widened in realization. No wonder he has a female elf by his side. He himself is an elf. Su Ming continued his proclamation, "From this day forth, the faction I represent, the Ascendant Empire, shall dominate this land. That is all for today. You may continue your pursuit, and I shall resume my bombardment." With that, Su Ming turned and swept into the interior of the fortress. The Ascendant Empire. The reverberation of his thunderous declaration lingered in the hearts of the enemy forces. As Su Ming completed his announcement, he hastily commanded the mobile fortress and estate to retreat at full speed. The silhouette of the mobile fortress vanished beyond the horizon. The previously paralyzed crowd finally exhaled a sigh of relief, yet the tense atmosphere still lingered. They began to whisper among themselves, filled with unease. "What are we to do? How did we encounter such a formidable adversary? A burly man lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Alas, we are simply out of luck. Who could have anticipated his strength? We are utterly powerless. A lanky figure sighed in agreement. Where did this ascendant empire even come from? I've never heard of it before. An elderly man furrowed his brow, filled with confusion. Perhaps it is a clandestine elven organization. Shimei pondered thoughtfully. Undoubtedly, the hunters and the raiders had gained nothing from this siege, suffering significant casualties in the process. Each person exchanged words, yet they all understood that resistance against Su Ming's ascendant empire was futile. They could only resign themselves to their misfortune. As Su Ming's mobile fortress exited the territory of the human-animal city, a system prompt appeared before him. Reprimand task, internal notification. Reprimand task. The assault on the human-animal city has been completed. Commencing reward settlement. Chapter 50, once again, you've managed to exploit the system's resources. Prior to the reward settlement of the punitive mission, Su Ming had already piloted the mobile castle and successfully rendezvoused with the mobile mansion. With a mere thought, the two distinct mobile structures merged effortlessly in an instant. A passageway opened between the mobile castle and the mobile mansion. Awaiting eagerly within the corridor was Alier, who dashed towards the mobile castle where Su Ming was situated. Su Ming had been anticipating her arrival in the hall of the mobile castle for quite some time. Upon catching sight of Su Ming, Alier's face lit up with a smile. Boss. She rushed towards him, her voice laced with concern. Are you hurt, boss? Let me take a look. At that moment, Alier keenly noticed the mysterious figure cloaked in black beside Su Ming. She scrutinized the enigmatic individual and inquired, who is this? Suddenly, her nostrils flared slightly as a familiar fragrance wafted into her senses. It dawned on her that the mysterious figure beside Su Ming was none other than Elizabeth. Alier exclaimed with delight, Sister Elizabeth. Elizabeth removed her cloak and smiled warmly. Alier, still holding Elizabeth, curiously turned to Su Ming and asked, Boss, weren't you supposed to be stealing? How come you suddenly brought back Sister Elizabeth? Elizabeth smiled at Alier and clarified the situation. Alier, feeling enlightened, responded, Oh, I see now. She wagged her tail, a hint of worry on her face. So Sister Elizabeth, will you leave us again in the future? Elizabeth gently patted Aliyah's head and replied, If from now on, my benefactor will be my king my boss as well. Elizabeth cast a glance at Su Ming, her cheeks slightly flushed. King? What king? Aliyah asked, puzzled. It's nothing, Su Ming interjected, steering the conversation away. Just then, the settlement of rewards for the punitive mission commenced. Settlement of punitive mission rewards begins. Punitive contribution leaderboard. First place. Prototype Empire Ascendant Empire Su Ming, name hidden, points earned, 16666. Second place, The Hunter, points earned, 4444. Third place, The Thieves Guild, points earned, 2222. Fourth place, The Traitor Half-Beast Guan Yuan, points earned, 111. Due to the first place points exceeding the total points of all participants, the first place winner will claim all rewards, leaving the remaining participants with nothing. Commencing distribution of rewards. The announcement sparked an uproar in the internal chat channel of the punitive mission. Leader of the Hunters, no way, damn system, at least leave us something. Leader of the Thieves Guild. Damn it, Ascendant Empire, just you wait. Guan Yuan, what is going on here? I don't get any reward, did I lead the Imperial Army for nothing? The Hunters and the Thieves Guild were in dire straits, while the minions of the Beast King were likely faring even worse. At that moment, the Beast King, accompanied by his despondent troops, trudged back in vain. As they finally approached the city, the Beast King looked up and was instantly struck dumb. His once magnificent palace had mysteriously lost its rooftop. The Beast King's eyes widened like saucers, his mouth agape as if to swallow a watermelon. What is happening? He stammered, his voice rising in pitch due to shock. Regaining his composure, the Beast King's visage, resembling that of a bear and a tiger, flushed crimson with fury, akin to a ripe tomato. His 5-meter-tall, stitched beastly frame surged with rage as he smashed the heads of 2 nearby lackeys with a single paw, roaring, which bastard did this? I will tear him limb from limb. His nostrils flared in anger, his eyes bulging as dragon scales began to emerge on his face, while he incessantly muttered, My rooftop, my precious rooftop. His terrifying demeanor sent shivers down the spines of the soldiers nearby, who feared becoming the next victims of his wrath. The Beast King was thoroughly exasperated. His most prized clues to the underground city ruins had been taken by Su Ming. Even the vital source of water he relied upon to sustain his subordinates had been removed. How could he possibly survive? The Beast King anxiously paced in circles. Suddenly, he spotted enormous footprints on the ground. A realization struck him. I've got it. The one who took my palace rooftop must be controlling the creature that left these footprints. Just wait. I will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Level LV30 Beast King of Beasts has initiated an endless pursuit against the Ascendant Empire. In stark contrast to the chaos surrounding the Beast King, Ming. Currently, he was enjoying a late-night snack by the warm fireplace with Elizabeth and Aliir. At that moment, the rewards began to be distributed. You have received the following rewards: Happy Smiley in market trading currency, 10,000. Crystal Core Reward, 1,000 pieces, free attribute points, 10 points, Mysterious Treasure Chests 2, leaderboard points, 10,000. Additional Achievement Reward, Title - Extraordinary Slayer of 100. Leaderboard, first place. Song Yubing, points, 37,000. Second place, Yang Po Men, points, 34,000. 48th place, Su Ming, points, 17,000. 91st place, Feng Ju Qian, points, 6614. My ranking has risen to 48th. Su Ming felt a swift ascent in his leaderboard position. In less than a week, he had climbed to just before the top 50. Su Ming initially believed these were the only rewards, only to discover that further rewards awaited him. Now initiating the release of faction rewards. There's even faction rewards. Just as Su Ming was pondering this, an even more astonishing event unfolded. Aliir tugged at Su Ming's arm, her voice trembling. "Boss, why is there a board with writing appearing in front of me?" Elizabeth echoed the sentiment. "Yes, I see it too, a panel that says faction rewards." Upon hearing this, Su Ming immediately understood. Now this is intriguing. It appeared that the denizens of this wasteland world, having aligned themselves with the Traversers, were also granted additional rewards by their survivor system. This is delightful. Based on Aliir and her companion's performance in this instance, they can reap a share of rewards from the system as well. With this, I need not worry too much about Elizabeth and Aliir lagging behind in their progress. Su Ming affectionately patted Aliir's head and explained, "It's all right. This is the will of the world, coming to bestow rewards upon us for punishing the Beast King. I refer to it as the system. World will system." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, both Elizabeth and Aliir were left utterly astonished, having never encountered such concepts before. Chapter 51, The Commencement of the Nurturing Game, Enhancing Their Skills and Leveling Up. Ascendant Empire members Elizabeth, Aliir. You have received the following rewards: Happy Smiley in marketplace currency, 5,000, Crystal Core Reward, 600 pieces. Free attribute points, 8 points. Su Ming had also caught a glimpse of the rewards bestowed upon the two of them. It must be said that the faction rewards were quite commendable. Although the number of crystal cores was somewhat less than what Su Ming had acquired, the allocation of free attribute points was certainly generous. The free attribute points were the crux of the reward, as obtaining them was the swiftest route to enhancement. Free attribute points? Aliir inquired, scratching her head in confusion. Almost immediately, her own personal attributes panel sprang forth before her. What is this personal attributes? Aliir squinted, delving into her examination. After a brief moment, she finally grasped a mere fraction of its essence and turned to Su Ming with excitement, asking, "Does this mean that if I allocate these attribute points to the corresponding areas, I can strengthen myself in specific directions?" Su Ming nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed, you are quite right. You can distribute the attribute points according to your own combat style." Su Ming had already perused Aliir's attribute panel. She favored speed, endurance, and strength, resembling a quintessential physical assassin. Elizabeth, with curiosity gleaming in her eyes, turned to Su Ming and asked, "My lord, have you allocated points numerous times before?" Su Ming confirmed, "Indeed, I encountered the world will system a few days earlier than you." Aliir suddenly enlightened, exclaiming, "Oh. No wonder you were able to withstand 100 strikes initially. It turns out you relied on the world will to enhance your physical attributes through point allocation." "Am I right, my lord?" Aliir said with a sense of pride. Su Ming merely smiled in silence. Although Aliir had missed the mark, her joy was what truly mattered. He addressed both of them. "When I first began at level 1, my mental power was already at 10, and my intelligence reached 7. I can confidently say I was born to be a mage." Elizabeth and Aliir gasped in unison, their eyes widening. 10 mental power right from the start. Su Ming continued, "Thus, I naturally gravitated towards the mage archetype, reserving." After hearing him out, they nodded vigorously, feeling greatly enlightened. Elizabeth quickly determined her own direction, stating earnestly to Su Ming, "My lord, I shall henceforth develop towards the paths of guardian and blade. I will dutifully serve as your guardian while becoming your blade to strike at the enemies. The responsibility for large-scale destruction shall rest with you, my lord." Su Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Upon receiving Su Ming's consent, Elizabeth commenced her point allocation. Point allocation and level up successful. Personal attributes: Elf Elizabeth, level, LV7. Strength 10-2, new. Intelligence 9 stamina 7-2 new. Agility : 7-2 new. Charisma 9 luck 5 mental fortitude 10-2 new. Skills: Guardian level 3, Swordsmanship level 3, Horticulture level 3, Danger Perception level 2, Wind Sprite Magic level 3. The moment Elizabeth completed her skill allocation, a brilliant radiance erupted around her. Instantly, her entire being seemed to be reshaped, receiving the corresponding enhancements from her allocations. Upon viewing Elizabeth's attributes, Aelia glanced at her own panel. The comparison left her feeling deflated, her ears drooping in an instant. Ming, noticing Aelia's lack of confidence, leaned close to her ear and inquired, "What troubles you? Has seeing Elizabeth's superior attributes and levels left you disheartened?" "And no, it's not like that," Aelia stammered, her embarrassment evident. Ming chuckled and remarked, "Did you not notice the hint below the personal attributes panel? Personal attributes do not guarantee victory in battle, they merely represent the fundamentals. When it comes to real combat, what truly matters are equipment, strategy, cunning, and courage. If I were to falter upon encountering an enemy with superior personal attributes, I certainly would not have survived until now." The more Aelia listened to Ming's words, the more she sensed his calm demeanor. "Moreover, do you not possess the divine artifact I gifted you? It is an artifact solely for your use, and your true strength is not inferior to Elizabeth's," Ming stated earnestly. "Oh really?" Aelia's eyes began to glisten with hope as she received Ming's affirmation. Eagerly, she asked, "Boss, what direction do you think I should pursue in the future?" Ming replied, "Become the sixth." "The sixth?" Aelia was puzzled by Ming's words, for Ming to suggest Aelia take on such a role was remarkable. When the time came to utilize Aelia, she would stealthily approach the enemy with her clawed dagger, unleashing a powerful strike that would incapacitate them all. This was the outcome Ming desired. Although Aelia did not fully comprehend what Ming meant by the sixth, she was content to entrust her skill allocation to him. Aelia declared, "Boss, please assist me in my allocations." Ming consented, "Very well. Skill allocation upgrade successful. Aelia level LV3. Strength 7-2 new. Intelligence 5 stamina 8-2 new. Agility 10-2 new. Charisma 8 luck 5 mental power 5-2 new. Skills: Assassination LV2, Lockpicking LV2, Stealth LV3, Theft LV4, Danger Perception LV4. Potential for development: Elemental power yet to be awakened. At the very moment when Aelia completed her enhancements, a radiant light erupted around her. Instantly, it felt as though her entire being had been reforged, and she suddenly realized she could ascend 18 flights of stairs without breaking a sweat. Aelia, experiencing the novel transformations within her body, was filled with wonder. "Look, boss, my arms can finally show some muscle." She beamed proudly, flexing her arm in front of Ming. "Indeed, you are no longer the little Kurami who couldn't even defeat a few ruffians," Ming praised. Upon hearing this, Aelia's temper flared. I am not a little Kurami." Ming chose to disregard Aelia's outburst and instead quietly examined the special enhancement effect of the title Extraordinary, 100 Manslaughter. Chapter 52, Is this the effect of the magic blade of 1,000 edges? Title: Extraordinary level 100 Manslaughter. Quality: Extraordinary. Type: Enhancement. Title: Effect 1. While wearing this title, Strength 5, Stamina 5, Agility 5. Effect 2. When facing an enemy greater in number than yourself, all damage from your attacks increases by 10. Effect 3. When executing slashing attacks, there is a certain probability of triggering a critical hit. Senior's note: slash through the entire wasteland. After reading the description of this title, Ming felt as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. This title was indeed well deserved by Ming, as few could achieve a one-hit kill on over 100 foes merely a few days into the game. It can be said that, apart from Ming, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone else to obtain this title. This title not only compensates for my personal attribute shortcomings but also adds 10 AoE damage, while granting me the chance to inflict critical hits when slashing. It truly lives up to its extraordinary quality. The rewards are abundant. Let me first see what treasures lie within the 2 mysterious chests. Do you wish to open the 2 mysterious chests? Yes, no, open. You have obtained Happy Smiley Healing Honor Revival Potion. Effect: Restores 100 health upon use. Special weapon: Magic Blade. Quality: Excellent. Type: Weapon. Description: The magic blade possesses only a hilt. When you channel your energy into it, it transforms into an extraordinary blade imbued with the power you infused. For example, if you channel Earth-type energy, the blade will become a reinforced obsidian sword, and so forth. Effect: Sharpness 3, Armor Penetration 2, Additional Protection, Anti-Shock Grip, No more sore hands when clashing. Senior's note: Left thunder, right fire. Thunderfire sword. This weapon seems intriguing, Su Ming mused, gazing at the magic blade now in his possession. The hilt appeared as an ordinary titanium alloy handle, however, with just undoubtedly, this magic blade was one of the specialized weapons for mags. After his initial encounter with an opponent, Su Ming had already begun to appreciate the exhilarating sensation of wielding such a blade. Yet, inexplicably, he felt that the magic blade still lacked a certain edge. The slashing effect of this magic blade is still not sufficiently formidable. Could I perhaps use endless extraction to enhance this sword by extracting some attributes? Conveniently, Su Ming had just brought back parts of the roof from the palace of the Beast King. He knew that this roof section contained other treasure vaults yet to be explored. He planned to take Elia and the others along for an exploration. Just then, he noticed Elizabeth and Elia seemed to have been waiting for him for quite some time. Elia tugged at Su Ming's sleeve and said, "Boss, you've brought back the entire roof of this palace. There must be many places you haven't thoroughly searched yet, right? Take us along to find some treasure." Su Ming nodded and decisively replied, "Let's go." Hee. Elia cheerfully followed beside Su Ming, with Elizabeth trailing closely behind. The uppermost level of the Beast King's palace resembled a small castle, which is why Su Ming referred to it as a mobile castle. At this moment, Su Ming, Elia, and Elizabeth found themselves in a circular hall. Surrounding the hall were several small rooms, some filled with worn-out weapons and armor, while others housed ancient books and scrolls. The ceiling of the hall was adorned with intricate star charts, seemingly containing some mysterious significance. Above was the greenhouse, which Su Ming had already explored, along with a similar treasure vault. Thus, only this hall and the adjacent rooms remained. Su Ming gazed thoughtfully at the star chart overhead. I wonder, can this be extracted? He had a faint sense that the star chart might harbor powerful attributes for him to extract. Extract. You are extracting star chart. Extraction successful. You have successfully extracted the stellar energy storage attribute, stellar absorption. Effect 1. If this attribute is attached to yourself, you will gain the power of the Starry Night. Upon attaching the attribute to yourself, you will acquire the qualification to practice the Starry Night series of techniques. Effect 2. If this attribute is attached to your mobile castle will gain a new energy storage capability. With the new energy storage, the mobile castle will possess new power, allowing you to command the mobile castle to perform more of your desired actions. Effect 3. If this attribute is attached to your weapon will possess special effects from the Starry Night series. Attaching this attribute to himself seemed rather futile at first glance. Su Ming had no techniques from the Starry Night series, and acquiring a qualification appeared useless. However, attaching the attribute to the mobile castle would certainly yield better value. Perhaps it could make the mobile castle more intelligent. Su Ming pondered. Additionally, affixing it to his weapon would directly grant him the special effects from the Starry Night series. Curiosity piqued, Su Ming extracted 2 stellar absorption attributes at once. He first attached a stellar absorption to the magic blade. Instantly, as the magic blade emitted a barely perceptible starry light, Su Ming beheld the newly enchanted effects of the blade. Magic blade, quality, excellent, outstanding, type, weapon, effects, sharpness 3, armor penetration 2, stellar power, sad smiley, starlight, ever constant. Starlight, ever constant. Description: no matter how distant the star may be, it will always illuminate you with its radiance. Therefore, weapons imbued with the power of starlight will unleash slashes that also carry the effect of ever constant. Strange, what does this mean? Su Ming mused. It looks impressive, yet feels somewhat abstract. Since he couldn't comprehend the explanation, he decided to test it in practice. Soon, Su Ming and Elizabeth stood facing each other, each drawing their swords, prepared to engage in combat. Su Ming swiped his finger across the magic blade, and in an instant, a sword formed from flowing sand appeared. "Boss, that sword made of sand looks quite weak," Elia remarked candidly. With a swift motion, Su Ming swung the 4-meter-long sand sword towards Elizabeth. Elizabeth's eyes narrowed as she braced her sword, intending to withstand Su Ming's strike and counterattack. However, unexpectedly, Elizabeth's great sword sliced through the sand blade as if it were butter. Yet, the sand blade retained its original momentum, continuing its relentless slash towards Elizabeth. Witnessing this seemingly unavoidable strike, Su Ming suddenly recalled a legendary weapon, unblockable, offense without defense. Is this the effect of the magic blade of 1,000 edges? Elizabeth was equally taken aback. Piercing slash. She had no time to swing her sword in defense. Chapter 53. The Eerie Parchment. Journey to the dungeon. Seek the dark elves. Disperse. With a command from Su Ming, the sand blade, which was poised to strike Elizabeth, abruptly dissolved into nothingness. Elizabeth, relieved by Su Ming's timely intervention, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. "Your strike, my king, is truly unexpected," as she gasped. Elir, having grasped the situation, exclaimed in astonishment, if this strike were to be used for ambush, it would indeed be a formidable technique. Ming shared her sentiment. It dawned on him that this was the essence of the weapon attribute, unwavering. Contemplatively, he gazed up at the celestial chart above. It seems that I may yet extract some unforeseen attributes from this celestial map. Afterward, Ming, accompanied by Elizabeth and Elir, began to explore several new chambers within the moving castle. Unbeknownst to them, they soon found themselves in the study of the Beast King. The room was pervaded by an air of antiquity, with shelves brimming with an assortment of peculiar tomes and scrolls. It appears that the cultural acumen of this Beast King far surpasses our own. He seems to comprehend all these books, Elir, the self-proclaimed illiterate, remarked with a hint of envy. Ming retorted, speak for yourself, do not include us in your self-deprecation. Approaching the desk, Ming's attention was suddenly captivated by a totem resting upon its surface. He gently lifted the totem and scrutinized it closely. Why does this seem so familiar? Ming furrowed his brow. Elizabeth and Elir leaned in, their eyes brimming with curiosity. Elir pointed to some strange symbols on the totem, exclaiming, hey. Boss, do you remember, this totem bears a striking resemblance to the illustrations found in the dungeon map that the treasure-hunting uncle gifted us. Elizabeth, studying the patterns on the totem intently, mused, perhaps this is connected to the secrets of the dungeon. Another dungeon, Ming pondered quietly. Initially, he was indifferent to the concept of dungeons. However, since he had extracted their blood dragon scale, her attribute from the relic fragments found in the Beast King's treasury, his perception of the dungeon had shifted dramatically. To Ming, this dungeon had transformed into a treasure trove, with a newfound gravity. Ming grasped the enigmatic totem. At that moment, a system notification appeared before him, as well as Elizabeth and Elir. Faction Quest. Secret Dungeon, Quest Difficulty, Extremely Challenging, Quest Description, the once submerged hidden dungeon has inexplicably resurfaced in the world. The inherited secret dungeon is both a treasury brimming with opportunities and a realm fraught with peril and challenges. Quest Objective, reach the dungeon and obtain the primordial recognition of the dungeon's relics. Quest Rewards, abundant free attribute points, a significant amount of trading currency, numerous leaderboard points, and a fragment of the world's enigma. Quest Failure, total loss. Note, this quest is not mandatory. Once the quest announcement concluded, Ming suddenly noticed that the dungeon totem in his hand emitted an eerie glow. Within the parchment, words appeared that only Ming could perceive. You are special. Come to the dungeon and seek me. I can take you to meet him. These two phrases flickered and vanished in an instant. Almost immediately, another system notification materialized, visible solely to Ming. You seem to be watched by something peculiar. It appears to offer you wondrous guidance within the dungeon. Is it benevolent or malevolent? That is for you to discern. Guidance. Ming contemplated. If that is the case, wouldn't I have an advantage over other factions? Of course, that is contingent upon whether this scroll is not a ruse. At that moment, both Elir and Elizabeth simultaneously glimpsed the system quest announcement alongside Ming. Relics. Elizabeth undoubtedly understood the value of relics better than anyone present. She sought to rejuvenate nature's vitality, yet relying solely on the Tree of Life was insufficient. She yearned to discover as many opportunities as possible to save her elven kin before her own lifespan dwindled. This relic was a tantalizing prospect for her. However, she ultimately chose to align with Ming's intentions. If Ming were unwilling to venture into the dungeon, Elizabeth resolved to abandon the idea as well. I accept this quest, Ming declared decisively. Elir was momentarily taken aback, so straightforward. Given the immense value of the dungeon relics, there will likely be even stronger opponents. Elir expressed her concern. Just then, a system announcement appeared before Ming and his companions. Level LV30 Human Animal City Beast King has initiated an endless pursuit against you. The Beast King is actually LV30. Elir gasped in disbelief. Ming finally grasped the situation. I see now. No wonder those hunters and thieves dared not confront the Beast King directly. So it turns out the Beast King is formidable. Elir, realizing the gravity of their predicament, exclaimed, oh no, there's no escaping this. If we do not find a way to grow strong enough to defeat the Beast King, we might very well be taken down while enjoying hot pot and singing, caught off guard by the pursuing Beast King. Ming remarked, now you understand. Faction. Ascendant Empire has accepted the faction quest, Secret Dungeon. With Ming's acceptance of the dungeon quest, the moving castle began to change course, heading toward the dungeon's location. Ming glanced at the map. Given the castle's extraordinary speed, he estimated, it seems we shall arrive at the dungeon within a day or two. Curious, Elizabeth inquired, my king, will we pass through a city called Gladiator City on our way to the dungeon? Gladiator City? Elir questioned, perplexed. Elizabeth elaborated, Gladiator City is built around an ancient beast-fighting arena. The primary economic foundation of this city rests upon this arena, which hosts various competitive events year-round, attracting countless Wasteland adventurers eager to seize the lucrative crystal core rewards. In this city, the population is a veritable Mlanger, making it an ideal refuge for our elven kin. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's curiosity was piqued. Could it be? Elizabeth nodded, saying, I have a gravely ill sister residing there. She is on the verge of fully transforming into a dark elf. Possibly, she may have only 6 months left to live. As she spoke, the usually resilient Elizabeth's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Chapter 54, The Terrifying Chariot Castle. Only half a year left, Su Ming murmured, though he refrained from disclosing this to Elizabeth and Alir. In merely 1 month, the entire Wasteland continent would succumb to the first blood moon beast tide. If fortune favored him not, as an independent force, Su Ming risked having but a month left to live unless he acquired a sustained, high-powered, destructive ability or fortified defenses for his castle before the blood moon's arrival. Let alone Elizabeth's sister, Su Ming might very well find his own lifespan reduced to a mere month. It was imperative for Su Ming to grow stronger before the blood moon descended. Regardless of the demons and monsters lurking within this underground city, he was determined to seize any advantage it might offer. To return to the matter at hand, after a brief glance at the map, Su Ming discovered, it appears that the location of the underground ruins is not far from the Gladiator City. Once we finish exploring the underground city, it wouldn't hurt to make a trip to Gladiator City, he added. Elizabeth smiled radiantly. At that moment, Alir interjected, earnestly pleading, Boss, I also want to find my sister. Just let me visit the Adventurers Guild once we get there. Su Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Alir beamed, if I find my sister, I will surely persuade her to join you, boss. Su Ming waved his hand dismissively. All right. Do you think this is a gang where one simply loiters about all day? Curiously, Alir peered at the map in Su Ming's hands and suddenly spotted a small town, asking, Boss, isn't there a small town not far from here? Should we go take a look? A town? Su Ming focused intently on the map. A prompt appeared. Sad smiley. Survivors rest stop. A multitude of travelers will temporarily rest here. A hub town, is it? No wonder it attracts such crowds. Inside, it's likely filled with travelers. Perhaps there's a black market worth exploring. Su Ming pondered. Very well, we shall travel light and visit that town, he concluded, promptly affixing their mimetic camouflage attribute to the mobile castle. The mobile castle has acquired the ability to become invisible. Due to the castle's massive size, movement while invisible will reveal noticeable outlines, potentially detectable by the naked eye. Hooray! Shopping, Alir cheered exuberantly. Elizabeth smiled in agreement. Now, off to bed with you all. Tomorrow we shall rise to tend to the fields, Su Ming commanded. Meanwhile, at the Beast King's side, the Beast King stood atop a hill, surveying the entire human-animal city, seemingly awaiting an event to unfold. A nearby half-beast subordinate reported, Your Majesty, we may commence. The Beast King nodded slightly. In an instant, the half-beast subordinate sounded the horn. As their horn's call reverberated across the land, the once resplendent palace of the human-animal city crumbled violently in a cacophony of thunderous noise. Massive stones shattered, raising clouds of dust that obscured the sky. Amidst the swirling haze, a heavy mechanical sound began to resonate. A colossal war chariot castle emerged slowly. This war chariot castle was a behemoth, with an intricate array of internal gears. What was shocking, however, was that the power driving these gears consisted of countless modified human slaves. These slaves, gaunt and hunched, had tubes inserted into their mouths. Under the relentless crack of whips, they tirelessly turned the gears, providing power for this terrifying war chariot castle alongside the massive diesel engines. The outline of the war chariot castle loomed ominously through the dust, exuding a chilling aura, as if it were a demon clawing its way out of hell, poised to unleash untold calamities upon the world. The Beast King laughed heartily, his visage twisted with malice. You, the beast controller who stole my treasures, surely my beast-eared maiden has also been abducted by you. Just you wait, I am certain you will find your way to the underground city, he declared, leaping onto the war chariot castle with a resounding crash, leading his half-beast army toward the underground city. His sole purpose was to locate Su Ming and ensure he faced dire consequences. The dawn began to break, casting a dim light. Archu, Su Ming suddenly sneezed for reasons unbeknownst to him. He paid it no mind, wiping his nose before quietly stepping onto the terrace, basking in the sunlight as he commenced his upgrades. Current distributable attribute points. 10. Su Ming had no need for burdensome weight or reliance on brute strength for damage output, especially since strength, speed, and stamina were currently augmented by special titles. Thus, he decided to invest all his free attribute points entirely into intelligence and mental strength. Survivor Su Ming level, LV8. Strength 5-5. Title bonus, Intelligence 9-5. Stamina 5-5. Title bonus, Agility 6-5. Title bonus, Charm 8, Luck 10, Spirit 12-5, Title, Extraordinary 100 Slayers, Type, Enhancement Title, Effect 1, when equipped with this title, Strength 5, Stamina 5, Agility 5. Strength, Agility, Stamina, Intelligence, and Spirit have all surpassed 10. Now, Ming is nearly akin to a hexagonal warrior. Boss, you're up so early. Suddenly, Alir's voice resonated from behind Ming. He turned to find Alir donned in a frilly black apron, seemingly ready to commence breakfast preparations. Curiously, Ming inquired about the apron she wore, this apron. Alir twirled in front of Ming with a sense of pride, exclaiming, "Isn't it lovely? I found it in the small kitchen compartment at the top of the castle of the Beast King." Silently, Ming produced a large handful of crystal cores, causing Alir's eyes to gleam with excitement. Ming stated, "Go awaken Elizabeth as well. I intend to utilize these crystal cores to assist you in leveling up." These crystal cores were, in fact, rewards bestowed by the system for Alir and the others. However, they ultimately ended up in Ming's possession. It was time for him to help them level up and discover what new abilities they might evolve. Upon hearing that Ming could upgrade her, Alir hurried off to rouse Elizabeth without delay. Chapter 55, Shattering Kick. Elizabeth, clad in her nightgown, approached the table. Upon hearing Arya mention that Ming would assist them in leveling up, she shook her head and given the multitude of powers Ming wielded, the number of crystal cores required for his ascension would be exceptionally high. Of course, he could opt to limit the evolution of some of his abilities, thereby reducing the number of cores needed for his advancement. However, Ming was not one to economize. Instead, he sought ways to accrue even greater benefits. He deemed it imperative to assist Elizabeth and Arya in their upgrades, as their elevation would give rise to unique capabilities that were starkly different from his own. As they unlocked more abilities, Ming could reap the rewards from their newfound powers. It was a quintessential win-win situation, with benefits flowing to their entire group. After explaining the reasons for his substantial upgrade consumption, they nodded in agreement with Ming's perspective. "Then we shall rely on you, Wang," Elizabeth said with a hint of anticipation. Ming produced 600 crystal cores, a reward from the system for Elizabeth and Arya. With a clatter, the translucent cores scattered across the table. Arya and Elizabeth gazed in awe at the multitude of crystals spread before them, their eyes sparkling with excitement. "Boss, that's an astonishing amount," Arya exclaimed. "Are you truly going to use so many cores on us?" Elizabeth asked, taken aback. "I still have 1,000 cores reserved for my own use." "You need not worry about these," Ming assured them. 1,000 cores. Both Arya and Elizabeth were simultaneously astonished. It was well known that a single crystal core represented nearly half a year's wages for a mercenary. To possess 1,000 cores was akin to becoming a small lord with an army of 1,000 soldiers. Frankly, neither Elizabeth nor Arya had ever seen such a wealth of crystal cores in their lives. Now, Ming intended to allocate 600 cores exclusively for their benefit, leaving them utterly flabbergasted. "So how do we use these cores? Do we simply consume them?" Arya inquired, her inexperience evident. Ming smiled and replied, "Allow me to assist you." He handed a crystal core to Arya, its radiant energy swirling with a mysterious force. "Do you wish for your partner, Arya, to absorb 300 crystal cores?" Yes, the energy of the cores gradually melded into Arya's form. She closed her eyes tightly, her body trembling slightly as beads of sweat formed on her brow. Absorption successful. Arya level, LV2 LV10. Arya has evolved. Arya has unlocked the following 3 new ability attributes. Ability 1. Martial Arts Armor Break. Description: with each martial arts attack, Arya has a 60 chance to break through the enemy's armor, shields, and other physical defenses, inflicting substantial damage. Ability 2. Danger Evasion. Description: this ability can only be truly harnessed by Arya, who possesses Danger Perception LV4. The skill relies heavily on her sense of danger. The stronger her perception, the more exaggerated her evasion capabilities become. Ability 3. Flexible Martial Arts. Chokehold Technique. Description: Arya will unlock her potential, learning a flexible martial arts attack that consumes no mental energy, emphasizing agility and nimbleness, allowing her to outmaneuver clumsy foes. The term Armor Break instantly captured Ming's attention. He activated Endless Extraction on Arya. Extraction successful. You have acquired the attribute Martial Arts Shatter. Description: this attribute can only be attached to your body. When attached to any part of your body, attacks from that part will have a 60 chance to utterly shatter the enemy. Please select the body part for attachment. Martial Arts Shatter. With his strength, agility, and stamina all elevated to 10 points, Ming felt capable of engaging in battle like a warrior. He preferred not to fight with his fists but rather to deliver powerful kicks, thus, he attached the attribute to his foot. Attachment successful. The attribute has transformed into Shattering Kick. Shattering Kick. The thought of being able to obliterate an enemy with a single kick seemed quite exhilarating. Once the energy of the crystal cores fully integrated into Arya's body, she suddenly opened her eyes, excitement and confidence gleaming within them. "Boss, I've acquired something new, look." She began to demonstrate her newly learned flexible martial arts, moving with the grace of a willow branch. Performing splits, seated poses, handstands, and somersaults, she executed various complex maneuvers, her agile form radiating formidable strength. Subsequently, Arya unleashed her martial arts armor break. In an instant, she dashed towards a solid piece of iron armor, her bare foot striking with the force of a gale. With a resounding bang, the armor shattered into fragments. This armor had been stripped from a shield warrior, and if it could be shattered so easily, its power was indeed remarkable. "I feel absolutely explosive right now," Arya shouted in exhilaration, her face beaming with joy. She leapt in place, eager to test her newfound abilities in combat. Ming observed Arya's performance with a satisfied nod. Elizabeth, witnessing Arya's transformation, also wore a pleased smile. "Now it's your turn," Ming said to Elizabeth. She nodded in agreement. "I entrust this to you, Wang. Do you wish for your partner, Elizabeth, to absorb 300 crystal cores?" Ming silently affirmed, yes. As the energy of the crystal cores gradually flowed into Elizabeth's body, she closed her eyes tightly, her form trembling slightly as sweat beaded on her brow. Absorption successful. Elizabeth, level LV6 LV12. Elizabeth has evolved. Elizabeth has unlocked the following 3 new ability attributes. Ability 1, Spirit Armament, Wind Spirit's Blessing. Description: the Spirit Armament has evolved. Upon activation, a Wind Spirit will envelop Elizabeth, providing her with a layer of stackable Wind Spirit shield. Stacking mechanism: as long as Elizabeth maintains high-speed slashes or movement, the shield will accumulate. Ability 2. Chapter 56, Endless Extraction of Crystal Cores. Ability 2, Wind Spirit Gliding. Introduction. Upon activating Wind Spirit Gliding, Elizabeth gains the ability to glide, significantly enhancing her movement speed. Ability 3, Sword Technique, Great Counterstorm. Introduction. Once triggered, the counterstorm expands, transforming into an Area of Effect, AoE, damage ability. As energy continued to surge, Elizabeth's spirit armament began to undergo a transformation. When the radiance faded, she opened her eyes. Filled with astonishment and confidence, Elizabeth resolved to first experiment with her newly acquired Wind Spirit Shield ability. Focusing her mind, a layer of pale blue shield materialized around her in an instant. The light shimmered, appearing incredibly robust. Subsequently, she executed Wind Spirit Gliding, her figure moving like a spectre, leaving behind ethereal after images, her speed astonishingly swift. "Let me test this extensive counterstorm," Elizabeth exclaimed softly, wielding her great sword, as a powerful tempest surged outward from her, enveloping the surroundings. Incredible, a radiant smile blossomed on Elizabeth's face. Ming, observing nearby, felt elated by Elizabeth's advancement. He activated Endless Extraction, directed at Elizabeth. Extraction successful. You have acquired the trait, Wind Spirit Affinity. This requires no further elaboration. Its function mirrors that of the Earth Spirit Affinity. Ming chose not to elaborate further. The acquisition of this trait was anticipated. Finally, it was time for Ming to upgrade himself. With a resounding clatter, he produced 1,000 crystal cores, piling them high upon the table, causing Elizabeth and Elia to widen their eyes in disbelief. "Yes, no to absorb." "Wait a moment." Suddenly, Ming interrupted the absorption of the crystal cores and instead initiated endless extraction. Extracting. You have successfully extracted the crystalline defense trait - crystal skin from the crystal cores. When attached to yourself, you will gain a skin-like ability with the hardness of a crystal. When attached to an item, it will also grant that item a skin-like hardness akin to crystal, harder than stone, slightly softer than diamond. System message: what are you planning? Looking to cheat and level up? Ming, you truly are a clever system, having seen through my intentions. Ming extracted 2 such traits, one affixed to himself and the other to the mobile castle. You have absorbed 1,000 crystal cores. Upgrade successful. Ming level LV8 LV15. In less than a week, Ming had ascended to level 15. For an ordinary transmigrator starting from humble beginnings, achieving level 10 within a year in the Wasteland was a formidable challenge. Yet, Ming accomplished it, nothing less than the combined efforts of himself and the Endless Extraction system. Endless Extraction has evolved. Some of your abilities have undergone evolution. Evolution 1. Taming biological trait evolution, granting the ability to induce mutations in creatures you tame. Evolution 2, Elemental Fusion Spirit Mode, allowing the fusion of multiple elemental powers to unleash multi-elemental spell combinations. Evolution 3, Vitality Surge, instantly revitalizing nearby creatures, restoring 30 of their health and granting them immense strength for a brief period. Cooldown, 1 hour. Point 1 Upgrade, 3 Evolutions. Su Ming was exceedingly pleased with this evolution, particularly with the effects of Elemental Fusion Spirit Mode, enabling him to cast Elemental Fusion spells. This undoubtedly allowed Su Ming to unleash more abstract and formidable combination techniques. As Elizabeth sensed a more potent spirit aura emanating from Su Ming, particularly the unique power radiating from the Elemental Fusion Spirit Mode, she marveled inwardly. It seems the King's spirit power has grown stronger. Elia, witnessing the instantaneous consumption of the 1000 crystal cores, couldn't help but exclaim, so many crystal cores vanished in the blink of an eye. If we were to exchange them all for roasted meat, I wonder how much we could get. Just as Elia pondered this, a bizarre, colossal figure suddenly appeared behind Su Ming. What? Master, be careful behind you. Elia shouted, drawing her claw knife. This unexpected warning caught Elizabeth off guard as well. Just as Elia prepared to strike down the figure behind Su Ming, he deftly controlled sand tendrils to bind Elia, calming her. Relax, it's just a little lizard. A little lizard. Elia, momentarily stunned by the bindings, peered behind Su Ming. His pet lizard had deactivated its invisibility and revealed its significantly enlarged form. She widened her eyes, staring at this familiar yet unfamiliar large lizard before her. This is the Master's pet lizard. Elia exclaimed in astonishment, her previous tension instantly replaced by joy. How did it grow so large? Elia eagerly approached, scrutinizing the newly oversized pet lizard, her eyes brimming with curiosity and affection. The little lizard, feeling somewhat exasperated, glanced at Elia, thinking to itself that she had nearly defeated it moments ago. It preferred to keep its distance. The little lizard disdainfully retreated behind Su Ming. Su Ming affectionately patted the lizard's head, explaining, during my upgrade, I also allowed the little lizard to evolve. Su Ming and Elia observed the lizard with intrigue. Now, the little lizard had grown to the size of a small car, perfectly suitable for hauling goods or passengers. Excellent, you have finally grown. I am delighted that you can now be considered a capable beast of burden. Su Ming patted the lizard's head with satisfaction. Marlar. The little lizard was taken aback by Su Ming's words. Elia, her curiosity piqued, inquired, Master, how many crystal cores do we have left? Su Ming calculated briefly, responding, we have 20 crystal cores remaining, reserved for expenditure. Upon hearing this, Elia immediately became frugal. If we only have 20 left, we shouldn't go shopping. Let's save what we can. Su Ming chuckled, do you think going to town is merely for spending? What else could it be? Elia queried, puzzled. Since we have the rare opportunity to visit the survivor station, of course, we are going to earn some money, Su Ming replied. Earn money? Are we going to sell the plundered fabrics? Elia asked. Su Ming shook his head, certainly not, we wouldn't earn anything from merely selling supplies. Are we going to sell the plants we cultivated? Su Ming shook his head at Elizabeth, selling vegetables is out of the question, we simply do not have enough. Merely selling vegetables is not sustainable, the added value is insufficient, making it unprofitable. Su Ming told Elia, follow me. I'll show you what new vegetables we managed to seize this time. With that, Su Ming led Elia toward the mobile Carcel's greenhouse. Upon witnessing the scenery within the greenhouse, Elia's expression instantly lit up with delight. Chapter 57, Stamina 1. As Su Ming and Elia stepped slowly into the plantation, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. The moment they entered, Elia's eyes widened in astonishment at the breathtaking scene before her. In the center of the garden stood the Tree of Life, its verdant branches reaching skyward, radiating a soft yet resplendent glow of vitality. Ever since Su Ming had imbued the Tree of Life with the attribute of life, it seemed to have undergone a remarkable evolution, its growth rate surpassing all previous limits. In less than a single night, the once withered Tree of Life, which had only reached a height of 1 meter, now towered out for meters, its crown gracefully arching above. The leaves of the Tree of Life continuously emanated a luminous vitality, enveloping the surrounding plants in a warm embrace. Under the influence of the Tree of Life's ripening abilities, the tomatoes, which had only recently sprouted, now bore an astonishing abundance of plump, ripe fruit. The cabbage leaves were layered thickly, robust and large, the peppers danced on their branches, vibrant and eye-catching, the chives flourished, brimming with life. Elia could scarcely believe her eyes, she had never witnessed such a miraculous sight. These plants seemed to thrive joyfully under the nurturing light of life, maturing at an astonishing pace and bearing bountiful harvests. What is happening? Elia murmured, her gaze filled with shock and delight. What is this tree? How did it ripen all the vegetables in the plantation overnight? Unable to contain her curiosity, she stepped forward, eager to experience this extraordinary power up close. Elizabeth stood frozen, gazing in awe at the rejuvenated Tree of Life. With a look of gratitude, she turned to Su Ming. Though she had not yet found the words to express her feelings, Su Ming could discern her unspoken thoughts from the glimmering moisture in her eyes. He merely nodded in acknowledgement. Then, Ming approached each plant, examining whether the vegetables were ready for harvest. Beside him, Elia eyed the clusters of tomatoes, their half-orange, half-red hues tantalizingly inviting. Unable to resist, she discreetly reached out, intending to pluck one for a taste. Just as her fingers were about to brush against the tomato, Ming suddenly turned his head and interjected, "Don't pick those. They're not ripe yet." Elia's hand froze in midair, and a look of embarrassment and disappointment crossed her face. "But they look perfectly ripe," she protested, her eyes lingering longingly on the tomatoes. Ming straightened and patiently explained, "They must be fully red to be considered ripe, they still need time to grow." Elia nodded reluctantly, retracting her hand with a wistful sigh. "However," she explained, "the peppers and cabbages, as well as the chives, are completely ripe." Elia pleaded, "Can we pick a few to eat?" Ming nodded in agreement, affirming, "Of course, we can't deprive ourselves." "Yay!" Elia cheered. Yet Elizabeth remained preoccupied with how Ming intended to profit from the crystal cores. She surveyed the plantation, realizing that selling these precious vegetables to adventurers would hardly be a lucrative venture. After all, food for the wealthy must be sold to the wealthy to yield profit. This left Elizabeth curious about Ming's mention of sustainable income. "Your Majesty, I'm still quite curious about how you plan to achieve this sustainable profit," Elizabeth. Instead of addressing her question directly, Ming instructed her and Elia, "You both gather some of the mature vegetables, and then let us return to the living room to cook." "Really?" "Yay." Elia rejoiced once more. The three of them, Ming, Elia, and Elizabeth, bustled with excitement as they gathered fresh tomatoes, chives, cabbages, and peppers from the plantation, returning to the kitchen laden with their bounty. In the kitchen, the trio swiftly began their collaboration. Ming skillfully diced the beast meat into even pieces, while Elia diligently washed the vegetables beside him, and Elizabeth busied herself with the cooking utensils. Once everything was prepared, Ming ignited the fire beneath the stone stove and placed the frying pan securely atop it. Before long, the pan heated up, and as he poured in some beast oil, a gentle smoke began to rise. He quickly added the diced beast meat to the pan, and the sizzling sound filled the air, releasing an enticing aroma. Elia hurriedly handed him the chopped peppers and cabbage, which he added to the pan, stirring energetically with a spatula while sprinkling in some precious coarse salt to enhance the flavor. Meanwhile, Elizabeth was not idle. She had prepared the diced tomatoes. As Ming plated the stir-fried beast meat with peppers and cabbage, she swiftly poured the tomatoes into the pan, allowing them to release their juices before incorporating the beast meat for further sauting. Elia, on the other hand, was busy slicing chives and peppers in preparation for the next dish. Before long, Ming took the ingredients Elia had prepared and added them to the pan. Once again, the sound of sizzling filled the air, and in no time, 3 aromatic dishes were ready. "Delicious!" Elia exclaimed, salivating as the rich aroma enveloped the kitchen. The three of them soon set the dishes on the dining table. This meal could be considered the most proper feast Ming had experienced since arriving in this world. The dishes were simple yet satisfying: stir-fried beast meat with peppers and cabbage, stir-fried beast meat with diced tomatoes, and stir-fried beast meat with chives and peppers. As Ming, Elia, and Elizabeth gathered around the table, they eagerly began to savor the fruits of their labor. They relished the stir-fried beast meat with peppers and cabbage, the stir-fried beast meat with diced tomatoes, and the stir-fried beast meat with chives and peppers, devouring each bite. As they swallowed, a wave of warmth surged from their stomachs, rapidly spreading throughout their bodies. Ming felt his muscles quiver slightly, every cell in his body seemingly rejoicing, a powerful energy coursing through him. Elia's previously weary features instantly brightened, as she felt her bones fortifying under the impact of this newfound strength. Elizabeth closed her eyes, savoring the wondrous sensation as a warm current flowed through her meridians, rendering them more unobstructed. Your stomach has first absorbed the nourishment of vitality, your stamina has increased. Attribute point. Stamina 1. As the warmth circulated within, their bodies appeared to undergo a baptism of sorts, their muscles tightening, their bones becoming more resilient, and even their spirits lifted. When the essence of this refining power gradually subsided, the three slowly opened their eyes, astonishment and exhilaration evident in their expressions. Elia exclaimed, "Boss, this is incredible. After eating this meal, my stamina has increased by 1. Elizabeth chimed in, "Me too." Chapter 58. Even less satisfactory than the pre-transmigration takeout perfect meal, indeed, consuming dishes rich in vitality bestows an enhancement of attribute points. This recent endeavor has thoroughly validated the previous hints provided by the system to Ming. If one's body were already malnourished, how could it possibly attain strength? Only through proper nourishment and comfortable living can one truly grow formidable. It can be said that Ming immediately discerned the remarkable differences in these dishes upon tasting them. It felt as though a surge of energy erupted in his mouth. This was likely the result of the plants absorbing the life essence produced by the Tree of Life. Clearly, the most precious acquisition from this venture was the Tree of As Alia wept while savoring the food in her bowl, she exclaimed, "War, this is so delicious, I've never tasted such exquisite dishes in my entire life, so tomatoes are sweet and sour, not spicy. And chives have a distinct flavor, rather than being hot." Ming gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and chuckled, all right, look at you, acting all foolish." Even Elizabeth, a member of the elven clan, was experiencing the delight of consuming plants grown with live essence for the first time. She particularly relished the stir-fried meat with tomatoes, quietly puffing her cheeks as she ate, fearful that Ming might notice her excessive consumption. After swallowing her food, Elizabeth inquired curiously, "Your Majesty, is the method of making money you mentioned about selling the vegetables we cultivated?" The thought of selling these delectable dishes made her realize that her opportunities to enjoy such meals in the future would likely diminish. A hint of disappointment flickered in Alia's eyes. However, to her surprise, Ming shook his head, refuting Elizabeth's speculation. "Of course not." Meeting their puzzled gazes, Ming activated the endless extraction silently. "You are initiating endless extraction. I can preserve the flavors of food and later apply them to other dishes at will." "What?" Both Alia and Elizabeth were astonished. Elizabeth quickly grasped Ming's money-making idea. Ming smiled, "Yes, that's essentially the idea." This technique of his was far more cunning than mere technology. It lacked any substance beyond flavor. Selling food that could enhance personal attributes to other transmigrators was out of the question, as nearly everyone besides Elizabeth and Alia were competitors. Assisting a rival in their strengthening could lead to dire consequences when they encountered each other in future tasks. Therefore, Ming had no intention of aiding other transmigrators for a paltry sum. However, selling them some flavor-enhanced food was entirely feasible. It was possible that a feature known as Wasteland Black Market had been largely forgotten. As Ming had only recalled its existence the previous night. He had perused the Wasteland Black Market module, which marked the locations of nearby transmigrator outposts and indicated what goods were being traded by other transmigrators or natives. When a transmigrator spotted a product of interest, they could only purchase it in person at the outposts, as the system did not support online transactions. At the nearest outpost, Ming had discovered a plethora of extremely cheap cassava available for long-term sale. By making simple pancakes from cassava and applying the flavor attributes, he could experiment with selling them. If these pancakes sold well, Ming could engage in a profitable venture. If not, he would simply have acquired an abundance of inexpensive cassava, which posed no significant loss to him. After all transmigrators had rather discerning tastes. Speaking for himself, even the coarsely made food in the wasteland was inferior to the takeout perfect meal he had before his transmigration. Thus, Ming retained a degree of confidence in his pancakes. The approach to profit was simple. Every little bit counts. Ming continued, "One of my abilities allows me to receive information from my surroundings. Alia is aware of this, but Elizabeth is not. I will enlighten you now." After outlining his plan to Alia and Elizabeth, they both expressed their enthusiastic support. Alia inquired curiously, "Cassava, I haven't heard of it. It seems to be a plant unique to this region, right?" Elizabeth was also unfamiliar with cassava, as she was not a native of this arid expanse. Ming informed them, "The mobile castle is nearing the area where the outpost is situated. Tomorrow morning, we can set out to explore the outpost." Alia exclaimed excitedly, "Really, I haven't visited a market in ages." Ming instructed them, "You should bathe first." "I will wash last." Alia questioned, "Boss, we have no rainwater left, are we to use purified water for bathing?" Ming and Elizabeth exchanged a knowing glance, both smiling as they replied, "Alia, follow me." Ming led the bewildered Alia back to the plantation. He instructed her, "Stand beneath the tree of life." Obliviously, Alia complied with Ming's words. As she positioned herself beneath the towering tree of life, suddenly, a cascade of essence rained down from the crown of the tree. The life essence fell like rain, leaving Alia astonished. "Oh, this tree, can it really rain? And it just keeps coming." Alia closed her eyes, relishing the purifying life essence, feeling as though she were being cleansed. Ming explained, "The tree of life can condense moisture from the surrounding air. As long as we keep moving, it can continuously store water resources and transform them into pure life essence." "Is it really that impressive?" Alia marveled. "Does this mean we can have water for bathing every day?" Alia gazed at Ming with gratitude, her heart racing with excitement. "Sister, I am doing so well now." Alia gazed up at the full moon, pondering in her heart, "Wherever you are, I wish for you to share in this good life with me." Chapter 59 Daily 1 Gladiator City, within the opulent auction house of Ming Yuan. In the luxurious yet enigmatic chamber of the auctioneer, behind layers of beaded curtains, a nine-tailed fox-beast-eared maiden languidly reclined upon a soft couch. "Have there been any leads on my sister, Alia?" Her voice was cool, yet tinged with an imperceptible urgency. The female subordinate, her head bowed and countenance troubled, replied in a trembling voice, "My lady, we have yet to find any." The fox besteered maiden sighed softly, the sound imbued with melancholy. She slowly rose and strolled to the window, gazing out at the resplendent full moon. "Elia, where on earth could you be?" she murmured to herself, her eyes filled with helplessness and profound longing. "Though I have risen to prominence, the vastness of this world makes my search for you exceedingly arduous. Are you safe?" Moonlight cascaded upon her exquisite visage, illuminating her slightly trembling lashes and the glimmer of a tear at the corner of her eye. In the desolate night, beneath the cold moon inside the castle, Elia and Elizabeth engaged in their daily frolic within the new bathing chamber. "Elia, don't scratch," joyful peals of laughter occasionally echoed through the small window of the bathroom. Meanwhile, Ming had retreated alone to the balcony of the moving castle. The night breeze caressed the hem of his garments as he leaned against the railing, intently observing the exterior of the castle. Though this fortress was wondrous, it required further enhancements to ensure safety amidst the perils of their journey. A contemplative expression graced his features as various renovation plans flickered through his mind. Should he reinforce the castle walls, or perhaps augment its artillery? Should he enhance the propulsion system to quicken their pace, or install early warning devices to detect danger? With a furrowed brow, Ming immersed himself in the planning of the moving castle's future on this tranquil night. Ming resolved to commence with some straightforward modifications. With a single command, rock manipulation sprang into action, shaping a reservoir from the stones atop the castle. Although the tree of life generated enough life-giving nectar for them, prudence dictated that one should save where possible and spend where necessary. Thus, Ming constructed the reservoir. He then instructed the expansion of the air cylinder to double its capacity. This newly enlarged cylinder could now support the launch of 4 massive boulder projectiles. After enabling the moving castle to self-repair some walls damaged by adversaries, there remained little else to modify. At that moment, the partner system relayed a notification. You can utilize crystal cores to upgrade the moving castle, allowing it to evolve continuously based on its existing attributes. Ming contemplated the potential upgrades for the moving castle. Optional Evolution 1. Integrate sand manipulation, enabling the moving castle to construct a fluid shield from quicksand. Optional Evolution 2, integrate Starry Night power, allowing the moving castle to manifest agile sandy arms, thus enabling it to perform a greater variety of functional tasks. After reviewing these 2 evolution options, Ming found both to be quite advantageous. However, upon seeing the required quantity of crystal cores for the upgrade, he fell silent. Number of crystal cores required for evolution, 1000. Very well, I shall wait until I've earned enough, Ming mused, as the sounds of youthful laughter gradually filled the living room. He then strolled back to the living room, preparing for his turn in the bath. Upon entering, he beheld Elia and Elizabeth, the elven maiden and besteered girl, playfully engaged in merriment, clad in towels. Elia, with a mischievous grin, glanced at Ming and declared to Elizabeth, "Look, the boss is here. I'm going to snatch your towel away. Let the boss, this lecher, see you in all your glory." Elizabeth's eyes sparkled with cunning as she feigned weakness, retorting. Elia's face flushed crimson as she clutched her towel tightly, indignantly exclaiming, "Sister Elizabeth, you tricked me. You're so wicked." Elia immediately became docile, their laughter and playful banter filled the room with a joyful atmosphere. Ming, finding the scene amusing, chuckled and informed them, "I'm off to bathe." Elia and Elizabeth finally adopted a more serious demeanor. Elia proudly asserted, "Boss, I've prepared clean hot water for you." "I am quite considerate, aren't I?" Elizabeth also smiled and nodded in agreement. Ming reclined comfortably in the bathtub, the steaming hot water enveloping him like a warm spring, washing away the fatigue accumulated from days of battle. Before long, Ming emerged from the bath and found Elia and Elizabeth gathered around the glow of the fireplace. They appeared to be sewing something from the exquisite fabric stored in the warehouse. "What are you up to?" Ming inquired curiously as he took a seat beside them. We won't tell you," Elia replied mysteriously. Only Elizabeth spoke candidly, "We are helping the boss by crafting a fitted outfit." "You can make clothes?" Ming asked, intrigued. They both nodded affirmatively, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Elia boasted, "To be honest, I participated in the design of most of the outfits for our members in the Peach Blossom Society." Observing Elia's boastful demeanor, Ming couldn't help but question, "Is that true?" "Just you." Elia retorted defiantly, "HMPH, stinky boss, believe it or not. When I finish making your outfit, you'll be astonished, and then you'll regret your skepticism." Elizabeth added, our elven clan lives a self-sufficient life, so making clothes for our loved ones is a skill we've learned since childhood. You've come at the perfect time. Let me measure your waist. Elizabeth produced a length of string. Elia, eager to join in, exclaimed, I want to measure too. Both girls, bubbling with excitement, leaned toward Su Ming. He calmly regarded the two, pondering whom he should allow to measure his waist. Chapter 60, Extracting the rainy day. Once again, let me handle it. When it comes to measuring the waist for our esteemed leader, it is undoubtedly my duty as his little brother, Arya said, inching closer to Su Ming. At that moment, Elizabeth, with a leisurely demeanor, remarked, allow me to do it more accurately. My arms are slightly longer than yours, Arya, and I can directly embrace the king. I'm not small. Arya retorted, her voice tinged with urgency. Observing the rising tension between the two, Su Ming hastily interjected, all right, the two of you can measure together. After exchanging glances, Arya and Elizabeth nodded in agreement. Fine then. Soon, Su Ming stood up and extended his arms, permitting Arya and Elizabeth to encircle his waist with a measuring tape. Hey, boss, your waist has thickened. Arya exclaimed, it wasn't this broad the last time I hugged you. Su Ming candidly responded, my strength and stamina have both reached 10 points now. What? When did you transform into a beefy mage? Arya gasped in surprise. Curiously, she reached out to feel Su Ming's abdomen and marveled, wow, you really do seem to have bulked up. With a mischievous grin, Arya attempted to continue feeling Su Ming's muscles, only to be playfully shooed away by him. Stop being so handsy. Recognizing the situation, Arya retreated, pouting slightly as she replied, okay. King, the waist measurement is done. Now, turn around so we can measure the rest. Throughout the process, only Elizabeth was diligently measuring Su Ming's waist. Before long, they were satisfied with the measurements and set about crafting new garments for Su Ming. Arya and Elizabeth sat in front of the fireplace, their hands skillfully maneuvering needles and threads as they focused intently on sewing. Su Ming, seated beside them, couldn't help but ask, why are you making new clothes for me? The protection you provide us is so generous that these little gestures seem trivial. HMPH, it's about right, Arya muttered, pouting. Moreover, we're heading to the small town tomorrow, and don't underestimate that so-called small town. It has a larger influx of people than most ordinary cities. We want you to look even more dashing, so that those wolves and tigers over there won't dare to provoke us, Arya added. Su Ming nodded in agreement. Just then, in the dim light of the fireplace, Elizabeth accidentally pricked her finger with the needle. Ouch, she exclaimed softly. Su Ming, concerned, grasped Elizabeth's finger to inspect the wound. How does it feel? Does it hurt? With a smile, Elizabeth responded, the light from the fireplace is a bit too dim, I wasn't paying attention, and now the king sees me making a fool of myself. Su Ming held her hand and remarked, it's not merely a light prick. You drove the entire needle in. Elizabeth sheepishly scratched her head. Perhaps I haven't quite adjusted to my sudden increase in strength. I'll help you treat it, Su Ming offered. Okay, Elizabeth nodded. Meanwhile, Arya, noticing Su Ming holding Elizabeth's hand, pouted slightly. Seeing Su Ming meticulously bandaging Elizabeth's wound made her feel a twinge of jealousy, and she muttered, that old rascal, taking advantage of the opportunity to get close to Sister Elizabeth. Suddenly, Arya's eyes darted, and a scheme formed in her mind. She feigned an accidental prick to her own finger and exclaimed, ouch, I've been pricked too. Su Ming, possessing their night vision ability, glanced at Arya and immediately saw through her ruse. He dismissively replied, just suck on your own finger for a bit. Upon hearing this, Arya's frustration surged. She turned her head away, sulking in silence. In her mind, she thought, that old rascal, treating us differently tonight. I won't let him hold my tail while sleeping, let him feel a bit of the cold instead, humph. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she secretly chuckled to herself. At that moment, Su Ming had a realization and announced to both of them, from tonight onward, we won't have to squeeze together in front of the fireplace to sleep. We will sleep in separate rooms. What? Arya exclaimed in astonishment, turning to look at Su Ming in disbelief. Su Ming explained, there are many vacant rooms in the mobile castle now, so each of us can have our own. Additionally, regarding warmth, I've already connected the pipes to allow the fireplace's heat to flow into each of our rooms. Furthermore, I've thoroughly scavenged the mobile castle, and we have ample beast hides to use as blankets and mattresses. Given these conditions, this is wonderful. Elizabeth exclaimed joyfully. It seemed that only Arya appeared somewhat reluctant, fidgeting as she said, but why is this so sudden, boss? Noticing Arya's unwilling expression, Su Ming couldn't help but think, could it be that you've grown fond of sleeping beside me? As Su Ming chatted with them, they continued crafting clothes, and before long, it was time for bed. Su Ming stood up and led them to their new rooms. This one is for Elizabeth. This room had been tidied up by Su Ming, featuring a bed, a wardrobe, and a table with chairs, resembling a standard room. Thank you, King. Elizabeth beamed with a smile. Next, Ming took Arya to her room, which was identical to Elizabeth's. While Elizabeth was quite pleased with her room, Arya gazed into hers, feeling as though she were staring into a pitch-black cave. Seeing Arya standing there, Ming gently patted her head and said, "Get some rest, we're heading to the small town tomorrow." After saying this, he turned and returned to his own room. The bed was large and comfortable, and Ming collapsed onto it, drifting off to sleep immediately. Suddenly, after an unknown period, the sound of rain began to patter outside. Upon hearing the rain, Ming awoke and strolled to the balcony. As he stepped onto the balcony, the cold wind howled around him. He gazed at the dark sky, now draped in a fine drizzle, and activated the endless extraction. Extraction successful. You have extracted the nature call ability, summon wind. You have extracted the weather ability, summon rain. It seems I've acquired new abilities. Without needing to read the descriptions, Ming understood their potential. He estimated that employing these abilities in combat, particularly when outnumbered, would yield remarkable results. After completing the extraction, Ming returned to his room to sleep. As he dragged his weary body back, he noticed the blankets felt oddly lumpy, as if someone were hiding within. Filled with curiosity, he lifted the covers, only to find Arya curled up like a little cat, pretending to be asleep.